Hello and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate trying to play multiple games at the same time.
And my name's Kyle, and today I hate my teeth. Well, actually, the Google Doc says teeths, but Then I was like, do I want to start off the podcast saying teeths?
Teefers would have been acceptable as well if you're going full like toddler.
Yeah,
pronunciation.
Teefies.
Yep.
Your
widow teefies.
Yeah, my widow teefies hood. I got problems in my mouth.
Okay. And let's leave it at that.
Yep. No. Let's deep dive on my dental problems to make everybody uncomfortable and make everybody want to brush their teeth like 20 times in a row.
I think saying I've got problems in my mouth makes people uncomfortable enough as it is.
But it's all about how you say it, though. Like, if I'm like, I got problems in my mouth, people are like, ooh. But if you're like, hey, I got problems in my mouth, baby. It's a little different, but also that makes it sound like I have an STD or something. Yeah, so that's a little, it's bad in a different way.
The, like, sexy way is not at all sexy. Like, that's not good, sexy dialogue.
You want to share these problems I got with my mouth?
Yeah, I would tuck that one away.
Okay, fair enough.
But we are very excited to be here. We did not cancel the podcast again. We did not quit again and then decide to come back again. Last month, if you're not following me on Twitter, you missed the news, so apologies for that. But when we went to record last month, March's episode, I was very sick. And having listened to myself being sick on February's episode, I was like, I cannot put people through this for 3 hours again. So we were going to wait another week. And then the next week came, and that's when Kyle's teeth problems reared their very ugly head.
Oh,
so we couldn't do it that weekend. And then I was out of town the following weekend. And so it just became all right, we'll be back in April. So we're back. It's April. Welcome back. We're very excited to be talking about things because we missed a month. I mean, it's a monthly podcast, so we've already got a bunch of stuff to talk about every month. But given that we have now skipped one, we have a bunch of stuff to talk about. So let's just as a quick recap of the agenda, because again, it's fairly hefty.
Yeah, it's beefy. It's like, look, y'all aren't coming here for, fly by night. Quick shot, this metaphor.
None of these are metaphors. None of these are actual things.
They've really gotten away from me, Shay. Well, look, we talk a lot, and we're gonna talk a lot today too.
Yes,
a lot.
Accurate,
and we're good at it.
There's your metaphor. That's the one.
Okay.
We're gonna talk a lot because we always talk a lot.
It's a metaphor for also talking a lot.
So, we're going to be talking video games. We've got our February Game Club game, Atomic Heart, which, blessing in disguise from not doing last month's episode, I would not have been finished with Atomic Heart had we done a March episode. I am now finished with the game, so both of us can give complete thoughts on Atomic Heart.
Yeah.
We're also going to be talking Hogwarts Legacy, which we've both played, the Diablo IV Beta, Resident Evil 4 Remake, which is the new hotness, wrapping up Hi-Fi Rush. Kyle's got some Sons of the Forest opinions, talking about Far Changing Tides, a little-known game from a couple years ago, a Memoir Blue, similar story, and then some additional thoughts on Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. And then on the TV side of things, Kyle has been watching PsychOdyssey, the documentary from Double Fine about Psychonauts 2, which I'm very interested to hear more about that. Mm-hmm. We're going to talk about The Last of Us, which is now finished, Mandalorian, which I have not started watching yet, so Kyle's going to be talking about this in a spoiler-free context. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about Star Wars Rebels, because I like to stay super up-to-date on all the Star Wars things and watch things from 6 years ago. Then we got news. All right, so we're skipping a bunch of the news that we missed last month. There was a big PlayStation State of Play. We are going to talk about Suicide Squad, because we can't not talk about Suicide Squad.
Nintendo
had a big direct. Well, fair enough. But it'll be fun to talk about Suicide Squad.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Nintendo had a big direct, which we're going to skip. There was a bunch of announcements as part of it, but we don't need to get into that. But we will be talking about, there's a new gameplay demo or a gameplay video of Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom that we'll talk about. Some late breaking news from just a couple days ago when you're hearing this about E3, which is very important.
Yeah.
Ubisoft's new AI writing tool, which, pretty strong opinions about that, perhaps. Mm-hmm. And then a bunch of other random video game news things, Dead Island 2, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles last Ronin game, and then some other various TV and movie related things. And that's a hefty news section, as I mentioned. And then we're going to talk, 2 months ago, we did a, favorite games from the last couple of years because we had missed those episodes. And now I just kind of want to, wrap up the filling the gaps of the last couple of years by just shouting out a couple of lesser-known games from 2019, 2020, 2021, and then finally 2022. Just games that, we're passionate about, that weren't big AAA releases, that if you haven't checked out, you should check them out. Then we're going to talk about our April releases, reveal our April Game Club game, which, you know what? I didn't even define what the Game Club was. So every month, what we decided was both of us were going to commit to playing a game. The very first month we did it, Kyle failed horribly and did not play more of Scorn, even though he promised to.
I watched the rest of it, though.
But we did both play Atomic Heart because that was our February Game Club game. So we will talk about our reveal our April Game Club game. So if you want to play along, come into the May episode having already played some of that. We'll give you a heads up on what that is. And then we're going to wrap things up with some emails. We've got 2 emails, which I love to see.
That's
awesome. If you want to write us an email, send it to info@SheaHatesEverything.com. Maybe give me some feedback on how long this agenda section is. Because it's very long. So we're gonna move on. Does that sound good?
That's a great
Anything to
idea.
add to the agenda? Any late breaking agenda news?
Yeah, it's gonna double in size real quick because
okay, sure.
We can move on.
Great. Cool. Let's dive in. So, as I mentioned, we're talking Atomic Heart and Hogwarts Legacy today. This is when these games released, there was the big scuttlebutt about these games from a social perspective. For those that aren't aware, Atomic Heart, game made in Russia. Russia's currently at war with Ukraine. There was a lot of commentary around whether or not this game should be supported, not just because it's a Russian-based game, but also some interpretations of content in Atomic Heart as being anti-Ukraine. There's that. That exists. On the Hogwarts Legacy side, when this game launched, notoriously J.K. Rowling is a horrible person. Mm-hmm. She is a radical feminist, which is not what is horrible about her, but a radical feminist who is extremely against trans women. She doesn't seem to have a ton of problem with trans men, for the record. It's only the trans women that she hates. But regardless, horrible person.
Yeah.
This game, she makes money because this is a licensed game. It's a Hogwarts game. It's related to Harry Potter. So she makes money from this. By all accounts, she had literally zero involvement in the development of this game, other than, I'm sure, some approvals on the content and the story and things like that because it's her universe, right?
Yeah.
But it's, 2 fairly large studios that worked on this game. There's a trans character in the game. Many people at those studios have been outspoken, or as outspoken as they can be, against J.K. Rowling's take on trans rights. This stuff was big when these games released. We're in an unfortunate position where if we wanted to, we could avoid that shit, right? Because it's been a month since it released. The rage machine has moved on into other things, which is a really frustrating thing about, chronically online people. But the reality is, I don't want to speak for you, Kyle, but, I care about both of these issues in different ways. Atomic Heart in particular, I am very anti-Vladimir Putin. Mm. I support Ukraine in defending of their homes. I, rail against the misinformation that is being fed to the Russian public about Ukraine being this Nazi state. It's a very popular conservative talking point in the U.S. as it is. Their America First ideology, we shouldn't be giving money to Ukraine, when in reality, the people saying that are on Putin's payroll and are pro-Russia. So like I feel passionate about this. I did a lot of research. Like, look, I'm not Ukrainian. I'm not Russian. I don't. There's a lot of intricacies of the relationship between those two countries that I do not understand and cannot understand. There's a lot of interpretation that has happened from assets in the game, lines of dialogue in the game, like more subtle things that some people have interpreted as being anti-Ukrainian propaganda. And then there's the second part, which is this game is a fictionalized version of history with the USSR where communism won in the world. The Cold War was won by, the Soviet Union, and the game especially starts with this idealistic version of what that communist utopia would be, and then very quickly undercuts because this megalomaniacal scientist, much like Andrew Ryan in BioShock, completely destroyed the community that he was trying to build because of his own hubris.
Right.
So there are those two lenses, right? There's the actual real-life war that is happening, where there's some potentially, if not overtly aggressive, like subtly offensive anti-Ukrainian message. And then there's the fictionalized version, which is like a pro-Russia, a pro-communism, a pro-USSR lens that this game is filtered through. So my opinion is I'm pro-Ukraine. My opinion is I'm not pro the USSR. I also believe that the subtlety of the issues that people bring up of this game being anti-Ukraine are very subtle. Like, we don't know the hearts of the people that made this game. We don't know. They haven't said anything overtly that they hate Ukraine or that they're pro-Russia in the war. We don't know where they stand. So I'm not going to make assumptions about the individuals that make this game. On the USSR part of it, the Soviet Union part of it, like, the story of the game goes in the face of that narrative that, like, the Soviet Union is becoming destroyed because of them trying to reach beyond their means. And that's kind of like a central element of the game. In my opinion, it doesn't paint the Soviet Union as this utopia. Their utopia is destroyed because of their own devices. So that's my long-winded feeling about it. Yeah. I mean, anything else to add there? Like, again, I want to make sure that we address it because these are important topics. We don't want to feel like we're ignoring them or, shoving them under the rug. But the reality is, these particular issues for Atomic Heart did not feel to me as necessary for me personally to not play the game. If someone looks at either of those issues or both of those issues and decides for themselves, I don't want to support this game because of X and Y and Z, that's your right. That's your right to do that. That's, you can do what you want to do with your wallet. That's not how I felt about this, and it's not because I'm pro-Soviet Union or like anti-Ukraine or whatever. It's because the evidence to me is not there to support the arguments that some people are making. That's how I feel about Atomic Heart. I don't know, Kyle, if you've got anything else to add.
Yeah, I think the way I came down on there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. We are all just picking and choosing the things that let us sleep at night, in terms of what we choose to allow ourselves to gain visibility on and what we kind of push to the side mentally. It's the same reason why we think it's okay to slaughter cattle, but keep dogs as pets and would be horrified at people eating dogs, right? Like, we pick and choose the things that are convenient for us, and that's a horrible, terrible thing. And it's also not like an excuse to say like we're in the right for choosing to play them. I think it's just it's my way of saying that acknowledging the understanding that there are a lot of problems in the world, and we cannot all be responsible for solving all of them all of the time. But it is still important to talk about them, which is why we're bringing it up, because it's the temptation is to sweep it under the rug and never address it, and that is the real danger, right? Is to let it become invisible, and let the people who these things really affect, because ultimately these things don't affect you and I. And that's,
Right.
we get to speak to this from a place of privilege in that respect.
Yeah.
But it's important that we continue to talk about it and bring visibility to it, because also I don't think that boycotting works. I think it can in very specific circumstances, but when it's a product that a ton of people are going to buy, like Hogwarts Legacy, or if it's a product that is on a service like Game Pass, where people are going to play it because it is technically, it's included with that service that they're already paying for, so it's like it's free. Those are two specific situations wherein boycotting will do nothing, because not enough people... It's a bad argument. I think like the real solutions have to come from other things. Like the solution for the problems with capitalism and the problems with dictatorships and radical communism.
Mm-hmm.
The solutions to those problems are cannot be drawn from within the systems themselves. They have to come from without. And so to me, like, boycotting a game is attempting to affect the system by using the system. I think it's going to take something from outside the system to make a change. And so that's where I come down on it. Again, that just sounds like an excuse, because it also just kind of is an excuse for me to be able to enjoy a thing, knowing that other people are adversely affected by it. So it's like, I don't have the answer, but all I know is that playing those things brought me joy for a while, and that has value to me. And I don't feel good that value comes at a cost that I don't think I'll ever get a chance to really see. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
It sucks, and I want to talk about Hogwarts Legacy too, because this is something that obviously doesn't affect us directly, but affects us far more indirectly than Atomic Heart does. We both know trans people. Like I have a trans woman who is a friend, and a mutual, as the kids say, someone I've never met in person but is an online friend.
Me too.
And I know you do as well. And specific, because I've got a lot of reactions to what you're saying, Kyle, but I want to talk about Hogwarts, and then we can do it like a wrap up of what we're saying. But I think
I kind of addressed a lot of things there.
No, that's totally fine.
But it's because it is wrapped up in all of those things.
It's such a larger issue. The thing that I don't think that you and I need to do on this podcast is wax poetic about these larger systemic issues. That's beyond the scope of what we're trying to do on this podcast.
Yeah.
To me, the worst thing that we can do is ignore any of these issues entirely. But the second worst thing we can do is to pretend like we have the answers to all of these problems and tell people what they should do and how they should think and how they should feel. Right. And that kind of goes back to my original point. You say boycotts don't work, and that's fine and dandy. My thing is more, it is a person's right to vote with their wallet. If they consider that a boycott, if they group together to choose to not purchase something, that's all totally fine. Do that. Vote with your wallet. Support the things that you support and don't support the things that you don't. The problem comes, which is more specific to Hogwarts Legacy, in the vitriolic reaction of people that don't believe what you believe. So, a not insignificant community of people, some trans people and more not trans people, had a reaction to Hogwarts Legacy stuff around a boycott where they hunted down people that bought the game, hunted down online in a metaphorical way, and shamed them and tried to out them and dox them and do all these things and these horrible reactions. There were YouTubers that I really enjoy their gaming content that avoided this game like the plague because they didn't want the anti-Hogwarts Legacy people coming in and messing with their shit. And that is the opposite of what I think that you should be doing. If you don't want to buy or support Hogwarts Legacy because you don't align to J.K. Rowling's morals or ethics, and you don't want dollars from your wallet to go to her, 100% don't do that. And educate people that might be unaware so that they can make an informed decision. But if you, as a non-supporter of the game, go after someone who buys the game with hate, aren't you just doing what you're accusing the other side of doing? Which is making vast assumptions. If someone bought Hogwarts Legacy, they were blasted as being a transphobe. That's it. It doesn't matter. Nothing else about the person matters. If you bought Hogwarts Legacy, you are a transphobe. And that is so hateful and ignorant and so anti the cause that you are trying to promote. To your point, Kyle, on the boycotting, the reason Hogwarts Legacy crushed the sales charts. It would have crushed sales charts no matter what, but that these people going online and shouting from the top of their lungs that anyone that buys this game is a transphobe, period, only encouraged more people to buy the game to get back at them. And I'm not saying that people that did that were right of mind to do that.
Yeah,
but that is
wrong.
That is an unfortunate reality.
Yeah.
That's not why I bought the game. I bought the game because it looked like a fun open world RPG, and I'm a big Harry Potter fan. That's why I bought the game. I'm not a transphobe. I'm 100% pro-trans rights in every single capacity. People should be able to do what they want to do, as long as it's not hurting somebody else. But the reaction to this, it intentionally ruined the enjoyment for a lot of people about this game. There were people from this group that were posting spoilers online just to ruin it for people. That's so hateful. And what kind of a shitty person does that? I'm sorry. I don't care.
It is both the same thing that the other side is doing and also not quite, because it comes from it's coming from a place of hurt, which I think it is a reaction to being attacked and feeling as if you are being attacked, and that is different than having a sense of rightness or righteousness about what you are believing and thereby putting people down. So it's it's different because the trans community and the other people, they aren't striking first, right? So the argument that it is exactly the same thing, I think fundamentally is not telling the whole picture, but philosophically, from a sterilized point of view and a more objective point of view, I agree. But in life, in the trenches, it's not, philosophy is for the expansion of thought and not necessarily meant to be put in practice, but in practical situations. So I think what you're saying is more of a philosophical point of view of things.
It's the same mentality is what I'm trying to say, which is they are coming from a place of assumptions from ignorance about the other side based on nothing. So the anti-trans folks say you're a trans person, so you are a groomer, as an example, based on nothing. They've never spoken to a trans person in their life. And then the anti-Hogwarts Legacy crowd is saying you bought Hogwarts Legacy, you are a transphobe, based on nothing else other than you bought the game. That's the correlation that I'm trying to draw.
Sure.
You're 100% right. One side comes from a place of privilege and one side comes from a place of hurt. That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
The ends don't justify the means. They're again, we don't need to wax poetic about the larger issue, but specific to the game and the reaction to the game. My biggest intention from all of this, which speaking for both of us, is that we support trans rights 100%, but that shouldn't stop us from being able to play and enjoy Hogwarts Legacy separate from all of J.K. Rowling's bullshit. It sucks that she makes money from this game, but hundreds of other developers also made money from this game. It's not a zero-sum game here where she pockets everything that happens. Hundreds of people put in years of hard work creating this game, and for me personally, I would rather support them than punish J.K. Rowling. If someone doesn't feel that way, that's totally fine. But don't go after someone just because they don't feel that way.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. The larger thing let's not even, dude. Because like, yeah, I we don't even need to get into the bigger bullshit around outrage culture and all that shit.
Yeah, I want to, because I veered off a little bit, and I want to refocus on the gaming industry specifically. Not because I'm afraid to talk about those things, but because, like, at a certain point, we have to stop recording the podcast and hit the end record button and cover other things that we want to cover. And, like, this is not necessarily the venue in which to have all of the conversations that need to be had.
Dude, like, I see so many clips of two white dudes that have a podcast, and I fucking hate all of them. These, like, it's like two 28-year-old white dudes that know jack shit about the world, going on and on about how smart they are and how they have the answers to everybody's problems. That is the absolute last thing. Like, no one is making a TikTok clip of this fucking podcast of us trying to tell people how to feel. The whole point is that neither of us are telling anybody what they should or shouldn't do in relation to these two games. And hell, I'll throw Diablo 4 in there. We
simply don't have the right to tell you how to live your life or what you should value or whatever. Just like, yeah. So I hope, I don't even remember what I've said at this point, but I hope that you and I have both gotten across to the listeners that we don't have the answers, and we did the things we did. We chose to play these games because for us, there is an entertainment value and a personal connection to the source material in the case of Harry Potter. And, you know, we made a decision to do that. And also, like, fuck J.K. Rowling and fuck Vladimir Putin for putting the world in a situation to have to make these choices and have these conversations. And that's the real, like... That's my real thing, is, like, we're down here in the mud fighting each other for scraps.
Right.
The people who are responsible and really perpetrating this stuff and are the source for a lot of these things, they are the ones who come away unscathed and truly unaffected by the criticism because they have the means with which to not let that affect them. So us fighting about it down here on the ground, that's not helping anything. And so, you know, we just need to remember to come at each other with respect and mutual understanding, and, you know, not let this kind of stuff further divide us, I guess. If, you know, that was too preachy, but you know what I mean.
No, yeah, I get it. And I think, like, the biggest proof point for me in that, like, I am not just trying to make excuses for me to enjoy these games. The biggest proof point is I think both games are like, okay.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I'm not even here, like, hardcore defending either of these games as, like, I have to make this big excuse for me to love these games. Because both of them, I think, are, like, fine.
Right. So, yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, we're talking about all of, like, I guess that's pretty telling, right? That we haven't tried to use the quality of either game as, you know, a linchpin in an argument to say that we were right to play it or whatever.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe we weren't right to play it. I don't know. I don't have the answers.
No, we were. That's the whole point, man. I'm not carrying around any guilt for either of these things. And anyone that tries to make you feel guilty should check themselves.
I think I am both right and wrong to have played these games. I am Schrodinger's gamer. Until I am looked
There's
upon.
There's your TikTok clip.
This is the name of the episode. This is the episode, Schrodinger's gamer. Unless I am looked upon by an outside observer who judges me, I am both correct and incorrect in my decision to play these games.
Great. Love it. So, my attempt to veer us into talking about the games. We got halfway there. Yeah. So let's talk about these games.
Okay.
Atomic Heart. We'll start there since that was our technically February Game Club game. We both finished the game. I think, I mean, because we've had various conversations about it. It sounds to me like you were a little higher on it than I was. And I wonder if it's because, as we've talked about a ton of times, like, you appreciate ambition and I appreciate execution. Like if we have to draw a line in the sand.
Yeah, I'm a more empathetic, better person than you are.
Oh yeah, totally. And I care more about like the actual results and not just someone's stupid idea.
Yeah.
So I mean, the biggest thing, like with Atomic Heart, I think that as the first game for a studio, like the first, I guess, is it literally their first game or just their first like big AAA game? I don't know. But
that I don't know.
We're going to call it their first game as the studio. I think that there's a lot to be impressed by here. A lot of unique ideas in like the structure of the open world, quote unquote open world, in like how they use the interactivity of the world with the different power combinations with the weapons.
Yeah.
On the other side, it also, like, there are a bunch of things about this game that makes it feel obvious that it's their first game, that, like, makes it kind of forgivable because it's their first time, but also, like, to me, some, like, video game 101 kind of shit. Like, I just lauded the idea behind the open world and what they tried to do there with, like, the hidden challenge rooms and how you navigate the space. But the actual encounter design in the open world is, like, objectively garbage. The way that they use, like, with the cameras and the repair bots and the alarms and the, like, respawning enemies. The stealth in this game sucks ass, and so trying to stealth through the open areas, the driving of the car is also horrible. Like, navigating the open world is so unfun because it's pointless. Like, I ended up doing 0 of the hidden challenge rooms. Not because I didn't want to, but because I did not want to go off the beaten path to try to find them. Because in order to get there, I have to kill 30 robots that just endlessly respawn, and it's just so tedious. And the game is super long as it is, and there isn't enough to the combat to make it stay fresh until the end, where I was bored by the combat by the time I'm really exploring the open world, and I still had like 8 to 10 hours of the story left after that. Right. So it just was like, I completely avoided as much of the open world as I could, which is a huge chunk of what they want you to do in the game.
Yeah, I also avoided. I sprinted through every open world area to get to the next objective because the linear, laboratory experiences were much more competently put together.
Oh yeah, like it's way
I was
tighter,
having a good
both
time
literally and figuratively.
I was having a good time, like utilizing all the different weapons and powers and seeing, like, there's a crazy amount of art in this game. Like every environment is super varied. There are a ton of different enemy types, and they throw them at you in different unique combinations. I think by the end it could have used like 1 or 2 more enemy types, but
I think that's more about the game being too long.
Yeah, I agree.
But I agree. I do like. I was impressed by the variety of enemy types. Maybe, like, there weren't enough for the length of the game, but all of them interact in such a different way, and they all have such unique design. Like, I really dug the, like, they looked like kind of like clickers from The Last of Us, like the organic, flower head dudes. Like, they look so horrifying. Yeah. Like, I just really enjoyed the way that the enemies looked in general, and they all looked like realistic but filtered through that fantasy history lens, which I thought was super cool. The bosses similarly, like, I really liked the design of all the bosses. I hated fighting almost all of the bosses.
Yeah, the mechanics
the boss
of
fights
weren't that great.
Horrible. The first big one with the big giant roly ball guy, that one was pretty cool. Just because it was such a big open space, like it moved so fast. It wasn't a hard fight, but I actively did not like every other boss fight.
So I just, like, through exploring and whatever, I always had like a full thing of rockets. So I just used the rocket launcher on every boss until it died because it would stun them. And so
I didn't even get the rocket launcher until like 2/3 through the game.
Oh my god. That's the thing that propelled me through it, is because the boss encounters, it would stun them, so I would just shoot them with rockets over and over again until they died. It was great.
Well, and it's another thing about the encounter design that makes the game feel overly long and like really strained the combat variety, which is like the enemies are such bullet sponges.
They are,
so many of them, even like the normal dudes.
Yeah.
Like, and they want you to use melee so much, but I found the melee to be really weak and imprecise in a way that wasn't fun.
I struggled with the melee a bit as well.
And they throw those, like that, you have that first boss against the spindly organic blood guy, which was like one of the worst boss fights in any video game I've ever played.
Rocket
it was
launcher,
such
baby.
Shit. But it's like immune to bullets and stuff.
Yeah, rocket launcher. They want you to use melee, but it can't hit you if it's stun locked by a rocket launcher, Shea.
Fair enough. I didn't have the rocket launcher in the first one. And so I beat it finally, and I was like, thank God. And then you have to fight like 4 more of them during the game.
Yeah,
and
they become
so
like a regular
awful.
enemy. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so bad.
Yeah, those are pretty painful.
And I also found, like, just talking about the bosses in specifics, like, I found the final boss fight to be pretty underwhelming in terms of challenge. That might have been more just because I was so overpowered by that point. And again, I didn't explore in the linear underground stuff. I explored and found every nook and cranny because the ping, the environment thing was so easy to use.
Yeah.
But I had so much ammo, and I basically always had one of those extra elemental canisters on every weapon at all times because I had so many of them. That boss fight I just like raced through at the end. I didn't get to enjoy those sexy robots long enough,
I know, right? Again, rocket launcher, man. It was real easy. It didn't take that many rockets. But the pinging and the looting, vacuum looting felt so good.
Yeah, but it also felt like the looting and like that again. That's another like thing to call out as a really innovative, cool idea, cool solution. Because this game is it's a BioShock game. Like they just made a BioShock game. There's a whole bit in the game where you go underwater and there's a city that looks like Rapture, and they play the little sting. Like that. They know what they're up to.
They say something. They say the word rapture.
Oh, it's a rapture. Yeah. The visuals and the little music, what? I was like, okay, that's fun. And then it was like, it's beautiful. A rapture.
A rapture.
Like, fuck you
motherfuckers.
You ruined the coolness of it.
Yeah.
Now I forgot what I was gonna say about it, but like, with the loot, like that was a cool solution to one of the big negatives of BioShock, which is like going through all the trash cans and looking at all the random shit in there and finding out what you're picking up.
That is a feature, my man. That is a high up on Kyle's list of shit he likes.
Fair enough.
Like loot every last corner of these places.
No, yes, I enjoy that as well, but like opening up a trash can and getting the 2 bullets and the bag of chips and the Eve hypo, like that level.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, fair enough. No, I could be on your side. I guess there isn't a wrong answer. I would say that this was a cool, innovative approach to that type of loot system.
Yeah, and it was entertaining, and like it allowed you to continue moving. You didn't ever have to stop. You could just like vacuum a whole room with your hand.
It did feel a little like
it
buggy.
It wasn't quite like sometimes you wouldn't get the reticle in just the right spot, and you would miss a piece or whatever. And
that's I generally felt that way about all aspects of the game. Like it was just like not quite there. And again, it's
just a little off.
It's their first thing. Yeah, there's like the hitboxes sometimes, the movement in particular. Yeah. Eventually I got a handle on the like the dash dodge kind of move, which made it fun to fight against, especially like the enemies that bum rush you. But especially early on, like the movement just did not feel good at all. Like
it was really slow.
In the first area, you have it takes you a little bit to even get a gun, and then you do have limited ammo early on. And after like the first 2 hours, I was like, I don't know, dude, I might not play more of this because I was not having fun at all with the combat.
I was a little worried out the gate, in that it opens up pretty quickly.
Oh yeah,
which I was grateful for. But yeah, that beginning part, I was very drawn in by the tone and the visuals and the design of the place. But I also like even that beginning part, which you would expect to be the most polished, was still pretty buggy. Like I had a situation where the enemy fight with the black clothed enemy that you first fight. He hit me into a corner, and I couldn't get out, and he couldn't hit me anymore, and so I had to restart and like go back a ways. And so it's like that was like pretty much right out of the gate that happened. I was like, this is not off to a good start. But yeah, I struggled a little bit with the combat in that first area. But as soon as you start, they start giving you access to new things, and you open up new abilities and stuff pretty quickly, and then it becomes like a fun exercise to like experiment with those things and see how the enemies interact with them and stuff like that. But yeah, man, I like going back to that open world. As I felt for the most part, the interior areas were relatively tightly designed. Those are definitely the highlight for me. That open world, though, man, it really felt like it was held together with duct tape. Like it felt like at any moment I was going to fall through the world or get stuck in some piece of geometry. And I was so nervous something like that was going to happen. It didn't, thankfully, but I was so nervous.
Oh, I did. I got stuck. Oh, it was actually, ironically, it was right. I think it was on my way to the last area. Ugh. I made my car almost the whole way, and then the car inevitably blew up because it's really easy to blow up that car. Yeah. And I was like, there was a broken piece of highway, and I got bum rushed by one of those like meat spindly guys. And I was like, fuck no, I'm just going to run. And I ended up getting trapped like underneath a broken part of the highway, and I couldn't move, and so I just had to let him kill me. So that definitely happened to me on the open world. It was very tedious.
Yeah, that's what I was like constantly afraid of, and that's why I was just like at all times sprinting to the next area. I was like, I don't want to get caught anywhere, like hung up on some stupid bullshit. But yeah, I drove a car once, and then I was like, it felt like at any time it was just gonna take off. And like some physics glitch and just take me off into the sky. Like it really felt like there's zero connection to the road. It was like slippery in a weird way. That car has some problems. It reminds me of Far Cry 2. Driving in Far Cry 2. There's just like a complete and utter lack of ability to control the vehicle in a way that is hilarious, but also like terrifying because you don't want to lose progress. Yeah.
It's like, I think jank is a good descriptor for a lot of this stuff. Because, the way that it controls it feels janky. Which, like, jank is not a good descriptor because that word, like, doesn't really mean anything. But gamers know.
Yeah.
Gamers know jank. But speaking of the driving, I would relate the, like, small platforming sections in a very similar lens, like where you're climbing up the walls and jumping from like yellow bar to yellow bar. You don't have to do it often, but it always felt like I was gonna fall or bug out through a wall, or the jump wasn't gonna work. Right. It always felt just a little bit off.
Yeah, and like that's not the kind of tension I'm looking for. I don't know about you.
No, well, because that isn't fun. It isn't fun, even if when it works. That's not a fun thing to do.
Yeah.
Like, it's so funny because, like, people rail against, like, the Uncharted games for the mindless climbing in those games. But the point of the climbing in those games is for storytelling. Because when you're climbing, the characters are talking to each other and, like, having character moments and developing the plot and all these things happening. But now all these other games have huge climbing sections where nothing's happening. No one's talking. You're just climbing. You're jumping from red bar to red bar. It's so tedious.
Man, Mirror's Edge got it right, though. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's a very different... Like, if you make that the whole game, there's a lot more you can do with it.
Can you believe they were going to delist Mirror's Edge? That thing is a treasure. Yeah, they, like...
No. That I did see that. That was an accident. Because they delisted some other, like, multiplayer stuff, and that was part of the announcement, but the social media person or whatever, just screwed it up. They came back and said that they were never going to delist it.
Or they were going to, and people were mad.
There's no reason to delist it. It's a completely offline single-player game.
It's taking up server space, baby. Although I think there are leaderboards for it. For time trial stuff. But yeah, anyways.
Anyway, like I guess like as a quick shout out, the music in this game absolutely slaps.
Yeah.
It's the Doom guy. What's his name?
Oh yeah, I forgot it was him. Yeah.
Oh shoot, I don't remember his name. I want to.
He had some contentious stuff going on with Doom and their use of his music. That was a bad situation. Yeah, Mick Gordon.
I always want to reference him as the God of War composer, who has an insanely awesome name. It's like Bear McCreary is the God of War. What a name. Mick Gordon also
I
a
want
good
a
name.
Bear McCreary game.
But yeah, Mick Gordon, he knocked it out of the park. It has some of that like 50s era, like, much like kind of BioShock era, Fallout era music. But it also has a lot of like haunting sort of string creepy stuff. And then especially in the boss fights, like that hardcore death metal doom style music.
It's just fucking pumping.
So badass.
Yeah, it's good. The music was definitely a standout.
And then we've got, so there is a very high in this game, and there is a very low in this game. Do you want to talk the positive or the negative before we move on?
Let's go negative first, because I like to end on a positive note, like we do with the podcast.
Okay. Well, then we got to talk about the writing in this game.
Oh, fine.
And the characters in this game.
Yeah, everything to do with the writing and characters.
Like, I referenced the sexy robots, and like, if it was just that, it'd be fine. It's been a little gross after the fact, like whatever they opened up an Instagram handle for the robot twins where it's like really buxomed up AI images of the twins, and that is gross. Yeah. Like the TNA cheesecake stuff, like if they wanted to play it more for laughs, they make a whole thing about the bad guy being a robosexual, like that kind of stuff. There's a whole brothel with robots. Yeah. The references to that can be creepy and funny in a cheesy way, but in most of what I have seen, the reactions from actual human beings has been, it's funny. Like, they're sexy robots. I'm not gonna lie. They are sexy robots.
Yeah, man, legs for days.
But the people commenting about it is mostly in a jokey way. The problem is there's other stuff in this game that makes it not as funny. Like, the level up robot one. That's super
I think
horny.
That's pretty funny.
Dude,
I think that's pretty funny.
No.
That is one thirsty fridge, man.
No, it's so cringy, man. I felt so uncomfortable I hated going up because it doesn't always do that. I don't know if it's just some of the robots and not other ones, because sometimes you walk up and they're like,
some of the fridges
hey, let me help
have a
you.
different personality, I think.
And that doesn't make any sense either. Based
that's
upon
weird,
the
if they're going to have a thirsty ass fridge, it's got to be every fridge.
I hated it so much. And then they tried to do the theater, like the brothel area, when I don't remember the guy's name, the guy that he gets his head cut off you're going after, but
they tried to do like a Sandra Cohen thing.
That's exactly what I was just gonna say, is they wanted to have their Sandra Cohen moment and they failed so hard.
He just
that
sucks.
Was so cringy, that whole area of him like trying to be creepy. It was real bad. But the biggest flaw, although I would, in my opinion, the horny fridge is maybe worse, but in reality the worst is the main character. Holy shit, the main character of this game.
God.
Like, I am begging for silent protagonists after Forspoken and now this game. Like, ugh. Yeah. It is. I don't even know what to say about it. Him saying "crispy critters" like 80 million times. Like, I wanted to throw my controller at the screen.
I would still rather hear "crispy critters" than "magic parkour."
Wait, does she say magic parkour in the game?
Yes.
Oh, I thought that's just what like the publisher called the thing to like brand it.
No, she's like, cool, magic parkour. Like the first time oh my god,
that's bad.
Anyways, we are not talking about Forspoken on this podcast.
Oh boy.
But yeah, holy cow, the writing's bad.
Writing is not good. And just, I mean, the story in general, like, it's a very amateurish way that they told the story. They hold way too many secrets until the last, like, 3 hours, and then it just becomes this huge info dump where I was so, like, at that point, the game is so long. When you get into that section with, like, there's a bunch of the videotapes or whatever that you can go around and listen. I didn't listen to any of them. I did not care. I did the one that I had to do, and then I got the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was... The writing in this game is so atrociously bad.
But and it's also like you see everything coming from a mile away.
Oh yeah. Well, that's one of the other things that makes the main character so annoying is he's constantly like, I think the main scientist guy, he wouldn't do that thing to me. And you're watching it like, yes, he fucking would,
You
man.
fucking moron.
Like, they have this scene where the whatever minister comes in with his guys, and then you're like, oh, my head hurts, and you pass out, and then you're in this, like, weird dreamscape, which also, those sections were so stupid and pointless. And so then you wake up, and the scientist guy's like, oh, that was weird. You fell asleep. And you're like, wait, why is everybody dead? And he's like, I don't know. Must have been some security problem. I'm going to leave. See ya. And your character's like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And as the viewer, you're like, dude, you just killed all of them. In this dreamscape, you're like, there are frozen things of people blowing up. Like, how stupid are you?
Very.
It was annoying. It's very stupid.
I will say, that blood thing, though, fucking cool and creepy as hell.
At the very end?
Well, because it also happens when you, like, pass out because they take his body and, like, process him down into that blood thing or whatever. Man, that's pretty fucked up.
Well, and overly sexualized, the way that, like, she has, like, a dick that comes out of her stomach and penetrates the other one in the stomach or whatever. Like, I was, like, eye-rolling really hard at how seriously they were taking that stupid shit.
Yeah.
I was like, you guys are not Scorn, all right? You cannot pull this sexual stuff off.
I've had my fill of phallic video
absolutely.
game imagery.
But, okay, so to wrap up Atomic Heart on the positive side, the visuals. We talked about this a little bit. But, I mean, it looks awesome. Like, the bummer is the opening sequence is the highlight visually of the game. Like, the scale of it, all of the flags and the robots everywhere, and
that
the colors.
Stuff works really well.
Like, the faces don't look that awesome, but, like, overall, that section, I think, is, phenomenal. And then there are bits and pieces throughout the rest of the game that I think look awesome. Like, they do a really cool job. You know, we mentioned the sort of like Last of Us style enemies. A really cool job of the merging of the like organic and technological stuff.
Yeah.
Which I think is like a really cool lens to filter these things through. But like some of the rooms look awesome, but like the hallways and a lot of the other stuff is just like really under-designed.
Sure.
There are lots of details, I guess, that make it feel cooler and make it feel more like it's this style of Soviet Union aesthetic from that era.
Yeah.
But a lot of the corridors and stuff feel a little samey. Like a lot of it feels like you're in a submarine kind of environment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I overall I would say the game looks great.
Totally. 100% agree. I one area that I really liked the design of was that the multi-level atrium that you're like crisscrossing back in and out of to get the robot parts. I thought that area looked super cool, like a big like mall atrium that you're kind of coming in and out of from different areas.
Right.
And
even
that
like
was a nice looking place.
The little side areas where they have like the what is it? What would you call it? It's not like a museum, but like they have the kind of like dioramas of the different types of robots and just it was a really cool environment. Like it establishes a really good sense of place and a sense of place that existed before everything went to shit, which was what the thing about BioShock. Like that was the thing that made that game so fucking cool. Was you knew what it was like before things went to shit, and this game I think does a really good job of establishing that as well. Again, the writing being really bad when you're interacting with the little robots that are in people's heads. A lot of that dialogue is so bad. But the concept is cool. What happened to my body? I'm so cold. It's, again, an interesting solution to the audio log stuff from BioShock. They still use audio logs in this game, too. But again, like giving some variety in how you're getting that storytelling, I think is smart. Cool. The actual writing was really bad. Yeah. But that's Atomic Heart. It's good. I said about it at the top. Right. Like, I think it's a good game. It has a lot of, in my opinion, very obvious missteps. But this is a perfect example where, as a new studio, they were so ambitious in making this. I don't know how you make a sequel to this game, but I am very curious to see what comes next from them because they were so ambitious and they hit a lot of really high highs in this game, despite some obvious flaws.
Yeah, I totally agree. I really want to see what they do next. Because I don't, and also like, I don't know if this is telling or not, but like I would not go back and play Atomic Heart again.
No.
Whereas like I replay BioShock pretty often.
Sure.
So it's certainly not that, but it hits enough of those notes and evokes enough of those that structure and those themes that it, you know, I feel like that it resonated a little bit with me.
And on the one hand, I think it's a little unfair to compare it to BioShock.
It is, yeah,
I mean,
totally.
At least for me, BioShock, in my opinion, is the best video game ever made. So to put it up against BioShock is a little bit of like a David and Goliath. But on the other hand, they're clearly trying to make a BioShock game. Like, so it is fair in some ways to compare and contrast between the two of them. Like, they're setting themselves up for that, I guess.
If you're going to say it's a Rapture in your video game, I'm going to compare it.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to some Hogwarts Legacy. And the first thing we got to do is tell the folks who our characters are and what house we're in. That's the most important thing. That's what everybody cares about. You want to go first?
Sure. I made a cute redhead chick, and she's in Gryffindor. I don't remember her name.
I guess because that's sort of the major takeaway from you is you fell off this game pretty hard after
I did. Yeah. I didn't even get the broom.
Well, I am a Ravenclaw. I designed my dude to look pretty similar to me. Like, he mostly is a glasses wearer. He's got a little bit of shaggy, kind of like, you know, brown hair. I gave him like a cool scar over his eyebrow because it looks badass. But my crowning achievement is his name.
Yeah.
Artemis Vandalay, which
it's very good.
If you aren't a Seinfeld enjoyer, Art Vandalay is George Costanza's fake character that he pretends to be in a variety of scenarios, and so to tie into like the wizard lore. Well, he has a variety of jobs. He's also an architect.
Yeah. A lot of latex-based architecture.
Right. But yeah, so to make it more wizard-oriented, more like, you know, I think this game takes place in the early 1900s, maybe. More time period ornament. I went with the full name of Artemis. So Artemis Vandalay in Ravenclaw. I also am a Ravenclaw. Shea is. I made my wand from the whatever Pottermore where I got to get my wand assigned to me. I mapped it out exactly, which was fun because you can like directly integrate it to Pottermore.
Yeah, I want to talk about that for a second. I went through that process and I did that. But the Patronus it gave me was a cat, and I am a noted not cat person. So I deleted my account and then did not integrate it because I didn't want to remake it. I was like, this isn't going to work.
I don't know, dude. Maybe you learned something about yourself. Although it makes sense. No, it makes sense because if I had to say if I am a dog or a cat, I'm obviously a cat. Don't touch me, stay away from me. I'm a loner. I like to lounge. Like, I'm not high energy, but I want a dog. Because why would I, as a cat style person, want an animal that is just like me? And I think that that's very much where you are. I think that totally makes sense that you would be a cat.
But that's the whole problem. I don't want to summon a cat.
That's fine. I'm a white wolf is my Patronus because I'm fucking badass.
Son of a bitch.
Which, like, frankly, it's a lot of the similarities between a cat. Like, again, lone wolf. Like
it's the dog version of a cat.
Well, I do not want to say alpha male. Again, I don't want this to be TikToked.
Oh yeah, let's go here.
But that's the style, like the alpha wolf, like that is my style. I am a leader kind of person. But yeah, a white wolf is just a way more badass version of your fucking cat.
I think you're a beta male.
I'm a Sigma. I've moved beyond the need. I'm an Omega male. All right. So Hogwarts Legacy. I guess. I mean, for you, knowing that you only played a couple of hours, I think I just crossed.
I mean, I played like 10 hours. I played like 10 hours.
Okay. Like, so what? Give me some highlights and lowlights. Like, what did you get the fanboy dreams that you wanted out of it?
Yeah, I got to run around Hogwarts and sling spells around and like explore like the whole grounds and stuff, and like that's the that's the stuff I really wanted, and so I kind of got that out of it. I would have liked to have played more. I just lost momentum on it and dropped off, and now I feel like it's that open world thing where I can't go back because I've dropped off.
Okay.
And I don't want to start a new save or anything because I don't want to redo the things I've done. So I'm in limbo state. It's that old chestnut. So like I definitely got what I wanted out of it. Maybe not as much of what I wanted out of it as I wanted, if that makes sense. But I would like to go back. I just don't think I will. Because it's not like playing it is so wonderfully spectacular.
Sure.
I wanted to like see what their vision of Hogwarts was and how they would realize it, and I got to do that, and that was a lot of fun. So
yeah, I would say, and I feel like there's an easy correlation to draw between Hogwarts Legacy and Atomic Heart, because like Portkey Games is, I believe, a brand new studio to make this game, and they worked with Avalanche, not the Just Cause Avalanche, but a different Avalanche whose previous game was like a 2017 Cars 3 tie-in racing game. So like this is, let's call it the first big game from these studios, and to compare against Atomic Heart, I would say that this game is far less ambitious as a video game, but it is far more competent as a video game. It's more, it's use another youth term, I would say this game's pretty mid. It is like good in most ways. There's nothing amazing about it, and there's not really anything that I would say is like horrible about the game. I do think the game is disserved by being an open world game. I think, and it would have changed the story, which I also have a problem with the story. The whole like, you're the only person who can save the world, and you're a special, like, who gives a shit? Like, just let me be a person at Hogwarts who gets wrapped up in some larger story. I don't need to be the savior of the universe. I'm so sick of those stories, especially with the teenager. But I think that this game would have been better served by being a more focused Hogwarts experience with story things that take you beyond Hogwarts. Like, if you could just if you were just at the castle or at Hogsmeade, and like maybe you can go to like the Ministry for a mission, or they have missions in the Forbidden Forest, but like the flying around the giant open world and doing the Merlin trials and doing the bandit camps and catching the animals and doing these dungeons just to unlock a random piece of armor that you don't need. Like that stuff is so forgettable and not fun. My problem has been, because again, I'm like over 30 hours in this game, and I assumed I was getting close to the end of the story, and now I don't really think that I am, which is making me panic a little bit, because I'm getting pretty bored. And early on, I stuck to these school lesson missions because I wanted to get my spells. I wanted to have all the spells as early as I could to make combat more engaging, more options. That's how I want to play this game. So I did all of those like school side missions as early as I could. And then I intentionally was like, I'm not doing a bunch of the side mission stuff because it's not fun. I'm going to avoid it. So I only did like the Merlin trials because the game gives you such limited like armor space that I was constantly like full and having to go back to Hogsmeade to sell it, and then I go back out into the open. It was really tedious. So I did all the Merlin trials I could, and I would do some random things that were in the general area as well, but like I would fly through pop the balloons, or I would like do the broom race thing, like little things like that if I came across it. But even once I finished the Merlin trials and then went back to the main plot, that's when I was like, oh shit, I still have a lot of hours left of the story of this game, and I'm already bored with the combat because this game is not hard at all. Like, I steamroll everything, and that is a bummer. I discovered this, like, it's not hidden. I'm sure you are supposed to find it, but there's like a combat arena that's in the middle of the forest somewhere that you have to like blow up a bunch of urns in order to unlock. And I found it when I was like, I don't know, level 17, and every enemy I fought there was like level 30. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm going to get my ass kicked real quick. And then I beat it anyway. Like, I beat like 7 waves of this thing, because all you need to do is parry everything or dodge roll, and it's just it doesn't matter if there are 10 enemies around you at once.
Right.
It's either dodge roll or parry whenever you get the it's very, very easy combat. There is a fair amount of variety, like, mapping your powers to the different screens, and, rotating through, guys have shields where you need to do a Leviosa attack, or this guy's got a red shield, so you need to use your Bombarda or your, your fire attack, and that kind of thing, like, adds a little bit of variety, but every combat encounter feels the same. It's parrying or dodge rolling, and it gets very, very boring. I do think, because I was actually just playing a little bit last night, because again, I was like, I wonder if I could just play for a couple of hours, and then I'll feel like I'm close to the end. And I played for a couple of hours, and I was like, no, they're making it very clear that I'm not close to the end. But like, farther than where you are, Kyle, like, once you get deep into the story, you go on these like missions, they call them trials, where you essentially like unlock the next plot point, and it's a pensive memory that you go and you watch, and you get a little bit more context, and it's very obvious what is happening. The game isn't telling you that it's obvious, which is kind of annoying, because it's very obvious what's about to happen. But that stuff is cool because it's more like mysticism around the magic, which is like, if you're gonna do a big scale story in the Harry Potter world that hasn't been done before, that's the kind of shit that's cool. Like, I remember reading Half-Blood Prince when Dumbledore would take Harry to go find all of the Horcruxes,
so
and like
cool.
all of the like unknowable level magic of just as he's like intuiting what the magic aura is. That's so badass, and you don't get that much of it in the books. That's the stuff that I'm really liking in this game, which is in direct opposition to the running around the school talking to people. And it's like, the first half of the game is really focused around running around the school, talking to students, doing little side missions, taking classes to learn spells. And then the second half of the game is the bigger open world, going to this castle and taking down a bunch of the goblin dudes. And it's like, it feels like 2 different games that they mash together. And that is, it's really hampering my enjoyment. Partially my own fault because of how I approached going through the story, but also just, they shouldn't have made the game like this. Like, it's like they had to make it an open world game, and they just, in my opinion, didn't succeed at making a good open world game. I think it's a good Harry Potter, like, it's a good Hogwarts game, because the stuff in Hogwarts is amazing.
Yeah, I really liked all that stuff.
Finding all the hidden shit, and like just testing out all your different spells to get the different books that you want to collect, and like all that stuff is so fun. Like chasing down the flying keys, and the puzzle walls, which I was actually really disappointed. Did you end up solving any of those? Like the puzzle doors?
Yeah, I brute forced every one of them.
Oh, okay. Because like I came up to one, and I was like, oh shit, like this looks really complicated. I'm going to like write this down on a notepad, and then find another one, and then compare them and see like, oh, can I figure out what symbol means for which number? And then eventually I was up in the rafters over the like dining hall, and there's like a big board that's like half erased, but it essentially just gives you the answer. Like, it tells you what number each item or each like picture is. And I was like, oh, okay. Now I know all the answers to these, and it's really easy. And I was like, I was really bummed that they made it such an obvious solution to that. But anyway, like, a lot of that stuff is still really fun.
I did try to pen and paper solve it, the first one I came across.
Right.
And I apparently did it wrong. Even though I really felt like I had done it correctly. And so then I just brute forced all of them from then on, because there really are not that many combinations. So
no, yeah, that's fair. That sounds tedious as hell, but
I mean, at like max, it would take like 3 minutes.
But the bummer is, you open the door, and then you open the chest, and then you get like a green piece of equipment that you don't need.
Yep.
Like, being able to transmogrify your stuff is super critical to this game, because so much of like the clothing looks ridiculous.
But I wish you didn't have to transmogrify every time.
Yes.
I wish you could just have it like, this is my look until I change it. It doesn't matter what I equip.
equip a new hat because it's better. It stays the old version of the hat that you had.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. I guess it's also worth saying, like, I guess I'm curious, since you played as the girl, how was, like, the voice acting and characterization?
So the voice acting was a little weird because you can pitch it up or down.
Okay.
But if you do that, either up or down, there's a really weird, like a pitch modulation effect on it.
Right.
So my voice just sounds fucking stupid.
Oh, okay. Why did you do that? Why did you change the pitch?
Because I wanted her to have a higher pitched voice.
Okay, fair enough. Because I didn't mess with mine. I just let it be the standard dude voice. And his voice is so annoying. Like, I hate his voice. And there's something so cozy about Hogsmeade. Like, it's so nasally, and like he dentalizes his plosives, which is such a pretentious actor school way of saying that.
Yo,
but, like,
that's what I'm about to do to my teeth. I'm about to dentalize my plosives, bro.
But it's like, it's hard to explain or like replicate, but because I don't want to blow out my microphone either. But it's like the P's. It's like he's got fat plosives, like P's, and it's really annoying, and I hate the voice acting in it. And it made me, I was like, damn it, I wonder if the girl voice is any better. But now you don't even know, because you by your own design made the voice sound stupid.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Oh well, what are you gonna do?
Hogwarts
cool. Legacy.
Hogwarts is cool though. It's still cool.
Yeah, I again, because I'm now just like brute forcing through the story, I'm hardly ever running around Hogwarts, which makes me sad, because like that's where I want to be. I don't want to like be in the woods fighting a wolf. Like, I want to be in Hogwarts doing cool Hogwarts shit.
Yeah.
So that's a bummer. I started the side mission where you learn the unforgivable curses, and that has been pretty sick. Like, there's a little mission where I learned Cruciatus, or the Cruciatus curse, and it's this really easy puzzle where you have to like align symbols in order to unlock doors. But one of the dudes that you're there,
I figured you were gonna have to like torture innocent people or something.
Well, that is part of it. Well, not, but again, the dude that's taking you through it is a Gaunt, so he is literally like one of Voldemort's ancestors, because he's a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and so he's a Parselmouth, and so he's helping you get through by unlocking some of this stuff. And so when you do the little puzzles, there's sort of like a snake that spins around. That's kind of your timer, and if you don't get it done in time, the snake attacks you. And it's just like, it's really cool. It feels very dark magic. It feels very spooky, and that's the stuff that I'm super into in this game. That I wish there was more of intentionally. Didn't even get to like the Room of Requirements stuff and the capturing the Fantastic Beasts stuff, which I've been doing. I've been playing around a little bit more because there's some side quests around that of like mating them and capturing them, and it's just there's just too much. There's too much
it feels
side
like
activity.
they packed it full of a bunch of different systems that ultimately
none of them
don't
are that
really
fun.
matter.
Yeah. They're just not that fun to engage with. Because, like, you can design the whole Room of Requirement. There's a whole, like, base building aspect. And I just engaged with none of it. Because who cares? Like, there's no reason to, like, hang out in there. I don't know. And again, maybe for plenty of people, they probably love that. Because that lets them design their own space at Hogwarts for them to, like, this is how I would want my common room to be. And that's just, I don't know. That ain't what I want. I want more story. I want more cool characters, more spells. That's what I'm looking for my Harry Potter fanfic stuff.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right, so let's move on. Talk about the Diablo IV Beta for a bit. So
yeah, you'll have to tell me about this because I didn't end up playing any of it.
Yeah, and I still don't know why you would not do it when it.
Because I'm going to play the game when it comes out.
I know, but we're on a video game podcast. And
yeah,
cool
but like I don't want
to. Thoughts.
I don't want to play the beginning and then like a little bit later play the beginning again. You know,
it's fine. It comes out in like 3 months. There's plenty of time. It's cool. I have given up believing that you will give a shit about the stuff we do on this podcast. So what sucks is because all 5 characters were available for the open beta, which obviously I was not in the closed beta because I'm not internet famous enough. Yet like, share, and subscribe to the podcast.
Omega male.
So I've moved beyond the need to ask people to like, rate, and subscribe. They do it. They feel my aura and do it automatically. I dominate the audience into liking the podcast.
Oh, I don't like. Now you're getting a little red friggy.
Ooh, listener, press my subscribe button. Ooh.
I don't like this. This is not good.
There's another alternate title. Press my subscribe button. Ooh. Okay, so all 5 characters were available. My original intention was to play 2 sessions. I wanted to start a character and then the next day start the other character. I had a personal thing come up, so I only played the Necromancer, which I was bummed about. The Necromancer, I guess it's worth saying, I've never played a Diablo game. Like, I wasn't a PC gamer. That was just never a thing that I got into. So I don't have a frame of reference for how this feels compared to previous Diablo games. I've read a lot about it. I've watched a lot of videos of people talking about the differences and the similarities and kind of how it flows. But I can't speak to that specifically. I will say, from everything I am seeing, and certainly from my experience with the game, this game is dark as hell. Like, it is gory and violent and disturbing, and I dig that. Like, I'm not into scary stuff, but this is right on the fine line of, like, I don't even know what to call it, because it's not like gross out horror, but it's just like dark, evil kind of horror. It's not jump scare slasher horror.
Yeah, that's always been Diablo's kind of signature.
But I guess the third game was like way more cartoony, which is why a lot of people didn't like it.
Yeah.
So again, I don't know if this is more back to their roots or if this is even farther than they've done before. But I will say that this game is, like, the cutscenes in particular are disturbing, dude. Like, the opening cutscene is amazing. Like, it looks incredible. Like, maybe the best is a bad qualifier. Maybe the, like, most technically proficient graphics I have seen in any video game. It looks unbelievable, and it is incredibly disturbing as well.
I did see that cutscene, yeah, where
it looks unbelievable, dude.
She comes back and she's got, like, the flesh cape.
Yeah,
that's attached to. Yeah, that's fucking wild. So that is all right. If I understand my Diablo lore. I did watch a video on this. Okay, that is the daughter of Deckard Cain.
The daughter of hatred. I don't know who Deckard Cain is.
So Deckard Cain died in Diablo 3. He's from, like, I don't remember if he was in the first one or just the second one, but he's like the wizened old man who, like, understands what's going on. He was, like, the vehicle with which the player was getting a lot of their exposition. And he was just, like, a badass wizard with all this, like, crazy knowledge and experience. And I believe he died in Diablo 3. And I don't remember if this is his daughter. This is someone's daughter who's been resurrected.
It's Hatred's daughter.
Well, but, like, maybe that's her title, but, like...
No, it is literally... that Lilith is her name.
Lilith, yes.
And she is Hatred's daughter. Is Hatred a character in Diablo? Because that's what they keep saying about her. I'm on the Diablo wiki, because we gotta solve this.
Let's fucking go.
It up.
Lilith, Diablo wiki. The daughter of Mephisto, Lord of Hatred, sister of Lucian... Why did I think she was...
Because you're dumb. Yeah, she's daughter of Mephisto, Lord of Hatred. Yeah.
Okay. There's something with Deckard Cain.
I don't know, dude. There was... I guess there... in the beta, there is a character that you meet who, when he, like, they had a reveal about him where I was like, he's from a previous game. I don't know who he is, but I know this dude is somebody. And he was like, I think from Diablo 2. He was like a major character in Diablo 2.
Yeah.
Like I think he was the narrator actually in Diablo 2. He had a really cool voice.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is not the Diablo lore podcast.
Clearly not.
There's your
I don't know what I'm
third
talking about.
optional title for this episode. Not a Diablo lore podcast. But in the beta, beyond just it being gory and dark as hell, I found the necromancer. I guess I should say, like, I enjoyed what I played. I didn't have that much fun because it was so easy. And I played for like the first couple of hours on like the regular tier 1 world stuff. And then I went to world tier 2 for like the last hour of when I was going to play and was still steamrolling everything. And part of it is the necromancer, like, her whole thing is she can summon skeletons to fight for her. And that's why I wanted to use that class, because I was going to solo for this beta, and because I knew it was like a newer class. And I was like, is that what's making this so easy? But I did watch some videos of other people covering the beta, and the general consensus is that the necromancer was like crazy OP. Okay. And that like they I guess one of the devs made a comment on Twitter of like, don't worry, we'll be tweaking people's powers, looking at you, necromancer, like that kind of, where like it seems like they know, which made me feel better that like, because I just, it was so monotonous and easy that I just wasn't having that much fun. And like I was like, I could see how this game could be fun if you're playing with a group of friends. Yes. I could see how this game would be fun to play in the background while you're listening to a podcast or watching a TV show.
Well, like, that is the Diablo style game. It is pretty repetitive. Like once you get a combo that works, and once you like you're upgrading your gear, and it's a lot of loot and stuff. That is kind of the Diablo style. It's MMO adjacent in that. That
just makes me so less desirable.
I know.
Like I don't know. I really wanted to give it a shot because I was really excited to like have this be my foray into Diablo. And after like the first couple hours of playing, as I was getting my powers, I was like, shit, dude, I should just skip this game. I should go back and play the first 2 Diablo games. I'm sure you can get those on console now and stuff. Yeah, but then as I kept playing, I was like, oh, if these games...
2 is widely lauded as the best of the existing Diablo game. I mean, that was my first one. 2 is fucking incredible.
I guess like the style of combat I just found to be pretty boring. Like I was expecting more powers to be able to use, but you were limited to like the 4 or 5 that you have on your bar. Like my assumption was not met about how you play and how you do the combat, which I found kind of a bummer. Okay. Another weird thing, because like I guess there's more cutscenes and more like voice acting in this game than there have been in previous Diablos, which is cool. The thing that was weird is you still get plenty of like dialogue options, and when you pick your dialogue option, it isn't voiced. The other character like responds to this thing you selected. Okay. But in scenarios where there isn't a dialogue option, your character talks. So it creates this like really weird disconnect between like sometimes I'm choosing silent dialogue options and other times my character is talking, and it felt really bizarre. And it made me like, I don't know, confused sometimes in what was happening. I also like what's interesting is you see your character a ton in those cutscenes, but the character creator, which maybe the character creator is going to be different in the final game than it was in the beta, but in the character creator, there was super limited options. Like there's like 8 different faces you can pick between male and female, and then a bunch of colors for your hair and some tattoos. But like, it wasn't like, you know, a Skyrim character creator where you've got sliders to make your nose a different size. Like none of that was there, which is a little bit of a bummer because you see your character a bunch compared to previous games. So maybe they'll tweak that and it'll be different for the final release, but probably not. But yeah, I mean, I guess the actual combat I think is cool for an hour. And there was a certain amount of fun to steamrolling all the enemies and like huge groups of like 30, you know, zombie dudes rushing at me, and my 5 skeletons just like forming a phalanx around me, and I'm just like sucking the blood juices out of these zombies and throwing a spike that explodes into other spikes. Like a lot of it is cool shit. It just kind of to your point, it's like a background kind of game, and that's
Yeah.
not what I expected, and so I'm a little disappointed based on that.
Interesting. Yeah,
But it sounds like that's what people that like Diablo are expecting, so
Yeah.
maybe you'll love it.
You're right. Yeah, I think so. I think fans of the genre.
Oh, sure. Well, not even the genre. Fans of this series.
Yeah. Well, Diablo kind of established a genre.
Sure.
Kind of made it more mainstream.
Yeah, that isometric CRPG style. Like, I will say the story is extremely compelling. Like,
Okay.
compelling enough that I still am considering buying it because I really want, like, a lot of the character interactions are awesome. There's a little side story arc. Well, it's part of the main plot, but it's one specific story arc where you come across this daughter, and she was like, her and her mother were trying to break through this thing to do some research on Lilith, and then the mother ended up leaving the daughter and got captured by Lilith, and so you're trying to chase them and catch up, and at the end of it, the mother is there, like, rubbing her hands raw so that she can use blood magic because she's being completely taken over by Lilith. So, like, you have to fight her, and it's a fun boss fight where, like, she's got this, like, invincibility armor on, and you have to fight these other demons in order to unlock her and do damage. It's nothing, like, super unexpected, but it was a more engaging fight than other fights were. And that, like, the daughter is fighting her own mom and kills her at the end, and that part of it is, I was, like, really compelled in that little micro story. Which, like, that's exciting for a game like this to have that compelling of a story, considering the genre of game that it is. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting.
So that's the beta. I'm bummed. I really wanted to try out the druid class because he sounded awesome. He can basically transform into different animals. Like, you can transform into, like, a werewolf or a bear to fight guys. But I guess, kind of to the point on, they're still tuning the powers. It sounds like the warrior class and the druid, like the more melee builds, are really underpowered. But, like, if I was going to play this game for real, like, with a group, the druid would be the class I would want to play just because he looks badass. So I'm bummed I didn't try him out, but maybe when the game comes out, that's who I'll play. We'll see.
Yeah.
Are you gonna play on PC because you're an asshole?
No, because I have friends who will also be getting on PC.
Right, because you're an asshole.
Oh, yes, because I'm an asshole.
Cool. So, how about the other hot new release, RE4 Remake, baby?
God damn it. See, it's like, because we do this podcast, I have to talk about it. And I just don't want to. It is, alright, I am on chapter 12 of the RE4 remake right now. I just got there today. I think it is a good video game.
Okay.
It is
Seems good.
It is a good video game. It is indiscernible in terms of its connection to the original Resident Evil 4. In no way is it the same game as the original Resident Evil 4. It's like the OG RE4, it died, and they dug up its corpse, and then they skinned it, and they put that skin on another person who's nothing like it, and then are parading it around as if it were the original thing. And it's like, oh, it's brand new and fresh. And look, it looks so much like it. These are the same areas. Remember this area? You're going to go through it backwards now because it's a remake. And we made it look nice with graphics and stuff because we can do that now. See, isn't that what you wanted? That's cool, right? And aren't you happy? No, that's not what no. It's not okay.
What did you want?
I wanted this to not exist. Is really what I wanted.
That's a good attitude.
Well, it's because this is not a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's not because I knew I was going to feel this way, therefore I feel this way. I have legitimate problems with it. It's all of the core tenets of why I think Resident Evil 4 is the greatest game of all time are completely absent from this video game.
Mm-hmm.
One of them being, I mean, like, okay, like the primary way in which you engage with the gameplay and the combat is modern, but is infinitely less satisfying and fun. Because it plays exactly like the RE2 and the RE3 remakes, where there's a lot of animation priority in the movement. The enemies animate, everything looks and sounds really nice, but that means that things are really hard to hit because the weapons are imprecise and the movement is a little floaty and too much animation. You move to the left and you stop pushing the stick and then you want to go back to the right, but you have to let the character finish moving to the left first before it can go back to the right, and you're trying to move and aim at the same time, and all this animation is getting in the way while all of the enemies are like swaying wildly, and you really want to get those headshots because that's what feels good and that's what you're supposed to do to a zombie, is shoot it in the head to kill it, but you just can't fucking make it happen because their heads are swinging everywhere and your body's moving independently, and it's like the whole game is a big fucking wet noodle. That is the RE2, RE3, and RE4 remake. The game's a fucking wet noodle to play. Okay. The original Resident Evil 4 is tight as fuck, and part of it is because you cannot, move and shoot at the same time. But also, the entire game and combat system is designed around that limitation in a way that accommodates for it, and in a way that balances that out and makes it satisfying and ramps up the tension because of that, and therefore, again, ramps up the satisfaction the player feels upon executing things. And because the original game, everything has an action and a reaction that is calculable. It's like playing chess. So you can think 3 or 4 or 5 moves ahead in the original and say, I am going to hop out of my briefcase with my shotgun. I'm going to blast the guy that's directly in front of me. The extra fletchet from the ammunition should catch the guy behind him and stun him. And then the guy to my left, I'm going to quick switch to my pistol, which is finally reloaded because I got a break in the combat, and I'm going to shoot him in the head. And then he's going to stagger forward because I shot him in the head, and I'm going to be able to roundhouse kick him down to the ground. Then I'll have 2 enemies down on the ground with 1 stunned. I'm going to pull out a grenade, an incendiary grenade. I'm going to light them on fire because they should all be grouped up if I roundhouse kick this guy in the right direction, and that's going to feel awesome when I execute it. And then you can do that, and it feels fucking great.
But all of that is in the new game. I've seen tons of videos of people doing exactly that.
I don't know how people are doing it. I have no idea how people are managing this shit, because it is fucking impossible to play. I am like most of the way through the game, and I'm not saying like I'm an amazing #gamer, but I'm pretty good at video games, especially at Resident Evil 4, and like I am consistently putting like 3 shots, like 1 to the left of the head, 1 to the right of the head, 1 above the head, finally getting the headshot. It is fucking infuriating, bro. Like I do not like playing this video game. It does not feel good. It does not make sense to me that they can call this Resident Evil 4, because the core things that I love about the original so much are in no way present here, and like it just does not feel good to play.
They aren't calling it Resident Evil 4.
They are.
No, they aren't. They're calling it Resident Evil 4 remake. Did you play the Final Fantasy VII remake?
Yeah, I also hated that.
Look, man, you can like or not like whatever you want for whatever reason you want. A lot of your argument just boils down to like new thing bad because old thing good.
No, that's not what I said at all. I've completely backed up my assertions with definitive proof and evidence on why it feels bad to play, while also simultaneously lauding the original as it should be. But it just doesn't feel good to play. Like it's fine if you're coming in as a new player who has played the RE2 and the RE3 remakes, and you understand how that works, and you have, no preconceptions about how it's possible for a good video game to feel. You could play this and go, this is what I expected, and I have enjoyed it. I think that's fine. It's not fine for me, because I know things can be better. I have standards that are established based upon vast amounts of experience and precedent playing a better game. Also, all right, gameplay stuff aside, the writing and the tone of the remake it's so much less fun. Like, they went like really hard, really gritty and dark with very little levity.
Right.
The original one, it's like they had camp.
Campy as hell. It's a B action movie.
And exactly. And it's so much fun because of how stupid it is. And it knows it's stupid. And Leon as a protagonist plays right into that. Like, he fits it like a glove. Like, it's crazy. It's wacky. It's weird. It still sometimes manages to be scary and intense. And it straddles that line really well. This one, they stripped out like all the camp, except for sometimes Leon will just badly say lines that he said in the original, and that it feels wildly out of place because they're not couching it in like camp outside of that. He's just like weirdly saying a thing, and it's like it feels completely out of place because they're not setting that tone throughout the rest of the experience. And like, that is not good. That part of it is actively bad. And it makes bad writing feel worse because it's not fun. The bad writing in the original is fun, so you laugh it off and keep going because it's just part of whatever. And you can, because it's funny, you can laugh about it. But this one, the bad writing is just bad. So I think this game will be great for people who like the 2 and 3 remakes and enjoy how those feel to play. I have seen the same videos that you have of people pulling off crazy combos. I have no fucking idea. Like, seriously, I have no fucking idea how that's even possible because it plays like such shit.
Maybe you're just getting old, you know?
I mean, maybe. Like, maybe I actually suck at video games. And that's the truth that I have to learn about myself here and now.
Or maybe you were just really good at shitty combat, like the original Resident Evil 4.
Dude, don't even fucking... I'm not engaging with you on that conversation.
I like Resident Evil 4. I think Resident Evil 4 is a great game. I thought it was incredibly innovative. Like, it maybe not invented, but it like essentially invented that over-the-shoulder third-person action style shooter.
Yeah.
The style of it was very different, right? Like, where you couldn't, walk and aim at the same time. But even at the time, and as someone who did not play the original Resident Evil games, because I just don't like that style of game, I didn't have the comparison between the old tank controls to the modernized tank controls.
Right.
But point being, like, I still think it's a great video game. I loved the bad action movie, corny horror vibe of the game.
Totally.
I have zero interest in playing the new version just because I'm not into those types of games, and especially the more self-serious tone, the more like actually making it scary tone makes it far less appealing to me. But it having a more modern combat style is appealing. The way that you can parry stuff and, better switch between all of your weapons on the fly rather than opening an inventory, like those modernizations
you get to parry stuff and then your knife breaks. Mm-hmm. It's really cool.
New thing good, or new thing bad, old thing good. There's your fourth episode title.
It's like I am being slapped in the face constantly.
Well, you're gonna finish it though.
But I'm gonna beat it because I have to beat Resident Evil 4, even though it's not Resident Evil 4.
All right. Okay. Well, let's move on to a game that one of us actually enjoyed.
No, don't cut me off. No, please. I have more to say. No, please, let's move on.
Yeah, at the beginning of that, you didn't want to talk about Resident Evil 4.
And then, go figure, he couldn't shut up about it.
All right. So, Hi-Fi Rush, it feels weird, right? We missed a month. I beat this game back in, early February. But to put a bow on it, when last we talked about it, I was about 2/3 through the game, I believe, having a great time, loving the sort of rhythm-based combat, but finding it to be pretty easy. I will say that the back third of the game, the difficulty spikes pretty hardcore, not in a way that made it, like, unbeatable. There were 2 bosses, because, the structure of the game, you're fighting against like corporate executive leadership. Right. And there's a fight against the chief marketing officer, which was fun because I work in marketing. And it took me a couple of tries because there was like just a weird sort of alteration to how you do the combat in order to fight her that I just struggled with a little bit. And then the final boss was very difficult. It took me 3 or 4 tries to beat him. Just because it's kind of like a war of attrition where there's multiple phases and eventually your health wears down, etc. But the biggest thing, even like in the regular combat scenarios, the difficulty spiked in a positive way, not in a negative way, but it's because they, throughout the game, you get these sort of summons with like your other team members and they all have like an ability that you use against a particular type of enemy or a particular obstacle. So like, you have this girl that you summon in that has a gun and you use it to shoot targets to like unlock a new traversal thing. But in combat, her gun breaks blue shields. And then you have another dude that you call in who's like this big burly but soft spoken guy who has he punches really hard. So traversal wise, there are big walls that he can break down that you have to time out. And in combat, he can break through these like literal shields, like a guy holding a shield. And so in the back third of the game, there's another one too, a third red friend that you bring in, and they throw a ton of those types of enemies. So it becomes far more about managing those, like, summons isn't even the right word because they come in for like literally 4 seconds and then zap back out. You sit through a little recharging right, and then you can bring them back. But the back third of the game, the regular combat encounters, they throw a ton of those types of enemies at you, which just gives you like an additional thing to try to manage, which I guess like I think I liked a little less because it became more about that and less about the like timing based rhythm combat and more about like summoning the right person at the right time to break the shield so that you can do the combo. But like I enjoyed the extra challenge because it wasn't just breezing through. I will say that I got an A or an S tier on literally every combat encounter in the entire game. So I'm pretty legit when it comes to rhythm action games. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. It's just that like I'm a really good drummer. I've been playing drums for like 25 plus years. So this was, pretty baby mode, even on the more difficult enemies.
Okay.
No, but it was a lot more engaging in the back third than in the beginning part of the game. Well, a weird thing, like this style of game with the cartoony graphics, the like fun, easygoing vibe of it, it's weird because you unlock the customization of like your outfit, the guitar you carry around after you beat the game. There's like zero customization during the game, which I never thought about. Like it didn't bother me as I was playing, but then to see that you unlock new jackets and guitars and stuff after you beat the game, I was like, oh, well, why didn't I have this during the game? Like hidden collectibles and things that to unlock for all of these different missions I'm on. Because like it was a super fun game. I don't really care to go back and play it again now. So that was a little bit annoying. But I mean, granted, I have played 3 video games this year that came out this year at least. But Hi-Fi Rush is like far and away the leader of the pack. I had a great fucking time with it. I loved it took a while for me to gel, as we talked about in the last episode. It took a while for me to gel with the combat, but once I kind of got the hang of it and like the flow of it, it's just a feel good type game. Because even if you aren't good at the rhythm, the game makes it so easy for you to stay on the beat, to have other options to engage with it. And it's not like you have to hit on the beat in order to do damage. It's just you do extra damage if you're on the beat. So yeah, I mean, super highly recommend if anybody hasn't checked it out at this point. That was a really, really fun time. All right. What's next? What do we got on the agenda here? We're talking, Sons of the Forest.
Yeah.
So this is still in early access, yeah?
Or
is this the 1.0?
Early.
Okay.
It's very
But this is
early.
the sequel to
The Forest.
The Forest. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, tell me about that.
Yeah, so like the original Forest was I think it's like a little bit of like a cult classic.
Sure.
In that it did a lot of things to like the crafting survival genre that other games have picked up since then and have kind of refined. But there were a lot of like obfuscated systems at play, like the way in which you would interact with the cannibals on the island and how you would combat them or avoid them would affect their behavior towards you. And like you had like a sanity stat that you couldn't see that would affect certain things based upon things that you would do. And like it was like a hidden stat or whatever. So like there were interesting things going on like underneath the hood in the first Forest. And like I mean it was gorgeous for its time when it came out. It was one of the best looking like crafting survival games out there. Like chopping down any tree, like the blueprint building system where you could place a blueprint in the world, see what the structure is going to look like, and then add things to it, and it slowly constructs it. Was really awesome. Over the development cycle of that, they added a lot of like nice quality of life things, like the zip lines and the log sleds and other things to help you carry more materials. But there was always like this air of kind of like mystery about a lot of the different aspects of the game, and like you were never quite sure how things worked, and so it encouraged you to experiment and stuff. I think the genre has moved forward a lot since The Forest came out, and I don't know that I personally am down for spending a bunch of time fucking around trying to figure things out anymore. I feel like that time in my life has passed. That's a me thing. That's a me thing.
Yeah. But there are still other games like this that are coming out. It's not that Sons of the Forest feels antiquated necessarily.
No. And so like that's part of my thing is like this feels like a much more modern version of The Forest. Sons of the Forest feels like obviously a much more modern take on it. It's gorgeous. It's an incredible looking game. They've done some things with, like, they shook up the building. Like, you still have blueprint building, but I have, like, freeform building where you're placing logs and can, like, use your axe to, like, chop out a window or add a doorway based on how you're placing stuff. And there are a lot of really cool things that you can do, like build defenses and stuff, like spike walls. And the game doesn't really tell you, like, that's the thing, is the game doesn't really tell you about any of these things. It's wanting you to fuck around and try combinations of items on different things and see what happens. Which I think in a complete 1.0 version of the game could still be interesting. I don't know that I'm really up for that anymore.
Okay.
I would rather be told my options and pick from them. Because there are a lot of games coming out. I don't have as much time to play games as I used to, even though I still get a lot of time in. I just don't have the patience for it because I have other things vying for my attention all the time.
But that's more just you don't have the patience to learn an entirely new thing, because you still play a ton of those survival games that are more like you've played a ton, like
no,
7
like
Days to Die and all those.
Yeah, and like I'll play new survival games. It's not that I don't want to learn something. It's that I want to be given the capacity to learn efficiently and not have to learn by fucking around and not knowing if I'm going to find something interesting or not.
You don't want the Minecraft style anymore.
Right. Yeah.
Because I feel like Minecraft kind of created that in survival games.
I think so too.
That like where nothing was. I guess I mean in a survival context, yes. Like games like Myst and like really old school games kind of created the whole. You're just in a place and you got to figure it the fuck out. But I feel like survival style games, Minecraft sort of did that, and that's one of the reasons it blew up was because.
For sure.
The experimentation is what was interesting about it.
Yeah, and I think, like, you can never go home again with that kind of stuff. And so, like, I've had that experience multiple times with multiple games, and I think my patience for that has waned, is all I'm saying. So that's not a knock on the game or the formula. That's me as a player, how I'm approaching it, where I'm coming at it from. But I like all of that stuff aside, it's like still a really fascinating. There are a lot of like crazy systems in it. Like there are companions, and it's very unclear as to like how you interact with them or how you get them to trust you. The enemy AI and the way in which you interact with them and vice versa, that seems a lot more complex in this one than even it was in the original Forest. So there are some expansions on some of those original ideas that I think are exciting and interesting. It's still really early is the problem, and so I feel like if I were to spend my time trying to figure stuff out right now, I'm wasting my time because there's just not that much going on at the moment, but there's a promise for a lot more in the future, if that makes sense. Like,
yeah. Well, just based on how the first game came together,
right,
it's reasonable to expect a lot of innovation over time.
Yeah.
Because that first game was in early access for years, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was for a while. And hopefully it's shorter this time, but
right.
Yeah, it's doing a lot of really fucking cool shit. Like, I don't think I've had more fun chopping down a tree in any game. Just the way it looks incredible. You get to kind of pick where the tree falls based on how you're chopping it and the direction in which you're chopping it.
That's neat.
It's really, really awesome. Like, if you build a base near a river, you can chop down the trees next to the river, and then the river will carry the logs down to where you're building your base, so you don't have to carry them. There are seasons, like winter will come, and like forageable food will kind of go away, and you have to hunt for your food. Or like, like the lakes will freeze over and stuff. Like I said, there's expansions on the building system. There are a lot of different new types of enemies. Like, there are different factions of the cannibals and monsters, and it seems like there are like 2 different cannibal factions, and then also the monster faction is what it kind of seems like. And they tend to like, or there's like, maybe it's that there's like a caste or a hierarchy at play, because like sometimes they'll attack each other instead of you, and like there are certainly like new types of enemies and monsters and creatures that you're encountering. It is a fascinating sandbox right now, with the promise of a lot more over time. And I think that's a good enough way to kind of leave off talking about it, because like, either you're going to be up for exploring those things with the potential for no answers yet, or you're going to want to wait for a 1.0 so that everything's in there. So,
but you think you're probably done with it?
Yeah, I would go back at 1.0. I don't want to like check back in with every update iteration, whatever. I will wait for 1.0 and then go back to it. Because it's also like, it's really fun multiplayer, like building a base with friends. That opens up new options in combat, like ways in which to kite enemies around, or attract their focus and stuff like that. Like, that's fun too, and makes the building go a lot faster because more hands is a good thing. So, it's cool. There's a lot of really interesting stuff there, and I want to see where it goes before I put more time into it.
Yeah, that tracks. All right, I have 3 quick ones, and then we can move on to some TV stuff. The first one, Far Changing Tides. So this was a game that came out last year, sequel to Far Lone Sails, which was a 2019 game. Not in love with the names of these games. Makes them very hard to remember, which is unfortunate. But I think in order to talk about this game, I kind of have to give like a quick overview of the original game. So the setup is some sort of post-apocalyptic, cataclysmic weather event has happened. And in the first game, you play... I mean, it's... The graphics are pretty... It remind me a lot of Journey in the design of the main character and sort of like the world that you're going through. It's like fairly minimalist, but really expressive, and kind of muted colors, things like that. So in the original game, you kind of get this sort of like land ship that you are powering through various means, and sort of like the primary gameplay systems are managing all of the minutia of the ship that you're piloting through.
Right.
Like, the managing the gas that it has, the sails that you're using in order to power it through natural means. You've got a sail that goes up, but there might be obstacles, so you need to make sure to lower the sail at the right time, because if it hits the obstacle, then it lights on fire, so you need to use the water thing to put out the fire. And then there are like smaller little puzzles as you're trying to get this ship to where it needs to go. And there's no dialogue in the game, very minimalist music, but at the end of the game, you sort of like, the ship is being destroyed and you're just trying to reach this shore that you're getting to, because the perception is like some kind of savior is there, or some sort of solution. That's where you're just trying to get, is to this shore. So you crash onto the shore, you go up to this lighthouse area, you like light a flame, light the light, and then you just kind of stand there and are waiting for something as the camera pans out. And it's sort of like sad but hopeful existential feeling that you're getting of like, you don't know what's next for this character. There's no real solution to the world that you see. And so it's very abstract kind of storytelling, and I really, really dug it.
Yeah.
So the sequel, Far Changing Tides, starts very similarly, even in a way where at first I was like, is this the same character? Because I can't really tell. It looks slightly different. Like you're wearing like this blue sort of overcoat instead of a red robe. But because of how small the character is in design, at first I was like, this might be the same character. I don't really know. But in this game, you start in the water and you find this like submersible. So it's sort of like a mix between a boat and a submarine, where you can be on the surface, but you can also, go underwater pretty far down. And so the game does a cool thing where, depending on the different weather elements, like there's a big storm, and so you need to go under the water in order to be able to progress because the wind is pushing you back. And so that's sort of how they've evolved the gameplay, because other than that, it's very similar. You're managing all the systems within the ship. You've got like a vacuum where you can suck up items from the bottom of the ocean to throw into the furnace to power it. There's like this ancient power meter that you can build up over time to like make you able to go really fast. And that's how you have to solve one of the puzzles. But the biggest thing at the end of the game, you're sort of lighting up these, it looks like sort of like factories as you're kind of progressing through. And so you light up this last factory, and then the game, as you're standing still the whole time in both of the games, it's all left to right, like a traditional sort of side scroller. Yeah. The whole game is left to right. But at the ending of this game, the perspective, like as your ship, you accomplish the final thing, and then you're out into the open sea. And then slowly the camera shifts around so that now you're going right to left. And it's like it's one of those things that's really hard to describe the impact of it having not played the game.
Yeah.
It reminded me a lot of, if you remember Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons.
And then you have to, the thing happens, and then you have to like play with the one brother.
With one analog stick instead of both. Like, it's really hard to describe the impact of that to someone that hasn't played it, but I'm doing my best here. So just like that moment where it shifts perspective, or you're going right to left, like completely shatters your mind, and you're like, what the hell is happening here? And so you're basically just going nice and calmly over, and the camera's sort of slowly panning out and out and out. And I think it's just going to fade to black, right? You're now out at the open sea. There's no solution to solving the world's problems, but at least like now you're in the ocean. There's some sort of, you're able to have self-sufficiency, and there's no huge obstacles to manage through. But as the camera's scrolling out and out and out, on the far left, as you're going right to left, you see some land. And you're like, oh, okay, like now what's going to happen here? And as you pull closer and closer to the shore, you see the lighthouse.
Yeah,
and the character from the first game is standing there, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Like it was like
as soon as you said the camera shifted, I was like, "All right, that's where this is going."
Yeah, so it was like this amazing moment that slowly settled in for me to realize. In the first game, you play as this character trying to reach the sea in order to find something good. And then in the second game, you play as this character trying to get out of the sea in order to find something good. And now here, both of these characters' stories merge. And it's like a beautiful moment, because nowhere in the game do you meet anyone else that is alive in either game. It's only you. And that's super depressing. And so there's that moment of excitement of like, oh, there's another person that is alive. Now these people get to be together. And then it dawns on you, oh, there isn't something good out there, because one of them tried to reach it and the other one tried to reach it, and then they met. So there's nowhere for them to go, basically. And so the game just kind of like, fades to black and does this like weird music thing. So it's this like happy and also really depressing sort of emotional moment that was just awesome. I think overall, comparing the games and like treating this as a sequel, I found it to be a little bit disappointing, because it didn't advance the gameplay enough to like make it feel fresh. And it relied on a lot of the same sort of setups as the first game. Like even in the second game, right at the end, you crash your ship and then you're walking and trying to stay alive until you find another ship. Like it's beat for beat a lot of the same sort of emotional moments.
Okay.
That made me a little bit like, like this one. The first game did not feel long, and it isn't. It's only a couple of hours. I think I played it in one sitting. But the second game, it made it feel a little bit long, even though it wasn't really longer, just because there wasn't as much new stuff.
Right.
But it was still like highly, highly recommend both of those games. It like they're not hard. The management, the boat management system isn't like difficult to get through. None of the puzzles are like super hard to uncover, but it's one of those games that has like vibes. And the vibes are sometimes like calm and amazing and sometimes like really depressing, but very good, like well-made vibes throughout the whole game.
Okay.
Effective
vibes.
Yes, very effective vibes. Absolutely. So one of the things I've been trying to do with Game Pass is every month I log in to see what's going to be removed from Game Pass at the end of the month. And those are the games I try to prioritize and play. So last month, one of those games was a Memoir Blue, which I heard nothing about.
I have not heard of it either.
It was nominated in the Games for Change category at the Game Awards. So in it had a splash page where it was like Game Awards nominated game. And I was like, oh, okay, like it must be pretty good. And then I looked up, I always look up on how long to beat to see how long these games are before I commit. In this game, it was like, yeah, it's like an hour long. I was like, oh, sweet. Like, yeah, dude, I'll during my kids' naps on a Saturday, I'll play a quick 1 hour game that seems, it's got some kind of interesting story and a Games for Change sort of perspective. So the bummer is I think it's off Game Pass now because I think at the end of March is when it was removed.
Okay.
But it's super short. The basic story is, I mean, it's you play as a like some kind of Olympic swimmer or world kind of class swimmer that is sort of like, I don't know if she's past her prime or done competing or whatever, but the whole thing is a lot of reflection on her childhood and growing up with her mother. And it seems like there's some sort of strained relationship, and it's told without like direct dialogue. It's pretty limited in its interactivity. It actually, did you ever play Florence, that iPhone game? From a few years ago?
No, but I saw some stuff on it.
The interactivity reminds me of that, which is mostly like you're pressing a button in the game in a way that a human being would. So like you click the top right of a book and then scroll to the left and it turns the page.
Right.
Like it's that kind of interactivity, which again is very limited. It's not, there are no like real puzzles or anything. You're just sort of clicking on the right thing and moving it in the right way to make the story the next. I mean, it's told in a lot of like little vignettes that move from scene to scene, but it's got this beautifully sad music that reminded me a lot of Spiritfarer, which like that music.
Oh, yeah.
I've talked about this. I like to listen to video game soundtracks while I work, and I pulled up Spiritfarer, a while ago, and as soon as it started, I was like, nope, I can't listen to Spiritfarer. It's going to make me cry.
Listen to that and work? No way.
But it reminds me of that, and I was curious, so I looked up the composer because I was even like, did the same person do this as did Spiritfarer? But no, it's a guy named Joel Korolitz, I think is how you say his name. But I bring it up specifically because he's done some bangers. He did the music for Unfinished Swan, Eastward, Gorogoa, and then he did the original music in Halo Infinite, which is really bizarre, from like these small indies, like amazing indie games, to be clear, that have great music. And then Halo Infinite, and I guess he also contributed to Death Stranding, which is really bizarre.
Weird.
Because I think Kojima has like a guy that does all of the Kojima games music, but Joel contributed. So I just thought it was an interesting thing. Like when I Googled him, I was like, oh wow, he has done some really good work. But anyway, I don't know. I found obviously the gameplay to be like not super interesting and engaging, and the story there just like wasn't quite enough in how it developed the relationship for me to like recommend this. But it's an hour long. I don't know how much it is. It can't be more than $5 for an hour long game. But I mean, if you're into that more sort of abstract storytelling and like pulling at the heartstrings emotional thing, I think it might be worth checking out, assuming the investment isn't huge. But it was, I don't want to say like it was forgettable. That seems really dismissive, but it didn't grab me the way I kind of thought it would, given that it had been nominated for a game award. But I'm glad I checked it out. I'm glad I at least did it.
Okay.
And then finally, Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. So I want to put a bow on this one too. So I have finished the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy, and then I had to put it down because at the time I was playing Skywalker Saga, Atomic Heart, and Hogwarts Legacy, and that is impossible for me to do for like 3 big games at once. It's just there's no way for me to be able to do that. So I had to put down one, and I was like, this is the one, because now I'm at the sequel trilogy, which I wasn't even looking forward to playing in general anyway.
Sure.
But I will go back to it and finish it out so that I have everything. There's no way I'm going to try to get all of the hidden bricks and do all the little minute challenges and stuff. There's just so much game here. But as a value point, like if you like the Lego games, if you like Star Wars, I cannot recommend this highly enough. It does such a fun job of changing up and having like, you know, the little scenes from the movies and making them interesting and different gameplay things, and the huge variety of characters that all have different powers based upon the, you know, if you're playing as a rogue or, you know, a Jedi or a hero character. It's phenomenally put together package, and I want to go back to it just because of that. I'm just bummed that I have 3 horrible movies worth of content to play through when I do go back to it.
I would like the thing that surprised me the most about the Skywalker Saga Lego game was like just all the. I was expecting them to just repackage the old versions of all of these games,
right?
And, like just for a cash grab, because I feel like that's what anybody else would do. But they totally like reworked everything, like new combat gameplay, different maps and stuff. Like that's awesome. That's super cool.
I mean, and each movie has like 3 or 4, not open world sections, but like huge open area sections with side missions and hidden collectibles. And it's crazy the scale of stuff there is to do in this game.
That's super cool.
Yeah. I was really impressed by the effort. And like, I mean, that'll be when I finally wrap up my 2022 Game of the Year stuff. Like that'll be on the list because I had a great time with it, and I was just super impressed by the quality and the scale of that they were able to achieve. So
yeah, that's awesome.
Props. All right. What do you say we move on into some TV stuff? I do really want to hear what's up with PsychOdyssey,
God.
Double Fine Psychonauts 2 documentary.
It's so fucking incredible, dude. It's a YouTube documentary series. Oh God, forgive me. I don't remember the name of the like
the production
the
company.
LLC production company that did it. They are basically now Double Fine's in-house documentary team, because so a little bit of background. So PsychOdyssey is a documentary series covering the entire development lifetime or life cycle of Psychonauts 2. These are the same documentary makers when Double Fine was developing Broken Age. One of their like backer reward tier things, Kickstarter reward, was a documentary series on the making of Broken Age. So when it was funded, they filmed that, and that was like really widely considered to be like it's crazy because just how open and accepting with information that they are.
Like complete access into like
it is.
I remember I only watched clips of it, but they even talk about like when they were having financial troubles and like trying to get additional funding, like that level of access.
They don't shy away from any of that stuff.
Unprecedented.
It is really it's really crazy. And these particular documentary makers, the film creators, are really, really good at showing the human side of the equation and kind of focusing without, invading people's privacy, but showing, from like their lens of how it's developed and how stressful the development is and how it affects them and their lives and stuff and their relationships with their coworkers. And like PsychOdyssey it's so incredible. It's like 22 hours or something of documentary, maybe more. It might be more than 20 some hours, but it's like 35 videos, or 33 videos or something like that. It is so fascinating. I mean, granted, yes, I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff, but like if you are interested in how games are made if you have liked any of Double Fine's games, any products that they've created, if you like any of the personalities that work there, I mean, this documentary series, PsychOdyssey, is so fucking incredible. It's like people leave, because I mean, it's like 7 years, this development cycle of the game, because they went through all these ups and downs, these acquisitions and stuff, and eventually ended up being purchased by Microsoft, which is basically what gave them the money to finish the game, because of all this other stuff that happened with the other financial partners that they had. It's an incredible story, and like there are times where like, people show their ugly sides on there, but the filmmakers do a good job of balancing the score a little bit there. So there is no real villain. There are people that you might disagree with, and there's one person in particular that like they depart the organization not willingly. They are let go, and that's like kind of a contentious thing. But and you can tell, I think it's like mentioned that like like Tim Schafer's like, I didn't like some of the things that they said to me when we were letting them go, but like I understand, blah blah blah. And it's just like it shows like if there's just compassion throughout this. It's just dripping with compassion for the people who work there, the people who make games all over the world. And it's very respectful and feels incredibly honest. And I binged it over a weekend, and like people left the company, and I'm sitting there like sobbing along with all the people crying in the meetings where they're talking about it, and they're like talking about all their favorite memories with them and stuff, and like giving them a big send off, and it's this wonderful moment, and I'm like, I'm gonna miss them so much. I can't believe they aren't gonna work on the game anymore. And it's like, but like, and then it's also like, but I totally get their reasons for leaving. Like there were stress points here, and we got to see that bear itself out in the documentary. It's unlike anything else out there. It's so fucking incredible.
How many hours of content is it?
It's like 33 videos. Some are over an hour, some are under an hour. It's like 20. It was like a lot. It's like 20, like high 20s maybe in terms of hour content. It is. I mean, you can spread it out. Don't binge it like I did and become emotionally attached to people. But
at least it's emotionally attached to actual human beings, not fictional characters.
Yeah, for sure. But that is one of the weird things. Is like, we spend so much time in our lives becoming attached to these fictional characters on screen, and so to have it be real people, because I don't watch reality shows, I think it's garbage trash because it's not honest. And so to have this kind of format be about and also like people know they're being filmed at all times, so there's
that's my only thing. Like, and not to say that anyone is like pretending to be something they're not or lying or anything, but putting a camera on someone changes how you act. It's human nature.
Yeah, and so but I didn't get the feeling that there was anyone like performing, because I feel like if that happened, they probably cut it out. Because they said they had thousands and thousands of hours of footage they went through for this thing, and so we're only getting like 20 some hours of it. But yeah, I mean it is truly an incredible piece, and like again, if you have any interest in how games are made, this shows a lot of that process, and puts it into the light, and like how messy it can be, right? Because it's anytime you're creating, and it's so true, anytime you're creating anything, it is a messy process where people's pride is on the line, and to be willing to like have your ideas shot down or slashed or cut apart or rebuilt, like that is a really difficult thing, and it hits people express themselves differently in those kinds of situations, and seeing that bear itself out is really fascinating. But just people should watch it. It's so good.
That's awesome. It's so hard because like the length of that essentially means there's no way I'm ever gonna watch it, but I really want to.
They break it up into like really manageable episodes though, and every episode feels contained. They do a really nice job. So
yeah, I guess if I treated it like it was a TV show I was watching.
And that's what you should. That's what you should do.
Because, I mean, 33 hours of TV, like, treat it like it's 3 seasons of a normal HBO drama.
Yeah.
It's less crazy, but...
Yeah.
I
think it's like the low 20s hours.
Okay. I watch so little TV by myself because Kelly and I watch a lot of TV and movies and stuff together when we hang out. And so solo time for Shea is video game time because that's the only video game time I get.
Right.
So leading us into the other TV shows that we're going to talk about on this list, like, it's just so hard for me to keep up with things. So I was very glad that Kelly wanted to watch The Last of Us with me because then at least I knew that we would watch it when it came out and I wouldn't have to be super late. But yeah, I mean, so we talked about, I think, the first 3 episodes when on the last episode, but now the whole thing's wrapped up. I have a ton of notes that I've been tracking as each episode released because of like things I wanted to chat through. But it's such a hard show to like, for me at least, to work up energy to talk about because it's so depressing at all times. So I don't know. I mean, like, going back to a lot of the complaints that you had originally on the mixed approach of some stuff being super faithful, some stuff being super different. Did that change at all in the whole scope of the show? Because I feel like that carried through. There were a lot of things that were really accurate to how they played out in the game, but a lot of things, I guess nothing huge that was different, like the 3rd episode with Bill. There was nothing that different again, but plenty of other small, like the Kansas City stuff with that different villain in that episode. Like, how did you feel about that approach? Did it change at all through the rest of the season?
I mean, it made me care about it less. For me, I don't know. Like, none of that stuff really bothered me that much, honestly, because the main thing that bothered me was Pedro Pascal and
Bella Ramsey.
Bella Ramsey, thank you. Like, I just don't think they're good in this. I don't think they're good. They are infinitely less compelling than the characters that are in the game, and that's not subjective. I think that is an objective fact, whether it is through the editing or the writing. Like, they are giving less, and I know it's a different format, whatever, you have less time to do stuff, you don't have like infinite cutscene time you can do, but like, it is just, they are lesser forms of those characters, and therefore their relationship matters less and develops less and feels a little bit forced at times. Like, the growth there feels very forced and unnatural. And that last moment in the last episode, like, one of the greatest moments in video games for me, in my opinion, is the final moment of the first Last of Us, was so fucking flat in the show.
I unfortunately agree with you. And I say unfortunately because, for many reasons. One, it's always fun for us to argue, especially about The Last of Us. For whatever reason, this is like the most hardcore disagreements that we have is pertaining to this like IP. But it's also unfortunate because it is a bummer that we do feel that way. Because, of course, I want this to have been as compelling as it was in the game. But you can't say that it's an objective fact.
Dude, it so is. You could break it down with the scientific method and fucking, like, prove.
Back to the beginning of this episode where we were like, we're not going to wax poetic and tell people how they have to feel about particular things. No, you're completely abandoning that.
People are allowed to disagree with fact. They do it all the fucking time.
That's actually really true.
I'm not telling you have to believe my fact, but that's on you if you don't.
But the bigger thing is, while I do agree that I overall found their relationship and just their performances in general to be less compelling than in the video game.
Yeah.
Pedro Pascal in particular, who I love. Internet daddy, yes, please.
I love Pedro Pascal.
I'm obsessed with that dude, just like everybody. I think he's good in this. He has great moments in this. The moment where they're walking through The moment where they're walking through the Fedra sort of like relief center, after it's been destroyed, right? I think it's in the final episode or second to final episode.
Yeah.
Where he tells the story of when how he got his scar. Which I don't think is in the game, unless I'm completely misremembering. I don't think that moment happens in the game. But that moment, like, holy shit. And Bella Ramsey's performance in that scene is incredible as well. I found her to be better than Pedro Pascal. She really grew on me over time. And, like, again, it's moments. The end of the winter episode where she kills the dude, the cannibal cult leader guy, and is just, it's one of it in a sick way reminded me of the old Will Ferrell SNL sketch where he's like in an office and something where he ends up where he's stabbing the guy with a trident, and which he improv'd because of course he did. But he stabs the guy so long and you can hear the audience, they're laughing as he does it, and then the laughing fades and he's still doing it and they start laughing again because it's taking so long, and then he's still going, and then the laughing fades because he's going so long, and then the laughing starts again because he's still going. Just comedic genius. But that scene reminded me of that scene from that sketch from SNL because she is hitting this dude with a machete for what feels like 6 minutes. Just of unabashed screaming, blood spattering everywhere, just rage screaming and crying. And it was so uncomfortable. That moment, and like the moment that they have after that where he kind of rescues her, I thought the very ending moment, I totally agree with you. It fell flat for a huge variety of reasons. I still liked the moment. I liked how they did it. It just wasn't as good. So for me at least, it not being as good didn't like make me angry the way that it sounds like it made you.
It's
but
just
it
like,
was
what's
disappointing.
if it's not going to be better, what's the point?
I see, and again, this is a whole new thing bad, old thing good
but
approach.
It's not though. If the new thing is better than the old thing, then it justifies its existence. If it's not, it does not.
Better is too flaky. The show did things. Excuse me. The show did things in the television medium that couldn't be done in the game. The show changed things in the story that I thought added a ton, like the Bill episode. That didn't exist in the game, and that added so much. That was probably my favorite episode of the whole show. However, because it's a TV show, and because of the type of story, to me, a lot of what this show proved... I mean, this is, unless I'm totally not thinking of something, the best film adaptation of a video game property there is.
It's a low bar, but I agree.
It is a low bar, but it's worth saying that. This is the best adaptation of a video game story, and unfortunately, for me at least, it kind of proves that you can't do it. You can't adapt a video game and make it, quote unquote, as good or different enough or make it as compelling, because with this story, so much of the emotional weight of that final episode is because of the length of the journey that these two characters have been on, the ups and the downs, that you can't capture in 9 hours.
I agree.
It's 30 hours of playing the video game. And the video game does a much better job of establishing the jump forward in time from, fall to winter to spring, whatever, that the show doesn't do as much. And for me, like, the last bit of the finale where Joel is mowing down all those people at the hospital felt so hollow.
Yeah.
Because in the game, because you're the player, you are doing it, and you also have murdered hundreds of dudes in the video game before that happens, that the thing that is affecting isn't that you're killing a bunch of people. The thing that is affecting is you aren't killing a bunch of people to survive.
Yeah.
Which is all you have been doing the whole game.
It's so different. Like
it's to save Ellie.
Yeah,
that is why you are
killing the people who are trying to save the human race.
Also true. Yes.
Like,
yes.
You
So
are making the choice to kill those people. I mean, whether you think they're like good or not, or their approach is the right approach, whatever, like that.
They are quote unquote innocents in a way.
And like more innocent than, you know, a lot of other
the
people.
raiders that are going to kill you. Yeah, absolutely. But so in the show, it wasn't this way, but it felt a little bit like it was like an action movie because it was like slow-mo stuff and like it was super violent and over the top, and it just rang a little hollow. And Kelly and I talked about it because you know, she watched me play through the entirety of the second game, but she's never watched me play the first game. She just knows the story because I've told it to her a million times. And so we were talking about it after it ended, and she was like, it was so intense and blah, blah, blah. And then when I was describing how different it was in the game, she was like, oh, yeah, that sounds way better like in the game. Just because, again, it's the length of time you've spent with these characters. Yeah. It's the specific motivation and how it's different. There's very little killing dudes in the show.
Right.
It's mostly trying to hide and run away from people that it just, to me, it just doesn't, the emotional weight of the decision doesn't hit as hard. And it felt like they tried to change the story to make him more of a bad guy, because that's how it is in the game. That's the moment where you feel like you're a bad guy. You're a bad person for what you are, selfish for what you are doing. And in the show,
but
the
also
way they changed,
you fucking agree.
Well,
and so what does that say about you as the player? Like that you also agree.
Plenty of people don't. And that's the beauty of the story is there isn't a right answer. There is just a right answer. Like, however you feel about it, you feel so passionately about it, and there's no convincing you that the other side is right. But both sides feel that way. And that's such a good story that can do that. I mean, you and I agree. Like, we would absolutely do that. Obviously, speaking as a parent, like, there's no fucking way I would kill every single person on the planet if I could to save my kids. I wouldn't think twice about it. But there are other people that wouldn't feel that way at all. At least to say, like, well, let Ellie choose. She's, like, at this point, not literally an adult, but she's an adult, man. With what she's been through, let her choose. And I'm like, no, dude, she's a child still. Like, it's that dichotomy.
Yeah. You
can't, it's passionate feelings about one side or the other, and there's no middle ground in how people feel about it.
Yeah.
I
like their conversations in the second game about that between Joel and Ellie that you get like to hear like snippets of and stuff. Like about like she's like, you're a selfish son of a bitch, and he's like, I know. And I also I understand if that means you never forgive me, because I would also never take it back. And it's like fucking I understand that. I feel that.
Yeah. I did find it interesting because it was so short, like, or a number of episodes wise, at least. Like, there were 2 entire episodes where essentially Joel wasn't in it. Really, like, almost like 2.5 if you count the winter episode where he's like dying the whole time. And I feel like that's part of why we feel sort of a lack of the relationship stuff and just like a lack of impact from his performance. Is he was only in 2/3 of the show if you break it down like hours wise. And that true. Like kind of sucks. And I understand why they did it. I thought the Left Behind episode was awesome. The Bill episode I thought was awesome, but it really detracted from the actual story that they were the story that they were trying to tell.
I skipped almost the entire Left Behind episode.
Why?
Because I don't like Bella Ramsey. I didn't want to watch an entire episode with just her. I couldn't do it. I got like 5 or 6 minutes into that episode or into that sequence of her like at the camp running around and getting bullied, and I was like, I don't care you're getting bullied because I don't like you that much. Oh,
it's such a bummer. The end of that episode is so good. I mean, that's another one where it's played just straight like the game. It's almost, moment for moment the same, but it was real good, man. Their little conversation at the end of like, let's sit together and like lose our minds together is such a powerful line.
Yeah.
And, oof. The episode ends really abruptly, which I think is different than it was in the game. But it's hard. Like, I wouldn't say that I was disappointed in the show, because I think overall, standing on its own, it was incredible television. Comparing it to the video game, it's hard. Like, in my opinion, The Last of Us is the best video game story of all time. It's hard to match up against that in a different medium. I think it is worth existing. I don't think it's as good as the game. And
Yeah,
it made me really want to go back and play the game.
I just felt that it was another mediocre, like, apocalypse show that are, like, there's a million of them. It's better than some, but worse than others is kind of how I feel about it. And then it's like, we didn't need it. Like, if it's not going to be really good, I'm at that point in my life where there's so much TV and there's so much bad TV. I'm like, if it's not good, we don't fucking need it. We have enough content.
That's hard. It's hard because hearing you say that, like, I kind of feel the same way, and not as angry as you, like, not as like passionately as you feel about it. But it, like, I feel, and I do feel like, not that a majority of this audience that watched the show has not played the game. That's the way it works. But I feel like a majority of people that watch the show are vaguely aware of the game, and the fact that it is based on the game adds an additional weight to the show that wouldn't exist otherwise. Like, if you think about The Walking Dead, like, the fact that it was based on this renowned comic book series, even if you didn't read the comic, you knew about the comic. And so, like, it gives an extra weight, and it almost like gives you, it makes you give it a little bit more of a pass because it is good, right? Like, The Walking Dead, the first several seasons at least, they are good.
Yeah.
The comic is better.
It is.
In very similar ways as the game of The Last of Us is better than the show than The Last of Us. But, like, I'm more willing to give the show a pass because it's based on something that I love. And it does a good job. If this show sucked, I would hate it even more because it's based on something that I love. So it's like, there's no middle ground. It's I either like it more than I should or I hate it more than I should because it's based on, like, the Uncharted movie. That movie is just an exceptionally forgettable, mediocre action movie. It isn't even good. Like, it's a 6 out of a 10, but it's not a horrible movie. But because it's based on something that I love, I despise it. And it makes me hate Mark Wahlberg because of how little effort he gives in that movie. And it kind of feels the same where, like, I want to root for the show, The Last of Us, that is, because I love the game so much. And I think it's a good show. It's just not an incredible show. And I wanted it to be an incredible show. And I think, based upon the first 3 episodes, I thought it was going to be an incredible show. And then it just didn't quite get there. Plenty of amazing moments.
Yeah.
And great episodes. But it wasn't quite there. Right. Like, the cult leader guy, I thought his performance was not good in comparison to the video game and on its own. I just generally didn't think he was that good. I will say, I was bummed that Troy Baker didn't get to do more, because it was fun seeing him. And then I didn't realize in the Kansas City episode, the, like, military dude with the beard, kind of like the leading lady, her right hand. Right. That's the dude that voice acted Tommy, which I didn't realize.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Him being in it was fun. I thought he was really good in the limited stuff he got to do. Ashley Johnson, I thought, was incredible.
Yeah, no surprise there, bud.
Scene that she was in.
Ashley Johnson rocks.
Like, it was so awesome. And the fact that she got to play Ellie's mom, that's so cool for her to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, I like that too.
And a worthwhile scene. Like,
agreed.
That isn't in it. That isn't in the game. Being able to see that scene adds so much more weight to what's her face? The chick, the Firefly leader. I don't remember the character's name.
Nadine?
Nope.
That's
from Uncharted. But yeah.
Well, no, Nadine is the leader of the Fireflies.
That's who I am talking about.
Yeah. Right?
Are you sure her name's Nadine?
I'm pretty sure. The Last of Us, Nadine.
We're both doing it.
Nadine Ross is a recurring character in the Uncharted series.
That's what I was saying.
Marlene. It's Marlene.
Marlene. Okay. You get a pass on that. That's close. But yeah, I thought that
Charlene. Come on, Charlene. I'm Marlene. Chew your gum.
I thought that scene added a lot to her character and her backstory with Ellie that we don't get in the game. So that I thought that the weight of her pleading with Joel at the end before Joel murders her in cold blood, I thought that added more intensity to that scene because we got that backstory. So, like, again, little moments that I thought were additive, but overall it was a lesser version of that story. I do want to talk about what they're doing next. So we obviously know that they're doing part 2, but they have said that they're breaking part 2 into 2 seasons.
Yeah.
How were they going to do that?
I'm wondering if one season is Ellie in her story and the other season is Abby in her story. Or if they're going to find a breaking, like a cutoff point.
I would hate that if that's what they do. Because I don't know. Part of what's difficult is the game is told so non-linearly.
Yeah.
That, like, it's hard to reconstruct that in 2 seasons of a show. Like, to find a middle point or an end point that is some kind of cliffhanger. I don't know how you do that.
I mean, maybe when What's-Her-Face has the baby and, like, Ellie goes back and, like, settles down or whatever, and then the 3rd season is...
Dina?
Yeah, Dina, and the 3rd season is Ellie leaving
Just the
to
epilogue?
pursue Abby. I mean, there's a lot you could expand on there, right? Like, there's way more you can expand on.
Well,
Like
I guess that's true.
The search for the Fireflies, or is it the Fireflies that Abby's looking for?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. The search for the Fireflies, yeah, with Lev.
Yeah, I guess you could do that. But, like, part of what... And again, I mean, not to bring up old criticisms of the game, but, like, part of what, for me, made the epilogue feel not great is how long it was. But part of what makes it successful is that it's just Ellie on her revenge path, trying to find Abby, and then when she does, Abby is completely broken beyond repair.
Right.
And so you can't see Abby go through that and have Ellie have that moment.
Right.
Like, you can only be with Ellie while the shit is going down with Abby. Otherwise, it ruins the impact of Ellie's final decision. So I don't know. Like, the only thing that... And again, it would be telling a completely different story. But, like, granted, this is how I would have changed part 2 to make it better, in my opinion.
All right, listeners, here we go.
No. I'm not going to shit on it. But, and I've described this before if you want to go back and listen to old episodes. But the way that I would have done it is have the beginning part of the game be much longer. Several hours where you're playing as Ellie, doing hunting shit, and the arguing with Joel, and you're also playing several hours as Abby, where you're hunting a guy that did a bad thing but you don't know, where you get to like Abby after several hours of gameplay, and then those 2 stories merge. And then the big thing happens where you already have an attachment to Abby, and then it's this character that you like does this bad thing versus a stranger does a bad thing. And then they try to make you like her after the fact, which is what didn't work for me personally. So as a TV show, thinking they're doing it over 2 seasons, that's a potential approach where not that she would kill Joel at the end of season 1 necessarily, but like maybe halfway through season 2 rather, maybe halfway through the season or 2/3 through the season. And then there's a big cliffhanger of Ellie going after her. But, like, that way you see and meet and get to like Abby before the big thing happens. If they do that, that would be so fascinating. Because Neil Druckmann has been out there loud and proud saying that they aren't changing the story. They don't care about the haters, talk to the hand kind of shit. Which, like, if they change the structure of the story, will be very interesting to see. Because not that that's an admission that he thinks that it should have been different, but... if he changes the story, it will just be interesting. Because he's a very talented dude, but he has been very egocentric and is not willing to accept any criticisms of the second game and of that story. And so if they change it, it'll be really interesting to see how he talks about it and justifies that. So that I'm really fascinated by.
I don't think that's particularly interesting. Like, of course he's going to turtle shell because of how horrible people were about it. And frankly, most of those people that were horrible about it never even touched the fucking game. Like, he has an absolute... I believe he has the right to turtle up about it and say, fuck you guys, we worked really hard on this and I love this thing. And because most people on the internet are not willing to have an actual conversation, they just want to tweet their 140 characters and shit on something that, like, I watch PsychOdyssey and then like have a bad opinion of a game developer. You know what I mean?
That's fine. I'm not trying to actually relitigate the game. I'm just saying it will be interesting if they change the story, how he talks about why and how they change the story. That's what I personally, not as the internet reaction to the game, my personal reaction to the game I'm just interested to see what their approach is and if it is different than what they did in the game. That's all I'm trying to say. Not a bigger...
Yeah.
I'm not trying to tell the internet how to feel or what to do. This is a me thing. But I mean, I'm fascinated, man. And even if it's the same approach, the same storytelling structure, and they do it like they did season 1, where it's very faithful with some slight tweaks, I hope that there's something about it that makes me like it more, because I want to like it more. And when I inevitably, so right now, The Last of Us Part 1, the recent remake, is on sale for $50. I almost bought it yesterday, and I probably will buy it because I want to replay it.
Yeah, you should.
And
it's
when
a great
replay
version of that game.
When I replay it, I absolutely will go back and replay Part 2. Yeah. I know it's an inevitability, and I don't want to do that, mostly because I don't want to go through all of the effort of replaying Part 2 and still disliking it as much as I disliked it the first time, because then I'll feel like I wasted 30 fucking hours.
I don't know. I don't know if I like how Resident Evil 4 plays more or The Last of Us 2 plays more. Because The Last of Us 2 plays fucking incredibly. There are so many combat options. God. Oh, that game is so fucking good.
Well,
fuck.
I don't know, though. Because I think that it's a good evolution of the first game. And there's a good justification for the looseness of the shooting because of the style of game. But, like, as a shooter, I don't think it's that great. Either game.
No, it's very good.
And I think like the adaptation to the melee, I think, is smart. I don't think it adds enough. I think there are plenty of things that they added in the second game that are a detraction from how I want to play the game, like the dogs and like the runner zombies that charge at you when you're trying to stealth. Like those things, to me, in a lot of ways, ruin the fun parts of that game, which is the stealthiness, and it doesn't matter. We don't need to go back. I don't know why you started us down this path again.
It's a good game. It makes me excited for the multiplayer game that they're working on.
Sure. And I enjoyed the multiplayer in the first game.
Yeah, that was a lot of
fun. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's The Last of Us.
Right. Dude,
so let's talk about The Mandalorian.
My brother, we have so much left to go.
We decided off camera, off mic, that we're going to stop talking about how long this podcast is in a negative way because we don't give a shit.
No, I'm excited. Like, I'm excited about all the things that we have to talk about still.
Yes. If this is a 4-hour podcast, it's a 4-hour podcast. We're not going to complain about it because, here, again, this is what I said off mic, which I'm now saying on mic. If we complain about it, people won't like it. We have to be excited about it being long. So yay, we're 2.5 hours in.
I am excited about it. Because we have a ton of stuff that we get to talk about that I'm happy to be able to talk about.
Yes.
Which is cool.
So let's talk briefly about The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
And I only say briefly because I haven't watched it and I don't want anything spoiled. Right. I failed. I wanted to watch it and then I just didn't. I wanted to do it and I didn't, so I'm sorry. So tell me about The Mandalorian.
Season 3, I think, is the best season so far. There's a lot of really awesome Mandalorian lore going on. Some returning favorite characters that I really like. There's an actress who I really like because she's in a lot of sci-fi stuff. She plays Bo-Katan. She plays a pretty big role in this season, and she's awesome.
Oh, I mean, she was in a couple episodes in the last season too.
Yeah. But she continues to be a thing this season, and I like that because she's great.
I like her,
and
I like her
her armor is fucking cool as shit. There is an incredible amount of really cool ass looking Mandalorian armor sets, and there's a lot of really awesome fights. And
we gotta have a Mandalorian video game.
Oh my god, I cannot believe
a new one. Yeah,
it has. I know we all hurt from Star Wars Bounty Hunter. I know that hurt us deeply, but it's been long enough.
Yes.
We are ready. Also, I'm talking about the one where you play as Jango Fett.
Jango Fett.
Not Star Wars Bounty Hunter, the one that Amy Hennig was working on.
Oh, the 1313
1313 that got canceled.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, a Mandalorian video game I think could be fucking awesome. There's some Grogu, still cute as hell. Does a lot of really hilarious, cute things, and also crazy, cool Force stuff that's still in it. But like primarily, we are getting a lot of Mandalorian lore, and that is the most exciting thing for me because it's all really fucking cool.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of that to look forward to. You should watch it.
I mean, obviously I'm gonna watch it.
No, I mean, like,
I'm
now.
only annoyed. No, I know. I'm only annoyed. Yeah, let's stop the podcast so I can watch it. I'm only annoyed that I haven't watched it yet. And I don't know why it is. Like, I sat down the other night and I was gonna watch it, and I was just like, no, I just am not in the mood. And so I watched fucking Black Hawk Down.
What the hell?
So, I mean, not to go on a super big tangent, in full transparency, had been dealing with some pretty hardcore depression a couple of weeks ago, for about like a week and a half. Just a variety of things, just like being really stressed at work and home. Nothing bad at home, but like that existential, I have nothing in my future other than just like doing my job and raising my kids. I'm not like, I don't have ambitions anymore and like that kind of shit. And I was just not feeling good. And so I wanted to just like, turn off my brain. And the best turn off my brain thing for me is like war movies. And dude, so I watched Saving Private Ryan.
The same. Absolutely.
I watched Saving Private Ryan, and then a couple nights later, I watched Black Hawk Down. And I'm feeling much better, but I now really want to watch Band of Brothers again. And so I'm probably going to watch Band of Brothers in the next week or so. Might bring it up on the next podcast.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, instead of starting Mandalorian, I watched Black Hawk Down.
Okay. Well, I will tell you now, watching Mandalorian will make you feel better because in a way that, oh God, what was the last Star Wars show that was so good? Andor, thank you. In a way that like Andor was really good, but also depressing. Mandalorian is just like good fun and is a good.
It's a Western,
a good time. Yes, it is a Western.
And I liked the first season. I thought it suffered from some really bad pacing and just like meandering nature. Like they tried to establish this A story that they just didn't pursue at all.
Yeah.
And I wish they would have just embraced the Western style of an episodic structure. And like, he just had Grogu and they weren't trying to get anywhere. He was just trying to protect the little kid.
Yeah.
And that was it. And season 2 I thought was much more successful because
focused.
It didn't. It was focused, but it also it spent more time with the side characters that it brought in, like Boba Fett, like the Marshal, like cool side stories with really more compelling characters than in season 1. I have heard people complain about season 3, people that loved the first 2 seasons, and them saying like this show needs more urgency, and that made me really nervous because I already thought there was zero urgency in the first 2 seasons. So, but I'm glad to hear that you're digging it, and I'm super on board with the Mandalorian shit. So I'm very excited to watch.
There is a B story of a new, well, not really a new, but another character that I think is really interesting and also kind of fucked up. I think maybe it was like just one of the episodes, maybe it was strung out over 2 episodes, but I liked that because it was like a whole different type of show kind of threaded through, like tonally very different. And it was a nice detraction from like just the cool adventuring stuff and finding out more about Mandalorian lore. It was, I thought it was it was an interesting piece that they did, and I'm curious to see if they go back to it at all during the season. I hope they do, because it would be weird if they don't. They have to circle back to it somehow at some point. But I'm interested to see how they do that because, I mean, there's some cool stuff. There's cool stuff going on. I mostly just hope they stay away from the Jedi shit, because like to me that was a huge detraction in season 2. Like the Luke Skywalker stuff I thought was like not interesting. We don't need that. And I get it. I liked the Ahsoka episode. That was cool. The fight scene was awesome. And obviously they wanted to bring her because she's getting her own spin-off show. Right, yeah.
So like I get all of it, and I love Rosario Dawson. I'm super hyped about that show. Ironically, because I think I've talked about this last time. Kelly and I have been watching Daredevil because she had never seen it, and we were going to start She-Hulk, which we still have not watched. And I was like, I'd like to rewatch Daredevil. So she agreed to watch it. And like Rosario Dawson is such a linchpin to all of those Netflix Marvel shows.
Yeah.
And she's one of those actors. I mean, to go off on like a pretentious actor, thing. She's one of those actors that she elevates everybody that she acts with.
Yeah.
Like
she gives people a lot to work with.
Because I remember, like, when I watched the Iron Fist show, and the main dude is so bad in that show, but the scenes that he's in with Rosario Dawson, he's instantly a better actor.
Right.
And, like, those types of actors, like, that's who I always wanted to be as an actor. Like, I wanted to feel like people did their best work when they were acting with me, and she's so fucking awesome. So, anyway, I'm super excited about Ahsoka because I love Rosario Dawson. But I get why they wanted to do the Jedi shit because of Grogu and Luke Skywalker. They wanted that reveal. They wanted to introduce Ahsoka, but I'm hoping that like we can move beyond that, and at least it sounds like with the focus on the Mandalorian style story, there's at least something else that's picking up the momentum.
Yeah, and I do
Jedi
find
stuff.
It pretty compelling what they're setting up there. So
nice. Well, that's awesome. I'm excited to watch it. Maybe by next episode I'll have started it.
Okay.
No, no, I don't think it'll be done by next episode, which sucks. But yeah, I'll watch it. I have been watching Star Wars Rebels because I made the stupid decision as I was watching through Star Wars Clone Wars rather than finish Star Wars Clone Wars because they went on that hiatus when the show got canceled and then Netflix picked it up for the final season. And I was like, all right, I want to watch it from when it aired. So I watched all the way through Clone Wars through whatever 6 seasons, and then it got quote-unquote canceled, and then Star Wars Rebels happened, and I know Ahsoka was in that show. And so I was like, all right, I'll watch Star Wars Rebels, and then I'll watch the final season of Clone Wars. And then I can watch The Bad Batch, which is currently, I think, season 2 already ended, maybe, and I haven't watched any of that yet. So I've been watching that, and it's been a bummer, and it's been taking me forever because I don't think it's very good. I like some of the characters, but the main character, Ezra, I think is, like, super annoying.
Dude,
did you watch Rebels?
I couldn't stand Ezra, so I stopped.
Yeah, so I finished season 1, and it's actually fun because the end of season 1, there's this mysterious character who's helping organize the resistance, the rebels, I should say. And at the end, it reveals who it is, and it is Ahsoka. So that was fun. Okay. So at least I got some momentum. And they also introduced, like, there's a little scene with Vader, I think, in season 1 that, like, they're going to, obviously, he's going to be involved. I know Thrawn is in the show. Yeah. I know Darth Maul is in the show. So, like, there are things that make me motivated to watch. I just am not engaged at all. So it's been hard to, like, motivate myself to watch it. But I gotta work my way through it so that I can go back and watch the final season of Clone Wars. And hopefully, like, my goal is to watch all of that before Ahsoka happens. That way I've got all the Ahsoka backstory and I'm caught up before her show happens. That's my goal. I doubt it will work out.
There is a cool cameo from a character in Mandalorian Season 3 who is...
Yes, it has already been spoiled for me. I saw a picture of
who
him.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if it was Rebels or Bad Batch that his character was in.
Yeah, it's Rebels.
It is Rebels, okay.
And I do like that character.
Yeah, I recognize,
I saw a picture of him. And I
recognized the voice when I heard him talk, and I was like, oh, he's from one of those shows.
Yeah. Well, okay. That's everything.
Woo!
That's all the video games and shows and stuff that we wanted to talk about.
2 months worth,
we've got a hefty amount of news. It's not really 2 months worth because we cut a bunch of stuff. I mentioned at the top, like, we don't need to cover all the intricacies of the Sony State of Play and the Nintendo stuff, but some of the big hitters, right? So the first big thing to talk about, in the March outline for the March episode, at the time, Ubisoft had announced that they were still going to E3. Because recently, Microsoft had said they weren't going, Sony had said they weren't going, Nintendo had said they weren't going. And so it was like, Ubisoft was the last one remaining. And so I had a little block to say like, hey, Ubisoft is still going to E3. What do we think they're going to show? And then a couple weeks later, they announced that they were no longer going to E3. And so then I kind of changed that block for this episode to be like, oh, wow, Ubisoft also canceled. What's going to be at E3? Like, what are they even going to show? And then a couple of days before we recorded this, they have officially canceled E3. So we went from a news block about Ubisoft is still going to a news block that was Ubisoft canceled too, to now E3 has been canceled.
Yeah.
So it's sad.
Danny boy.
It sucks. Like during the coronavirus stuff, I missed E3 because I used to take off work.
Me too.
I would order some Buffalo Wild Wings. I would just post up on my computer and just spend all day watching press conferences. And it was like some of the most fun I had every year.
It was the gamer holiday.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
So,
it was video game Christmas.
And like the Summer Games Fest, I think is good. It's fun.
Yeah.
It captures some of the hype because it's like where they announce a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
It's fun, but it's not as long. It's not live in the same way where the crazy shit happens. And you can't recapture that magic in a fully virtualized format.
Yeah.
And so even knowing that E3 coming back wasn't going to be the same, I still was excited about it because I wanted to see the crazy shit. And so it sucks. Like, I'm sad that it's going away, and it won't come back.
It won't.
As part of the cancellation, they mentioned, like, that they might still bring it back for next year. We'll see. But, like, it won't. It's not going to happen. It's dead. And that really sucks. So thus far, we know Microsoft is doing their own event, which is now a Microsoft plus the Bethesda Starfield thing they were going to do. It's like all combined now, I believe, on June 11th. Ubisoft, as part of them saying they're not going to E3, they're doing their own thing on June 12th. Sony will have a State of Play. Nintendo will have a Direct. Not sure when that's happening yet, but those will happen around that same week. So stuff will still happen. It's just not this. It's not the same.
Yeah, it's not.
So I mean, it sucks, but can take it as an opportunity to look back a little bit and reminisce and talk about some stupid, fun, cool things that did happen at E3. What are some of your E3 memories that you really love?
I miss Jeff Gerstmann's awesome fucking developer and like CEO interviews of like people from game companies. They would go
Giant Bomb at
Night, and they would go there and just have Jeff had awesome pointed questions. He always made everybody feel at ease. And those like watching Giant Bomb at Night was always my favorite part of E3. Like, it is an incredible crew. They would get together. They'd set up their tables. They'd talk about everything they got to play or see throughout the day. We got their impressions. I always like trusted everything that they said. And then they would go from that short break into like having these development teams or other people from other media outlets like on to talk about what they saw, what their impressions were, what is their focus going into like the next period of time in game development. That was my favorite part. And that is double dead now.
Right. Well, yeah.
Double, triple dead.
Yeah.
It's like, it's weird because it's kind of, it's the same thing, right? Because like E3 died for me because I, just like you, I enjoyed the gamer holiday. Like, take the time off, get this huge info dump of all these things you get to be excited about at once. And now it's these weird disparate streams that are like hard to find the schedule for because there's so many different things going on, and it's too hard to consolidate the information now because there's too many different things happening and too many people keeping their own schedule. Giant Bomb is also that. Like, the guys are over at Nextlander, right. Jeff has his own thing, and then like Dan and them are still on the site, and it's like fucking everybody's keeping their own schedule, and there's counter programming, and it's like fuck. So it's double depression for me.
It is, yeah. I loved those as well. And I remember like even because he would have Phil Spencer on every year just for like a one-on-one, because typically with the devs they would have like 4 or 5 of them that a couple of the Giant Bomb guys would stay on and interview, and they would talk about their shit. But with the Phil Spencer thing, it was just Jeff and Phil, and they were just like,
that was
go
huge.
hard, and it was, I mean, and I believed Phil Spencer when he said it. He was like, this is one of my favorite things to do every E3 is just sit down with you, Jeff, and just like get real and talk about stuff. And yeah, it sucks that level of accessibility and like insight into the behind the scenes stuff. Giant Bomb was already leading the charge on that of like the transparency into the behind the scenes process.
Yeah.
The closed door meetings and the demos and stuff that we as consumers never got access to. I already loved their coverage. And yeah, it's double dead because one, unfortunately, I don't really care about the people at Giant Bomb anymore. And two, like E3 isn't happening for us to be able to do that. And that's part of without a show floor, without the behind the scenes, without the live, we just miss so much of the juice of what made E3 so special. Yeah. And for me, like, beyond just the huge hype reveals, like I think of like when the 2018 God of War was announced and revealed, like the level of hype was so palpable when he walked out of the shadows and was like things like that were so fucking awesome. But for me, the things that I remember and will miss the most is the cringe. Like the embarrassing, awful live stuff.
The Just
like,
Dance parties.
Yeah, the Just Dance, the kickoffs, the Caffeine Man or Caffeine Guy or whatever that hosted the show the one year. Like,
that was bad.
Every year at Bethesda, there was always some developer out there, which like tons of empathy and sympathy for these people because they're not public speakers. But like someone at the Bethesda showcase would always be super awkward trying to introduce their new game. That was always super fun.
And then that one lady in the audience for every time ESO was talked about.
Yeah.
She's like,
well, he's like, I will miss her. I will not miss that lady.
We're bringing the new we're bringing one new raid for all of you people who are still playing ESO. And she's like, what? Shouts out to her.
My favorite cringe moment from recent E3, maybe it was like 2016 or so, they had some like douchey YouTuber, vlogger guy introduce, I think it was a Need for Speed game. It was at the EA Play one, and his teleprompter failed. If you haven't seen this, just go on YouTube and look for like EA teleprompter fail E3 thing, and I'm sure it'll come up. So he just is like trying to improv, and it's very clear that this dude has no charisma. Like the level of inadequacy that poured out of his pores trying to manage his way through just like a 10-second developer intro is just gorgeous. Like that clip has made its way into broader, like try not to cringe YouTube compilations. Like that moment scaled beyond just video games.
Oh, man.
And it united all of us cringe enjoyers, and it just in such a beautiful way. But I'm also going to miss the like actually heartwarming fun moments. Like, I think it was at a recent one. A lady, I think it was Ghostwire Tokyo, when they revealed that. She was one of the developers who I think ended up leaving, but she was just this like super cute, bubbly Asian woman that came out to introduce like her section, and it was just like so like lovable and fun, and she was like captured the hearts and minds of all the E3 people. When the developer revealed Unraveled, that game with Yarny,
everyone
and like, he was so nervous, but like it was so endearing. Like I'm gonna miss that stuff too. And again, you only get that with live developer things. These like pre-recorded virtual events that is mostly just like the suits introducing things, and then really edited behind the scenes montage videos with like
it all feels so
talking
performative.
Heads. It just feels really produced, and it literally is far more produced than the live stuff was, and that's what I'm gonna miss most about E3.
Agreed.
So sad news
Shouts
to more
out.
Sad news.
Oh my god!
Talk about
so I don't want to.
Here's one that I don't want to talk about, but we have to.
Yeah, well, we don't have to, but we're gonna. we chose this life. Ubisoft has decided that they're gonna use AI software to write NPC dialogue and like bits and bobs. What they
say is the first draft of the NPC dialogue.
Sure. Well,
that's
because AI writing sucks right now, but it won't in a little bit. Like, give it another year.
But it's not even AI, dude. That's the biggest thing. They actually talked about this on the Nextlander podcast recently. This isn't even AI. It's just predictive text. AI is a buzzword. I work in marketing,
AI
right?
is not. Yeah, I agree.
Like, so many people in in like B2B technology where I live and breathe in marketing, they slap AI on fucking everything.
Oh, I know.
And none of it is AI.
I know.
And it drives me up a wall.
Yeah, in B2G marketing, which is where I work, they use it a lot as well.
I'm sure.
And it's very dumb. Because, agreed, like, did y'all not see Robin Williams? Because your shit ain't AI if it ain't Robin Williams, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Anyways, yeah, okay, so Ubisoft is using predictive text modeling to write NPC dialogue as quote-unquote a first draft. This is clearly a, like, this is, you know, it comes at a time when other large media outlets like Fandom, CNET is doing this with some of their articles as well. They're using generated text to write articles on things that are happening. So it's scraping the internet for conversation about things and making an article that you read about it to provide information when people search.
It's like it's one step away from plagiarism in reality.
Yes. And like it's not that good yet. Because it's like I just if there's something I can't find in a video game, I will search, and now I click on an article, and like for Resident Evil 4 Remake, for example, where are all of the blue medallions in this area? And it's like there are a lot of gamers that are playing the Resident Evil 4 Remake that are looking for blue medallions in the courtyard of the castle level. Please read further to find out where you, as a gamer playing the Resident Evil 4 Remake, can find the blue medallions in the courtyard level. It's fucking maddening! I'm losing my mind over here, man! Because because I can write. That's what I do that a lot. I do a lot of copy editing. I do a lot of technical writing in my job. And I look at that shit, and I'm like, fuck you for doing that. So, you could have fucking paid someone to write a good sounding article, you fucks.
But it's SEO optimization.
Shit.
Because like in a lot of cases, it isn't
even so mad right
the
now.
Predictive text that is generating that stuff. In a lot of cases, it is a human writing it, and they're writing it to optimize for SEO using the right number of keywords, the right number of times littered throughout the article to align to exactly what you did, which is search this term, and this article will rank highly. It's horrible. Look, we do this too. Like I hate writing that stuff, and there's a better way to do it. There's a better way to do it that makes it more compelling and it's actually an engaging piece. But don't blame predictive text for that. Blame Google. Because it's people trying to hack Google to rank higher.
I upset my dog. He's very worried
Roscoe.
about me. I was yelling. I'm sorry, buddy. It's okay. He's like,
but he didn't care about your RE3 or RE4 rant. So
yeah, I didn't get that loud. This is like, this isn't just a video game. Like, this is people's livelihoods and, like, the way in which an entire job force works. And, like, they're producing fucking shit.
Well, and
that I have to consume.
Specific to Ubisoft, I've seen a lot of people come out that write for video games talking about writing, like, NPC... They call it like chirp dialogue or whatever, like just bark dialogue, the kind of shit that they just like say at you as you walk by, the generic stuff. Like that's an entry level video game writing job that does that stuff.
Right.
And so Ubisoft is saying, hey, we built this along with our writers and we aren't trying to replace video game writers by doing this. It's just a first draft. It still has human intervention, blah, blah, blah. It's to save them time. And my reaction to that kind of shit, that kind of, marketing and how you're trying to launch this thing is always like, so then what are they going to do instead? Yeah. Are you making their jobs easier, or are you just trying to cram them into doing something else?
Yeah.
Minimize the number of people you need as writers. Like, are you actually reducing headcount on this type of job because you can just get a computer to do it?
Yes,
and
because
of course
it's cheaper.
Ubisoft doing
computers
this first because they suck.
Computers don't need health insurance.
Yeah. Well, eventually, when AI gets smart enough, it's going to be asking for health insurance.
We're using AI now?
We're on.
We're calling it AI now?
I just mean generally.
Just fucking.
Yeah, the Chat GPT is going to be asking, do I have dental coverage as I answer this question? But yeah, it sucks because we all know where this is going to end. Ubisoft is not the only company that's going to do this. And it will. It's going to lead to fewer and fewer people having jobs.
Yeah.
Anything that a computer can do, capitalism will want the computer to do it. Why do you think we have self-checkout at grocery stores? It's not to benefit the consumer. It's that they have to pay fewer cashiers. That's the way that it works.
That, though, there is value in, because I hate face-to-face interface with human beings.
Well, that's fine, but you understand my point. They didn't do it to make you happy. They did it because they had fewer people to pay. So, all of you with young children or going to have children out there listening, tell your kids to get jobs in places that can't be replaced. Like jobs that cannot be replaced by computers.
Good luck,
Things that require human beings.
Good
and require
luck.
Thought that artificial intelligence cannot replicate. Because, like, I work in marketing, right? Content marketing is a really important aspect of marketing. Computers can do that. It won't be good, but computers can write a blog. Computers can write a case study based upon certain data inputs. The job that I do in product marketing is messaging and positioning and the human element of what is the value. A computer can't do that because I'm smart and I thought ahead. That's actually not true at all.
You fell into this shit. Shut up.
I got lucky.
Anyway, not to, minimize your accomplishments or anything, but... you're a hack. No, I'm kidding.
I was waiting for the last stab, the last dig in there somewhere.
Oh shoot! So that's
right.
That's the story on Ubisoft AI, to bring it back around, bring it home.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We have to talk about this next one.
Yes. It's fun. It's
fun. It won't be.
Because I know it's not as relevant anymore.
Yeah.
So the Suicide Squad shit, it happened already. So, it's been a month, but it's fun.
It was.
We got to rag on it too. Everybody else got to.
I'm gonna do the thing. So, guess what, listeners? At Sony's State of Play a couple months ago, a lot of gamers were looking at the Suicide Squad gameplay video that they showed at the Sony State of Play a few months ago. Read on to hear what gamers thought about the Suicide... Okay. It looked bad. The Suicide Squad game looks terrible because they're just using guns. They're superheroes. Well, supervillains.
Yep.
They have powers. That's the fun thing about playing as superheroes / villains. But instead, they just gave them a bunch of guns. And so that's mostly what you're doing, is like flying around and jumping around crazily in the air and shooting weapons, like sniper rifles and assault rifles.
Because it's a live service game.
Yeah.
They want you to be able to play different characters at different times and pass your items back and forth between different builds. And so they all have to be homogenized so that, like, no character can only use X and Y and Z and only have X and Y and Z, because they know you're not going to start a brand new game and a brand new character. You just want to be able to level up. It's like the Destiny approach.
Yeah.
Where, like, all games are like that. And not to shit on Destiny, I like a lot of aspects of Destiny, but it was like that. I remember when they announced Destiny in the 3 different classes, I was all hyped up. And then when it came out that, like, it's really just their powers are different. They don't play any differently. Like, one of them isn't faster than another one. Like, things like that. It's just they have different powers, but other than that, they're the same fucking character. And that's, like, that sucks. That isn't as fun as having unique characters.
Right.
And these are not unique characters.
Yeah, it's like when they stripped the classes out of Battlefield. It's a similar thing.
Yeah.
Similar
yeah.
thing. The homogenization makes it inherently less interesting for me. I think you feel the same way.
It isn't just that. It's also all the other like the fact that they literally said, and you have your gear score.
Yeah.
Like, they literally said gear score as if that's something someone would be excited to hear about.
Right.
Like, they're so... And I don't... Unless we get information that tells us that the developers at Rocksteady wanted to make a games as a service ass game, I'm going to blame WB. And the proof thus far is that we need to blame WB. And that's because the people that were running Rocksteady, like the two like head of studio people, both quit a couple months ago. And I absolutely believe it's because they know this game is dog shit and they didn't want to make it. Yeah. Or at least they didn't want to make it like this.
Right.
Because the setup is so cool. Like, playing as the Suicide Squad with
Co-op.
Brainiac having taken over the Justice League, and you have to... Like, that's such a fun concept.
Yeah.
And it's from Rocksteady. Like, They have a pretty fucking good track record with their Batman games.
Well, unfortunately,
it's such a bummer.
Yeah, something that's come out, like, people have looked into recently. There are very few Rocksteady developers left at Rocksteady who worked on those first couple Batman games. So it's mostly new people now, and I think their most recent games kind of bear that out. But, you know, like, new people will always be injected into a market. Workforces are constantly changing and evolving.
Right.
And over time, this team will catch its footing. It's just unfortunate that they were shoehorned into making this game a live service game, because that's all big game companies can care about making right now, because that's, like, it has to be a hit and it has to last for a long time so they can hit you for more microtransactions, because nowadays, you know, millions of people buying a $70 game doesn't fund video games. They need more and more and more income.
I don't think that's totally true, though. I feel like
I'm
large,
saying that that's the way, in order to achieve constant growth, which these, like, publicly traded companies need to achieve.
Sure.
They have to look at the maximum profitability at all times, and so that's going to be the leading model in the market, and they're just going to make that over and over again until one hits, because that's what they have to do, because they're so risk averse they can't do anything creative or fun.
But that's what I'm saying is I don't totally agree with that, because I feel like the industry, the capital I industry, goes through waves of fads. Like, when a game is a new type of game and it blows up, everybody tries to replicate that. And we go through a couple of years of every game being like that one game. Almost none of them succeed. And then a new game comes along that is different. And then everyone tries to ape that. Like, if you think about it, like,
we're waiting on the new game.
Remember when every game was trying to be a fucking MOBA? Like 5-6 years ago? Yeah. And then every game wanted to be PUBG, and then every game wanted to be Fortnite. Like, we go through that cycle, and the last couple of years, every game has wanted to be a big multiplayer co-op online live service game. And it feels like that fad has lasted shorter than typical, because the vitriolic reaction from gamers being against that style of game has been huge, to the point where companies are quickly abandoning the games that they already had in that style, like the Ghost Recon games, like Wildlands, and there was another one, like fucking Marvel's Avengers, like whatever, Ghost Recon Extraction. The way that, and also, like, developers who late in the game are changing the structure of their game to not be that style, like with Gotham Knights, where that game was very obviously going to be a live service style game, where they quickly, because all of the same shit is there. All the gear score, all of the insane, you know, comparison metrics, the 4 different characters, which all play very similarly anyway. Like, it's obvious that it was going to be like Marvel's Avengers, and then they completely pivoted away from that. This game, Suicide Squad, feels like a dinosaur. Like, this feels like, why are they still trying to make one of those? We've all collectively moved on from trying to make that kind of game. And that's my hope. They delayed this game. It was supposed to come out like in May, I think, right? And they've delayed it. They say it's still coming out in 2023. We'll see if that happens. They haven't delayed it enough to retool everything entirely. That would take multiple years. If it ends up delayed to 2024, maybe they can make big changes. But, like, what will likely happen is this game will probably come out in like March 2024, so that it still releases in the fiscal year. It will fail. They will abandon it after a year, and hopefully it will be the last big AAA attempt at this kind of game.
It won't.
And there will still be
because
plenty of...
that's all Ubisoft is planning for Assassin's Creed.
No, that's not true. The next Assassin's Creed game is like, they say it's very much like the first Assassin's Creed game.
Yeah, but then they have like 3 others planned that are live service games. Like,
yeah, maybe.
They're not abandoning it, my guy.
Yeah, we'll see. But also we're talking about Ubisoft, and they're going
idiots.
To be bought or out of business in the next 5 years, because their games are garbage and, well, not garbage. Their games are the same game.
Yeah,
and
they've been releasing the same
years.
game for about 15 years, it feels like.
But yeah, I mean, it was incredibly disappointing to see. obviously.
Yeah.
Because hopes were super high. I wrote in here, so I have like a OneNote page where I track all the upcoming video game releases, and I organize things by release date, and then I color code them based upon like my interest level, because a lot of times like a more indie game, I'll see a trailer and I'll think it looks really cool, but by the time it releases, I'll have completely forgotten like what it was. So if I color code it, then I remember that, oh, I need to make sure I go look that up again when it comes out. So I will color code games green for things that I pre-order, or for like games I know I'm getting based on Game Pass. I'll color code blue for games that I'm really interested in, that like I plan on buying. And then red for games that like I know I'm not going to play. But like, you know, for the sake of the podcast, for the sake of, you know, my list and organization, I want to make sure I at least have on there. I had Suicide Squad in blue. And then I watched, as I was watching the trailer, or the gameplay shit, I went over to OneNote and I highlighted it and I right click and made it red.
Yeah.
And it was a sad moment.
All right. Well, okay. I feel like we got most of the bad stuff out of the way, because the rest of these news stories,
News-wise?
Yeah, news-wise. I feel like
there's one really huge sad thing that happened.
Yes, I know.
But yeah, otherwise.
Like, that's what I was saying, for the most part.
Yeah.
We're going to have
mostly fun stuff.
Listeners, we're going to have a stint of positivity here on the Shea Hates Everything podcast.
You got to prepare yourself for that.
Yeah, because it's unusual. All right, this next one I think is fun and cool.
Hell yeah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin video game is in development. And there's not a lot of details known about it, because this is like kind of like a rumor / leak. It's supposed to be inspired by the newly made the new God of War, the new style of game that God of War is.
Right.
It's supposed to be inspired by that, so like more open sandbox areas, maybe like a darker, more mature tone, which is really kind of fascinating, because we haven't obviously ever gotten a TMNT game like that before, but the last Ronin is much more like that. So it would be weird if they didn't go that direction when making a game for it.
I mean, for folks not familiar, I haven't read the comic, but I've known about it for a long time. The story of The Last Ronin it's sort of like, you know, a futuristic version of New York City, where they've won, basically. And Splinter is dead, and 3 of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are dead. And so you play as the last remaining Ninja Turtle, who for the first issue, you don't know which one it is, because they've got, you know, a dark hood on. It's very like, I mean, they call it The Last Ronin. It's very like Last Samurai inspired.
Yes.
And in the comics, eventually it's revealed which one it is, which I won't spoil just for those that want to check it out. I won't spoil here. But they fight with all 4 weapons. So that to me is... One, the story is cool because it's a dark adaptation of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but also just from a gameplay perspective, that sounds super dope. Being able to use the nunchucks and the sai and the bow staff and the katanas, like that just sounds really sick to be able to change back and forth between combat styles. Yeah. Sounds fun.
I want the spirits of those 3 Ninja Turtles to speak to the surviving Ninja Turtle when using their weapons. So like so it's
Oh, this isn't a serious idea.
No.
I thought that sounded kind of cool.
No, you know what? It could be cool. But it would be very funny if, while using the size, you just are hearing someone talk about how much they miss eating pizza and being alive. God damn it, that would be funny.
That would be fun.
Anyway, but yeah, I like that would be really cool, I think, and like a fun opportunity to like, you know, trade on some of the existing Turtles lore in a way. But yeah, like that sounds really fucking cool. There's no developer attached to this rumor, or anything like that. So who do we think the developer is? Like,
yeah, I was curious because like there's no sort of like IP exclusivity about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that I'm aware of. And it was like one of the execs at Paramount who owns the TMNT IP that kind of like leaked that this was happening.
Yeah.
So it could be like anyone.
Yeah.
It could be EA. It could be like a studio at Activision making it. It could be a Sony second party, sort of thing. Like, it could be anything. So I guess not. Who do you think it is maybe a worse question. I know that I wrote
you're
that
right.
in the show doc, but more like who would it be? Who would it be cool? Like what studio would be cool?
Who do we want it to
this?
be?
Yeah. I mean, it kind of puts it a little bit in a box because we know that it's inspired by God of War, so we know kind of the style of game that it would be. Because like the easy answer is like Sony Santa Monica. Like I bet they would do a pretty good job.
Yeah, they could probably do that pretty well, huh? Yeah, that's a much more interesting question. Like, who would we want to do it? Because like initially, I was thinking like Platinum would be pretty cool because like that combat would be wild, but also that's not really. If it's a God of War style, that kind of like
it's not really their tone.
Isn't really, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess it doesn't. Saying inspired by God of War, I guess, especially when it's like an executive who probably doesn't play a lot of video games saying it, doesn't necessarily mean that it's like the same style of tone and story. It might more just be it's a character action game that is like those broader open area sandbox areas with like a large scale narrative.
Yeah.
And if that's all it is, then Platinum could be a good fit for that.
Right. Yeah, but I think I also want it to have that darker, mature
the
tone.
self-serious.
Yeah, because I mean, I guess
should
because
the
source
story
material
should
does.
Absolutely. Yeah. Knowing that, because I was going to say Crystal Dynamics, and one of the reasons that it's hard to say Crystal Dynamics is
their recent Avengers.
First of all,
game?
they've had some rough waters, and again, I don't want to place Marvel's Avengers at their feet.
I don't want a last Ronin live service game.
That is not what I am guessing is going to happen. Yeah. But like Square Enix just sold them off to Tencent, right?
Oh, okay.
Whoever owns them now. Yeah, because it was like they sold them off for like a fucking penny, all of their Western studios. Oh. But the bigger thing is they're doing that Wolverine game.
Right. That's right.
Or wait, is Insomniac doing the Wolverine game? Embracer Group, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, because
But Embracer Group, they're the ones like they've just been mopping up studios left and right.
They've been embracing them.
Yes. Prepare to be embraced.
Yeah. Well, I'm not ready. Yeah, who would... I mean, like Team Ninja.
Insomniac is making the Wolverine game. I was wrong. So, yeah, Wolverine is coming after Spider-Man 2.
That's right. Okay, yeah.
So, that could be an answer. Maybe timing is weird because Crystal Dynamics was just bought by... Embracer Group maybe 6 months ago. So I assuming this game is beyond just the pre-production phase, it might be hard for that timeline to work, but I'm just going based upon their history. Marvel's Avengers aside, but like think about the Tomb Raider games. That approach is very similar to God of War.
That's true.
In a lot of ways. And I think could be cool. Like,
that's true.
Melee combat is a little bit different from what Tomb Raider was, but I could see that working out. There isn't a long list of studios where we don't know what they're working on right now, like over the next couple of years, that this could fit. Unless the answer is this is still in super pre-production.
Right.
And at that point, it could be anybody.
Yeah.
No, they've definitely got a developer attached from what the dude was saying about it.
Oh, okay.
They just didn't name who it was.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, like to go back to the question of who we want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Team Ninja?
Yeah, pretty similar to Platinum.
Yeah.
Although, do we know what Team Ninja's working on?
But did they just do Wulong Fallen Dynasty?
I don't know.
Games.
Yes.
Yeah, they just did Wulong. They're working on Rise of the Ronin. Action role-playing open world. Right.
Yeah, that actually looks cool. Yeah, so can't be them.
So it's not them. Because, that looks like... That is, like, their answer to Ghost of Tsushima.
Yes. The game looks pretty sick.
Yeah.
Although, again, like, could be afterwards. So less of a, do we think it's them, and more, could it be them? I think that would be a great fit.
Yeah.
I hope that it's not.
I think they would do a nice job.
I hope it's not like a Souls-esque game, because I personally, selfishly don't enjoy those games as much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that they could do a very cool version of that.
Yeah. Because, like, I feel like also if you're doing a TMNT game, even with a darker, more mature tone, there's gonna be, like, a little levity in there. And they did Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin.
They sure did.
And that game is insane. Yeah, the more I think about it, like, because, like, yeah, they have both Neo games. I think I would go Team Ninja. I think that's the thing that would get me the most excited and the most interested.
Yeah, I think that's a good fit. Again, I hope that it's a more approachable combat style.
Sure.
But
yeah.
I mean, they've done a ton. I guess they've done a bunch of stuff that wasn't, maybe not a bunch of stuff, but some stuff that wasn't as hardcore. They did, I mean, Metroid Other M,
right,
Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah, and, like, you know, granted that you're dealing with a property that has, you know, a very wide fan base or whatever, even though you would probably be aiming it towards the more old school, mature audience. Yeah. Like, I think there's room there to make it a little more accessible.
Yeah.
But yeah. So you think Crystal Dynamics, and then I think Team Ninja?
Well, not that I think they are doing it, just
right,
as like options of people that could do a good job with it. I still think Crystal Dynamics could do a good job with it.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. It's going to come out. It's going to be some random indie studio, and like the scale of the game is going to be much smaller.
Yeah. Side scroller. Next up, this big recent news. Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Nintendo released gameplay for it, a big long gameplay demo. A lot of people got to play it, and they also, like, kind of released, like, a guided a video of it. They showed off, like, a bunch of new powers. You can rewind time. The big thing that the internet's, like, focused on is the ability to, like, goop stuff together.
Right.
So, like, they show in the video, like, you're beating up an enemy with a stick, and the stick's about to break, and then you goop it with a rock, and now you have a big rock hammer, and it has restored the durability, because durability is still a mechanic.
Yeah,
and
that
then
was like the
and then it does more damage
thing
as a rock stick. But then, like, they go on and do more interesting things, right? Like, where there are some logs on a beach. Yeah, and they goop them together and use these, like, ancient fan tech things to, like, wind propel the boat across the river, or, like, stuff like that. They're also like, oh, are you tired of stamina? We still have it, but now you can teleport through ceilings. So if you have trouble getting up a mountain, find a cave and then just teleport to the top. Or how about you take the stamina meter away, you fuck? Anyways, I will not play this game, but a lot of people are very excited about it, and I think they have a right to be, and that's okay. Yes. I will just ignore everything about it once it's out.
There are a lot of people that consider Breath of the Wild one of, if not the best video game ever made. So there's a reasonable amount of excitement for Tears of the Kingdom. You and I just didn't latch on to Breath of the Wild as much as most people did.
Yeah, because it's a game that doesn't want you to actually play it.
Yeah. It's mad at you for trying to enjoy yourself.
Exactly.
Basically. But that said, obviously we're having fun here. But, like, I think there are a lot of amazing elements about Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
Like its approach to open world and discoverability, how it does the towers thing where you have to discover everything for yourself, the, like, you know, progress at your own pace. You know, you can attack the final boss at any time. You can go straight from the beginning of the game to go fight him. Like, that stuff is really, really cool.
Yeah.
It's just the micro systems of the game are against you enjoying yourself.
Yes, the game compromises your ability to engage with any of those really good things by making the moment-to-moment awful. And I mean, this game will be the same way. There are like these things were clearly their attempt to, like, address some of those issues while still, well, we call them issues. Other people liked them because they have a screw loose, but or five. But, like, this was clearly their attempt at, like, oh, you didn't like the stamina thing? Well, we'll make it a little easier by giving you this thing. And it's like, you're not going to win me over, my guy. If you said there was no stamina meter and weapons didn't have durability, or, like, like actual weapons. Like I get the stick and rock stuff, or like the bokoblin whatever, like the thrown together things. I get that, but like an actual iron sword and like good metal stuff, like don't let that stuff break. Just like there's a whole crafting system, like don't let that stuff break, let you improve that stuff through using other materials. And that's another thing in this, is there's a whole, like, you can attach any kind of material to a weapon and it'll have elemental or effect properties. Like you can attach a chew jelly, like a chew jelly to an arrow, and it'll electrocute an enemy. You can attach a whatever eye to the arrow and it'll become a seeking arrow and stuff like that. And there's all these different combinations of things you can do with attacks and weapons and properties of items. So there'll be a lot of experimentation there for people to enjoy.
Yeah, to what you were talking about, like with Sons of the Forest, of that like discoverability.
Yeah,
I think for a lot of people, that's what's going to be fun about this.
Correct.
Is trying all the different combinations and seeing what comes out of it.
Totally.
I hope that there's a better system for tracking that stuff, because that, like the cooking in the first game is a perfect example where like it was an interesting system that, one, it took too long to cook stuff literally, but also there was no recipe book. There, like, you had to memorize what combinations equaled what outcome, which, like, that's shitty game design just objectively. So hopefully there's better management of that stuff where, like, once you discover that attaching an eye to an arrow makes it a seeking arrow, you can just craft a seeking arrow and it automatically makes it for you if you have the right materials. You don't have to remember every time what you need in order to make the thing.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that was in this version that they were showing.
Yeah.
It was literally like you are holding a weapon and you bring up a menu of all of the materials you have, and you hit select and it attaches it to the weapon and it has an effect. So it seems like that might not be in it, but I agree that is something that should be in it for usability's sake.
And like I will probably check this out mostly because I haven't turned my Switch on in like a year.
Yeah, that's my other thing, is like my Switch is a piece of shit. Like, it's a bad piece of hardware. Like, I hate playing things on it. The controller is terrible, and I'm not going to buy some pro controller to play on it, because also, like, the capabilities of the system just don't keep up anymore.
It just sucks, because, like, the art direction in this game looks great, but the game itself does not look good.
Yeah.
It looks like a PS3 game.
I wish this was coming out on PC.
Yeah, dude. Like imagine this game on a PS5. How amazing it would look. And that's just the bummer.
Yeah.
It seemed to run okay. Granted, it's a pre-produced segment of the game.
Right.
Hopefully, Nintendo's able to do what they almost always do, which is optimize it and make it run okay. Although Breath of the Wild had some,
Breath of the Wild had some fucking issues.
But, that's my biggest concern about this game, is how's it actually going to run and look on hardware that is almost a decade old at this point.
Yeah, and like even when it came out, was not cutting edge.
Totally.
It was a fun toy. I don't know that it wasn't like it didn't have the specs to really compete, and now it's really, really, really old. I could see like one of the new OLED Switches running it a lot better. It just sucks that there's not going to be that kind of feature parity between versions of the Switch. Like, some will literally just run the game better. And I'm not about to fucking buy an OLED Switch.
Totally.
Or a Switch 2 for that matter. Because also, like, as I've said before on the podcast, I don't have much of an affinity for any Nintendo titles other than Animal Crossing. So, like, yeah.
Yeah, it just depends. Because, like, I want to play the Mario games. Like, there are other big things. Like, I would say I want to play the Pokemon games, but I still haven't bought Scarlet or Violet, and I could have.
I have no interest in buying that. It's the first time I've not bought one.
Yeah. So we'll see. I doubt I'll buy the next Switch or whatever Nintendo puts out, and then I'll have huge FOMO when their next big Amazing Mario game comes out, and I'll regret not buying one.
I said we were going to have a big stint of nice positive news, and then we just shit on Tears of the Kingdom.
But, yeah. I mean, it's our personal... Well, also, this is the Shea Hates Everything podcast, which you also hate everything. But it's our opinions about it, but I am excited for the people that are excited.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Yeah. I want them to be enjoying it and excited away from me.
Okay.
Moving on. Dead Island 2 released an extended gameplay trailer. It's coming out this month on April 21st. My question for you, Shea, because I'm sure listeners have seen it. Like, if you have not seen the extended gameplay trailer, watch it. It looks pretty good. Are you up for playing a new Dead Island game?
I thought I was. And then one of the YouTube guys that I watch, Skill Up, highly recommend him, and I especially want to shout him out. He just crossed 900,000 subscribers, and he deserves to have 1 million. So go subscribe and watch. He did his preview coverage of the game, and his like takeaways, and from what I saw, was like, it's like a throwback game. It's not innovative. It's not doing anything new or cool. It's like the first game, but just a new version of that with some like fun elements as part of it. And watching the gameplay, I was like, this looks fun, but it isn't grabbing me because it feels so old school. And so, not that I wouldn't want to play it, but with the limited time that I have, I find it hard to believe that I will end up playing it.
I think that's absolutely fair for you.
Yeah. If I was in college, 100%.
Right.
Absolutely, I would play it.
Right.
But with my 6 to 8 hours of gaming time a week, there's just other stuff. I've got other stuff I want to play.
Right. I think that's totally fair.
Yeah.
I think I also feel similarly about this, where like it's going to be a nice walk down memory lane. Will I beat it? Probably not. But I will spend an amount of hours, and that I will enjoy it, and then I will be done.
Mm-hmm. It looks like a good game.
Yeah.
Like, it looks fun. It looks good.
Yeah.
There's just not enough that makes me want to spend the money and spend the time.
Right.
Because I could play another AAA game or like 5 or 6 indie games in the time it would take me to play Dead Island 2. And that's assuming that I wanted to beat the thing, which, given the structure of the game, I doubt. Like, I never beat the first game. I started like 3 different characters and played 10 hours of each one. But once you got to like the middle of the game where it became really guns heavy, it just wasn't fun anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I never even beat the first one. So I doubt I would ever beat this one.
Yeah. I think it looks really nice because it's got like a little bit of flair to it.
Yeah.
There's some style.
Graphically, there. It's not that impressive, but style-wise,
it looks
fun.
Yeah. I like the look of it. Redfall.
You're trying to find a transition to talk
there
about Redfall.
There is no transition to talk about Redfall.
Speaking of games that feel kind of old school and not that exciting.
I was like, my transition was going to be, in another game that in another universe I think would look cool, but really for me it just looks like Fortnite. Redfall. It's that like CG mobile game ad graphics. That's what Redfall looks like to me.
Got a bunch of purple.
Yeah. Redfall for PS5 was canceled once Microsoft bought Bethesda. That's a shame. It is coming to Game Pass though, which is a good thing. So there's good and bad here, right? It's also kind of a bad look, right? Because Microsoft is like, Microsoft's whole thing right now with the Activision merger is, we're not going to restrict people's access to games. Like, everybody plays everywhere, right? Mm-hmm. And then they're like, but PlayStation's not getting Redfall though. Which, like, it makes sense. This was expected. But it is counter to some of their PR stuff.
The timing of this,
it's bad.
Leak is not good. I think it was like one of the what's the name of the studio? Arcane. Like one of the Arcane guys in an interview was like, yeah, we were working on Redfall for PS5, and then after we got bought, they were like, no, you're focused on Xbox and PC. And then he's like, well, for us, that was actually good because it was one less console, one less variable, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is, like, you were going to make a game for a different console. You got bought, and then your bosses told you to cancel that game for the competitor's console.
Right.
While you're trying, your bosses are trying to convince the FTC and a bunch of people that, like, you should let us buy this. It doesn't hurt competitive balance.
Yeah.
When here is, like, literal evidence that you buying a studio did hurt competitive balance.
Right.
It's just not a great look.
It's not.
And to date, we have not really gone deep on the Microsoft Activision Blizzard buyout stuff.
That's
because
true.
There hasn't been a relevant story for us to
it's
like
just been
get
continued
into it.
ongoing stuff.
And like, again, not waxing poetic, telling people how they should feel about it and addressing this larger capitalistic issues, but like, there are lots of people arguing that this is a good thing because Activision, and in particular Blizzard, has treated their employees so horribly over the years. And like, okay, but Microsoft also doesn't have an amazing track record of that.
Right.
They just laid off like 10,000 employees a couple months ago, even though they're still making record profits.
Right.
Like, it's not like Microsoft is, and Phil Spencer is like some angel coming in to save all the Blizzard employees from shitty bosses.
Yeah.
Like, that isn't the way that corporate life works.
Like,
but
I really like
thing
Phil
is,
Spencer, but he's not like a solution to a problem.
Yeah,
Right. He's
yeah.
still a CEO.
He seems like a nice dude,
Yeah.
but like, and that isn't to say that work won't improve for those people if they were purchased, but like, using that as the linchpin argument for why this is a good thing is crazy.
Yeah.
Here I am telling people how they should feel, because that's crazy. The larger thing, and again, this is coming from someone who, in transparency, like, cares far more about the Sony ecosystem, but someone that owns both consoles, is now heavily invested in the Xbox ecosystem because of Game Pass, gets a ton of value from Game Pass, but like, I bought an Xbox not for Game Pass. I bought it because Microsoft bought Bethesda, and I want to play the next Elder Scrolls game. I want to play the next Fallout game. I want to play Starfield. That's why I bought this console. Game Pass is a great way of me continuing to use my Xbox, because otherwise I would barely turn it on. Because as we've seen over the last year, they do not release that many first-party games. And the ones that they do, like Halo, Gears, Forza, like, I don't care that much about them. But the larger thing is like, these types of mergers and buyouts, we just talked about Embracer Group embracing all of these studios every week. They're buying a new studio. It's bad. It is objectively bad for competitive balance.
And for the people that are there, because like, though large companies inherently have, like, they are inhuman. Like, everyone's saying, like, treat corporations like people. I don't think there are a lot of people that say that anymore. But anyone who's like, corporations are people, it's not. It's the antithesis of the truth, which is a false thing, I guess, is the antithesis of truth. It's fake. It's a lie. It's no good, because there is a human cost to the conglomeration of businesses and entities. Like, people get lost in the shuffle, people fall through the cracks, and their lives get ruined. All for the sake of, furthering the economic rise of investors and CEOs and people at the top, right? Like, it is not ever a good thing. Like, the better thing is let people manage people, not large corporations. That's what I believe.
But even like, for consumers, you want competitors competing against each other for your dollar.
Yeah.
You want them fighting tooth and nail to earn your dollar. If one of them gets too powerful, as we saw in the PlayStation 2 generation, Sony got too cocky. They released a console at $600, and then they got their ass kicked for a couple of years.
Right.
And then formerly the head of Xbox, whatever his face was, got out there about the Xbox One always online shit. And his whole thing was like, we have an offline console. It's called the Xbox 360. And like, that one line torpedoed that console for the entire generation, where everybody pivoted to the PS4 and bought it because of that one specific item. We want these companies to be doing things and making deals and having competitive pricing, launching features in order to earn our dollars. Microsoft dwarfs Sony as a business. Microsoft is one of the largest companies in the world. Sony is not. Microsoft, like the Xbox brand, isn't even close to the largest revenue driver for Microsoft. For Sony, the PlayStation brand, I believe this is still accurate, is the only profitable arm of their business. Their technology stuff is doing horribly. Their movies are doing horribly. Like, the PlayStation brand is the only thing at Sony that is doing well, which is why Kaz Hirai, formerly leading the PlayStation brand, is now the CEO of Sony, or was, and is now on the board.
Right.
Like, that's why that happened, is because he was actually succeeding where everyone else was failing. Right. Like, this already, I'm not saying it's a David and Goliath. Like, Sony won, quote unquote, the last generation by a significant amount in terms of console sales, and they already have a huge leg up in this generation because of that. I'm not trying to say that Sony's the underdog here.
They are still a massive corporation.
Yes, but the fact is that Microsoft can go out and spend $62 billion buying Activision Blizzard. Sony cannot at all compete with that. Their huge purchase was like, what, $6 billion to buy Bungie?
Yeah.
Like, that's not even close to that amount. The more that Microsoft does this, the more it hurts us as gamers in the long term, because the more ammo it gives Microsoft to do whatever they want to do, and the more niche it makes Sony. Like, already, the Sony first-party exclusives, you can believe whatever you want to believe. It's subjective on the quality of games that both of these companies are putting out, but no one can say that the quality of Sony's exclusives in totality doesn't fucking run roads through what Microsoft has been doing. Like, every first-party game that Sony puts out does phenomenally well sales-wise and critically and commercially and, like, by users. That is not the case with what Microsoft has been doing. Microsoft keeps buying more and more studios, which gives them more and more at-bats. They bought a bunch of these studios just a few years ago. So we're only now just starting to see a lot of those acquisitions start to put games out. Over the next couple of years, in my opinion, over the next 5 years, we're going to see Microsoft dwarf Sony in terms of first-party AAA game output. Because Microsoft has like 3 times as many first-party studios, large first-party studios. And if they acquire Activision Blizzard and get access to all of those, Diablo, Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, like all of these huge tentpole IP, it's not a competition anymore in terms of the scale of revenue driven by their releases.
Right.
That doesn't mean that Sony can't still continue to release amazing first-party games and nail down really great IP like they did with Spider-Man, like they've done with Wolverine. But like, it tips the balance in a way that unequivocally benefits Xbox consumers in the short term and unequivocally is negative for non-Xbox consumers in the short term. Like, Microsoft buying Activision and all of those games becoming, day one Game Pass releases. As an Xbox Game Pass subscriber, I should be like, hell yeah, dude. I want to play Diablo 4 for free. I want to play Call of Duty for free. Of course. But as a video games consumer thinking 10 years in the future, it is objectively a net negative as for consumers for this type of shit to continue happening. And we're already seeing it on the third-party side with Embracer Group, with Tencent, these huge publishers buying more and more small studios. Dude, like, quick analogy. I know I've been going on this rant for a minute here. Quick analogy. For those of us that live in America, how fucking dog shit is your healthcare? Do you want to know why it's so dog shit? I mean, there are a bunch of reasons, but one of the biggest reasons is because these large hospital systems buy up all of the small ambulatory mom and pop doctor's offices, and then they make the care shit because they're focused on revenue generating, not actual healthcare providing, versus the small mom and pop single doc ambulatory practices are focused on providing a service because that's why they got into medicine. But a huge company comes in and offers them millions of dollars to take over their, everyday admin shit. Of course they're going to do that. And that's one of the main reasons why healthcare sucks so much ass in this country. That is the future of video games that we're talking about here. It's going to be like 6 companies that are going to own everything. And then you're going to have the tiny little indie studios that do their own thing. But otherwise, it's the 6 big companies, and the product quality is going to go down. The prices are going to go up. Dude, Phil Spencer has already been out there setting the seed to raise the Game Pass subscription. You know, he was having an interview about inflation, like, wow, Game Pass is such a great value. And he was like, yeah, you know, it's a great, we're taking a loss on Game Pass, has been his whole narrative. And his whole thing is like, you know, it's going to be hard to justify keeping it at that price for very much longer. Like, they're already setting the stage to the more consumers they can ingest and get dependent on their service, skyrocket the price. It happens with all technology, dude. Uber Eats, fucking Netflix, like all of these huge consumer brands that started out as providing this amazing, unique service and then bought up all the competition to create a semi-monopoly and then just jack up their prices because we're all reliant on that service. And then a couple years later, other competitors start to pop up and then there's actual real competition. But it's going to go through fucking rough patches if this stuff goes through. That's my firm belief. That's also one of the reasons why we've been avoiding this topic, because I knew it was going to be a 20-minute rant.
Yeah, but I mean, like, okay, no, it was good to hear all of that. And, like, I do have a question, though. What do you think of Redfall?
I do not give a shit about this game. I literally could not be less interested. Arcane, like, I have wanted to like every single game they've released. I played several hours of Dishonored, didn't like it. Played several hours of Dishonored 2, didn't like it. Played more hours of Prey, really, really wanted to love it. Gave it way more of a chance than I originally intended, didn't like it.
I'm surprised
Played
you didn't
fucking
like
Deathloop,
Prey.
and that Deathloop is a shit game.
Yeah, Deathloop
like,
sucks butts.
Dishonored and Prey are not bad games by any means. I just did not enjoy them.
I'm surprised you didn't
Deathloop
like
is a
Prey.
bad video game. I loved it. It was the gameplay, dude, and that's my thing.
Huh.
I don't like that. I do not like how they design gameplay.
Huh.
The atmosphere and the story, all of that shit in Prey was super dope.
Yeah.
Loved the setting, all of the creepiness stuff. Like, I loved all of it. It was the shooting and the combat, I think, is dog shit. Like, I do not think they are good at making shooter games. Good at making combat games. They're great at making like those immersive simulators, the like do anything style of game, which is really interesting to see because Redfall isn't that. Redfall is like a pretty straightforward hero-esque co-op shooter.
Yeah, and apparently like that really good like environmental storytelling that Arcane is known for is there's a little bit of it, but it's not like it is not like their previous games. Apparently this one like just feels old in a way, and like feature light. Like there's not a lot of variety in the things that you're doing or places you're going. Like the activities are really repetitive.
There's no interesting concept.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just vampires and a cult. Like, who cares?
Yeah, right. Agreed. And then a visual style that they aped straight from mobile games. Like,
well, but it's like their style with the like slightly cartoony looking characters.
Yeah, like you can tell it's an Arcane
colors,
game, but it's like it just looks like Fortnite. It
Well,
looks like they put
of,
Arcane characters in Fortnite, which is a very Fortnite thing to do.
Sure. One of the big points of feedback, even from people that have enjoyed the early access stuff on Redfall, like that I have seen, is that the AI is just brain dead, which has been a criticism of all Arcane games. And like, that's the biggest reason I did not enjoy Deathloop, is like, it was not fun engaging with the enemies because they just fucking stand there. And like looking at the stuff in Redfall, it looks boring to play.
Yeah.
Because the enemies are brain dead.
Agreed. So I'll be checking it out when it arrives on Game Pass.
I will, dude.
I'll probably play like an hour or two.
Yeah, I absolutely will play it.
Because I want to know for myself, but yeah.
I said the same thing about Wo Long, and I have not started that either. But
neither.
Redfall's more approachable to me.
I
know that I won't enjoy Wo Long, which just makes it harder to devote hours to it.
All right.
There's a chance that Redfall will be dumb fun in like a Far Cry kind of way.
All right, so in the same vein of like questionable quality, but a much funnier story.
Right.
There's a new RoboCop game called RoboCop Rogue City. It is releasing this year in September, and they have a gameplay trailer.
Like
It is a first-person shooter RoboCop game. It looks so bad. I cannot believe how bad this looks.
In terms of, and granted, like, it's not like this is a AAA game.
No.
But in terms of, like, this scale of game with this, like, beloved IP, the most recent example of a gameplay trailer coming out that looked this bad, it reminded me of when the Gollum game was revealed a couple of years ago. And watching that trailer and being like, I literally don't understand how you could make a video game that looks this bad. And that's how I felt watching this RoboCop trailer. Yeah. The biggest thing with the RoboCop trailer is because it isn't gameplay, dude.
Well,
all of this is fake.
Yes,
all of it is fake.
It's all fake.
And, like, how do you make a fake gameplay trailer that looks this dog shit?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It looks like they made it in an hour.
It reminds me of that the Final Fantasy 13 quote unquote gameplay trailer where they just like put a UI over a CG cutscene.
Don't take me back there. I actually like that game.
I know, but that marketing
that was bad. That was bad.
So like all right, there is a part we talked about this I think last episode. I really like that Terminator game.
Right. That was your number one recommended game that you said, like.
Yeah. Well, because it's like A, it's hilarious, but B, like, I feel like people wouldn't play it, and so I wanted to recommend it. What if this is at least as good as that?
Don't do this.
But what if? So, my question. In the vein of like something that's at least playable and somewhat enjoyable as like a fan of a franchise, what other like classic, iconic, it doesn't have to be iconic, whatever classic action movies would also make a terrible but enjoyable first-person shooter?
Jingle All the Way.
Oh, shit.
It wouldn't be a shooter, but like, frankly, like any of those like 80s,
Last
90s
Action
Arnold
Hero?
Schwarzenegger comedies, action comedies, all of those. Make a single game that has all of them in it.
Last Action Hero would actually be a good one though, because it's already playing on the tropes of action movies. It's very tongue in cheek, and I think like in a way that Duke Nukem never achieved, it could be tongue in cheek in a fun way. Yeah, Last Action Hero would be good.
Because my real two answers I can't really use because both of them exist. One of them is Rambo, and there was that Rambo game that came out a couple of years ago, which was one of the worst games of like the last decade. And then the other one is Starship Troopers, which it's basically the Alien Earth Defense Force games. That's basically
well,
Starship
they're coming
Troopers.
out with that Starship Troopers game.
I forgot about that. Oh man,
they are. That's the thing that's happening. What if that one is also bad but fun?
Right.
That's my thing. Is like, what would make a bad but fun?
Yeah.
And I think you could redo Rambo and make it bad but fun. The other one was just bad. I think Starship Troopers could be bad but fun. Last Action Hero, I think, would just be good.
I feel like Last Action Hero would be like a Streets of Rage style, like a side-scrolling beat 'em up.
Oh,
game.
Sure. Yeah, that would make more sense. Yeah, that would be good for that too.
That actually sounds awesome.
That sounds pretty great, yeah. Like little pixelated Arnold dragging the kid around. That would be pretty good.
What do you got? Any other ideas?
I mean, Last Action Hero is kind of my big one, but I really, really like and I mean, this is baffling why I like it. I think I like it because it's so different, but I think it's the second Predator movie where it like takes place in a city and it's just like a normal cop drama, and then all of a sudden there's a predator killing everybody.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it's like it starts out and it's like a gang crime 80s cop action movie, and then there's a predator. and it kind of holds that tone throughout. So it's like a really weird Predator movie. But I think that would make a really bad but fun first-person shooter, like
I could see that.
Like running from the Predator and trying to fight the Predator, but also shooting gang members of. You know what? That wouldn't play well. Not anymore, I guess. But it would be bad but fun. I like that.
Blade Runner could be a fun one.
Yeah,
like,
but that wouldn't be
retro
bad.
style.
I would want just like a straight up really good Blade Runner, like first person exploring, like first person adventure game with some gunplay combat.
Yeah, but that's just cyberpunk.
No, but like, see, cyberpunk's too like modern tech. I want original retro Blade Runner cyberpunk stuff. Yeah, which there's a game called Synther that's coming out. It has like PS1 style graphics.
I feel like that's been a popular thing now.
Yeah,
like the PS1 era.
I love it. That's
very, very polygonal.
That is
style graphics.
Massively my shit. A
lot of like boomer shooters.
But yeah,
that have that.
There's a game called Synther coming out that is very much that. It's not like a shooter. It's more of like an adventure exploration game, but it's that. It's like retro cyberpunk.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I'm looking at screenshots.
Yeah, it looks
definitely
dope.
like that. That looks cool.
I
dig it.
But yeah, anyways, that RoboCop game. Man, that trailer.
Oh man,
holy cow!
Again, I saw it because Skill Up, he's a huge RoboCop fan. Like he brings it up all the time, and so when I saw the trailer via his Twitter where he tweeted about it, and he was like, "I want to be really excited about this. I'm not." Like he's like, "I'm withholding judgment." ...
You want to know a movie we did not name as a really fun first-person shooter?
Okay.
James Cameron's Avatar. Which brings us to our next story. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora had a leaked screenshot. And it is a first-person shooter for apparently portions of it, because the screenshot is just blue hands holding an assault rifle shooting at a mech while shit blows up in the background. Which is like not what I was expecting from this game. I thought like third-person action exploration, like running around the planet doing stuff. I guess it makes sense that there would be this enemy there that you're fighting, the humans with their mechs and all that other stuff. And like in the new Avatar movie, Sully's Avatar, like the blue people do get assault weapons because they like raid shipments from the humans and they are using them. So there's precedent there or whatever. I guess I didn't expect it. Like I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking bows. I wasn't thinking blue people shooting assault rifles.
Yeah, absolutely not.
So it's like
why would you do that?
Yeah, like
why make that game?
Yeah, that's my question, right? Like what kind of game do you think this is? And I think the answer is Far Cry. I think they're just making Far Cry.
Absolutely.
With blue people.
Yeah, as soon as I saw the image, I was like, oh, so it's a Far Cry game.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be like a big open world.
Right.
They have to do that.
And there will be cool traversal things with the flying bird, whatever it is that you like.
Right.
Make kiss with your hair, pony, urethra, whatever it is. And like that will probably be third person, I would assume, while you're flying that. And then maybe once you like aren't using some form of traversal, it's first person. I don't know. Or maybe you can switch perspectives. I don't know. But this screenshot was the last thing I was expecting from an Avatar game screenshot. When
I think I saw it and audibly out loud went, oh.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah.
I was expecting like a whale talking about all of the pain it's experiencing. I was not expecting blue hands holding an assault rifle.
I had zero hype or interest in this already, but like this sealed it.
I was interested in it because I really like, unironically, that first Avatar movie. And I went and saw Way of Water and also really liked it, a little more ironically, but did still really like it.
I want, because I have not seen Way of Water. I do
It's
want to
good.
see it. The bummer is, like, the best way to see it is in the theaters.
Right.
That's where you're really going to appreciate the technology behind it. But, like, I do want to watch it. I almost want to rewatch the first one first.
I did.
Not because I need to get caught up on the story, because it's not complex.
Yeah.
But, like, I want to, having been years and years and years, I, like, want to give it another shot.
It still looks really good. I was surprised.
Yeah, of course. And the original, like, I saw it in 3D. Like, it was the whole thing, and my mind was blown by the technology.
Yeah.
But the actual movie, I was like, this movie sucks. Like, as a movie, it sucks. So, whatever.
Yeah. There's a lot of pretty stuff to look at in that movie.
Sure.
And hopefully there's a lot of pretty stuff to look at in that game. I guess time will tell, and we'll see. Maybe it'll just be mechs and explosions and bullets. Like every other fucking video game. All right, Atlas Fallen. What is this game? It was delayed from May to August. What is Atlas Fallen? Is this that like third-person action co-op game that looks like every other fantasy fucking action game?
This is my mistake, because structurally, I tend to run all of this podcast stuff, and it has my namesake, but like I don't want it to just be me leading every conversation. And so we kind of structured this to say like, hey, Kyle, how about you do the news section? I forgot that you cannot be relied upon to do any research into the things that we talk about on the podcast. So this is 100% on me.
This was added like last minute. I didn't even see this.
It wasn't last minute. It was like a couple days before. And I also specifically, as we were talking through the agenda before we started recording, I mentioned that it was there. And but yeah, so Atlas.
Look, I think we covered this last time, but if I was your employee, you would fire me.
This is how I give feedback to my direct reports. Really passive aggressively.
Yeah, that's good. It's good. No, tell me about Atlas Fallen.
So Atlas Fallen is being made by Deck 13, who made the Surge games, Lords of the Fallen. They also are making The Lords of the Fallen, which is a reboot of that game for some reason that they decided to make the name the same. But everybody thought when this was announced, because they just showed that like it's some kind of third-person character action game. You're in this desert landscape, big enemies. The way that it looked, and based upon their track record, people were like, oh, it's a Souls-like. And so I remember seeing it and being like, oh, it's a Souls-like, so I'm not interested. But recently, a bunch of people got some gameplay time with it. And again, ScaleUp did a video, which is like the thing that made me like, wait, what? Because this game is like more... Everybody has been likening it to like Darksiders. It's more, I mean, it's a character action game, but it's way more of a like fast-paced, arcadey combat action game versus a like you just wait and dodge roll and backstab Souls-like style, which I was like, oh, this seems way more interesting. I mostly added it to the news section because all of this gameplay stuff just came out a couple of weeks ago, and the game's releasing in May, and then they just announced that they've delayed it to August. And like, by and large, the feedback that I saw from this game, like not like overwhelming glowing positivity, but like people being surprised by the kind of game that it is, and also just general positivity of like, the combat's pretty fun and engaging. The enemies are cool. There's a lot of variety. How you navigate the sand. You kind of like surf on the sand in a really cool way to move around the space really quickly. And like people were generally like, yeah, I had a pretty good time with it. It seems interesting. And then they delayed it like 4 months. So I was just kind of surprised that around the timing of that, where I wonder if as part of this gameplay testing, the developers noticed technical aspects that were not up to snuff, because obviously this kind of delay is just for technical polish. They're not going to be changing any significant aspects of the game. But yeah, I was really interested. They said as part of the delay, they're going to have more coverage coming out in early summer, including revealing the drop-in co-op that they have, which also sounds interesting. But I just thought it was an interesting way to talk about this, because I 100% thought this was going to be a completely different kind of game than it actually is. And given that, do you have any interest in it?
I
clearly you didn't watch any of the gameplay about this game in the several days that you had notice to do it, but
no, because I saw the trailer when it was announced, which had some gameplay in it, and it made me think of, oh god, there was a game that looked just like this game visually that was also a third-person action title, and it failed miserably, and I think it was on like Xbox Series S and X.
Recore?
No.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of like games that took.
No, but it had like because Atlas Fallen. Here, let me look. This is what I'm thinking it is, right? Yeah. It had like characters with the same kind of armor, and it was like the same type of setting, but it failed horribly because it was really terrible. I can't remember the name of this game. It was really, really bad. And so it made me think of that, and I was like, oh, Poisoned Well, I'm not interested in this. But I don't know that I'm like interested, but if you wanted to play co-op at some point, and assuming there's PC console crossplay through Xbox, I would play it with you.
You PC elitist bitch.
Well, I have an Xbox One, and I'm not about to buy an Xbox console when I have a PC that can play the PC Game Pass games. Like that's pointless.
No, I mean I would say that my interest in this game is like middling. It's not like a game that I'm like, oh, now I'm super interested, but like I have an interest now, whereas previously I had none.
Yeah, so, I had written it off because it looked like that other game, and I was like, what?
But you played, like, didn't you play The Surge?
Yes, and not
I know
for very
you played,
long.
You played Lords of the Fallen, and I feel like you kind of liked that game.
I kind of liked Lords of the Fallen, but they're making another one. Right. And this is also not that.
No, yeah. I just mean that I'm surprised that you immediately were uninterested, given that you have played and somewhat enjoyed the previous games by this studio.
Well, also remember, this game was announced in the same presentation in which Lords of the Fallen 2 was announced, and so I didn't realize this was that team.
Not Lords of the Fallen 2. The Lords of the Fallen.
Oh my god. Lords of the Fallen 2 was announced, and so I was like, Atlas Fallen, is that some connection to Lords of the Fallen? No, this doesn't look. This looks like that really bad game. And then the trailer for the Lords of the Fallen played. I was like, okay, this is the one I'm interested in. And I didn't even realize that until I looked into it later that they were both being developed by probably different teams from the same company.
I totally didn't even make the connection between Lords of the Fallen and Atlas Fallen. That is odd that they would name their games that way.
Yeah,
although clearly they're not good at naming their video games when they had Lords of the Fallen and now The Lords of the Fallen as different video games.
Yeah, it's not great. But, you know, because Lords of the Fallen 1 was like a more approachable Souls. Like, it wasn't nearly as hard. There were some inventory and like item slot things that were kind of Diablo-esque that I thought were cool. Mm-hmm. And so it was like a nice kind of blending of some of those pieces of those formulas. I don't think I beat it, but I got a decent way through it and enjoyed what I had played. Just not enough to finish it. But yeah, I will play this with you co-op if you want to play it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. All right. I put these next 4 stories in myself, so I do know about these. This isn't like super video gamey. This is more of a show, but it's based on Pokemon franchise. The trailer for the new, so Ash had like a big send off. Ash is no longer the main protagonist of the Pokemon franchise, the show. And they released a trailer for the new post-Ash Pokemon anime series. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming, like me, you have zero interest in watching this.
Correct.
So the thing I want to like kind of find out from you, and then also like through conversing with you, find out for myself, is like, what was it about the original Pokemon anime that resonated so strongly with you / me?
I mean, for me at least, I think it was that it was on TV in the mornings at the time that I was eating breakfast before school.
Yeah, like perfect timing.
Yeah. Not that I mean, I'm joking. I did love the show, but that was a big part of it. Is we watched it like every morning before school, and so that just became part of like our lifestyle. In reality, I think that because like I'm not a big anime person, you certainly are, so you could speak to that a little bit differently. But like what appealed to me about the show is I loved Pokemon.
Yeah.
And the characters I thought were super lovable. The characters being like the Pokemon themselves, like Pikachu.
Right. Yeah, and like in a way that the game wasn't capable of communicating.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You got to see so much more of the Pokemon's personalities in the
Yeah.
show.
Yeah.
And I was really like that too. Yeah,
And,
so I
like,
think that's it.
I loved the original games. Like
Yeah.
Red and Blue are like in my top 5 games ever, but like it was all in your mind of
Right.
what these places were like. And the show made them real. And that was fucking awesome.
Yeah. And like Ash as a protagonist was never like the real draw.
No. He was annoying.
Yeah, it's like because I want to beat. I would do things. I would do things better.
But also, he's an idiot.
I want to
Like,
date Misty.
Yeah, he's a bumbling moron.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that kind of captures it. Is like we were watching the show and playing the games at the same time, and you're totally right. It's like the games we had to like because it was on a Game Boy. So much of our enjoyment that we were derived from it was due to our own imaginations, and so having that laid out for us in another like more robust visual medium made a big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have a segue for this one. I'm sorry. The Dune writer is gonna write the Gears of War movie.
And to clarify, Dune with an N writer, not Doom.
Correct.
As in the
yes. not the
Not
Doom
the-
movie with the Rock.
not the Dwayne Johnson
the
Dune
first
movie writer.
person shooter segment. Not that. Yeah, Dune writer is going to be writing the Gears of War movie, which is fascinating. Netflix has hired them.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting because
At least it gives it some like hope that it won't be bad.
Yeah, but it's like what do you really want from a Gears of War movie? And then does this person deliver that in their writing for the things that they've already made? And I think the answer is like they haven't worked on something that's going to be like this, or
Yeah,
if they
that's
try to
true.
turn this into the thing that they're familiar with, I don't think it'll be good. Well,
like,
I mean, it's probably not going to be good anyways, but
I mean, I haven't played the recent several Gears games, but at least like I assume they're similar to the original trilogy, which is like the beef-caked up. Like it's like our war movies. Like that's the style is like hard ass dudes killing shit, the brotherhood kind of bullshit, toxic masculinity
Totally.
kind of crap. Like not some deep analyzation of any like anything going on in their brains at any given time.
yeah.
So who knows? Like,
Yeah, I want
reality,
like some jacked up, coked up dudes with guns that have chainsaws on them ripping through some folks.
like it's hard to imagine a Gears of War movie that is good,
right.
because
Yes.
the Gears of War movie I want is a not cheesy, but like a kind of corny, because it takes itself so seriously action
Right.
movie that inherently can't be good anymore because we as a society has moved on from those types of bro movies.
Speak for yourself. Other question. If this cheesy movie existed, this perfect world that we're envisioning here, this utopia, so to speak, who should play Marcus, Dom, and the Coltrane baby?
Dom is like the friend, right, that dies?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, it doesn't matter which one, but Dave Bautista is going to be in this movie.
I
gonna
would
play one
I
of
would
those
like
two
a
guys.
Dave Bautista as Marcus.
He would be Marcus. Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess he would be Marcus.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like other beef-caked up guys that would like fit in that aren't old. Because like I think of like Sly Stallone and Dolph Lundgren and that era of guy. They're way too old to do this kind of shit. I don't know. Did you have ideas?
I have one for Coltrane.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to follow me on this journey.
Okay.
It's a short journey. Kevin Hart.
He was the first person I thought of as a joke.
Yeah, I fucking love watching Kevin Hart. I can't help myself. He's
and everyone else that is fucking brain dead in this damn country.
I know. But the
worst.
idea of tiny, like there are so many good jokes of tiny Kevin Hart trying to wear this huge fucking armor, walking around these huge fucking dudes.
That doesn't make any sense for the character.
I know, but god damn it would be funny. Holy shit, it would be funny. I would not be able to stop laughing.
Well, along those same lines, I wouldn't want this, but it would be a good fit for Dwayne Johnson to play a Dom alongside Dave Bautista. The problem is Dwayne Johnson would never agree to not be the main dude in a movie because he has an ego the size of the planet.
True.
The size of his bald head. Can't stand Dwayne Johnson either. And that's what Dwayne Johnson plus Kevin Hart fills me with so much fucking rage.
I love it so much.
I hate both of them.
Love it. I just eat that shit up, man. I don't know why. That's my reality TV. But I guess a more serious Coltrane. Oh my god, I'm so bad with actor names. I just can't.
What? You know who would be good, and I don't know this actor's name, but the dude from Black Panther that played the tribal leader. What's his name? Because I'm going for like a black dude that is huge and a good actor.
Right.
Although Dave Bautista is not exactly a great actor.
Yeah,
but he'd be a good fit. He would do a good enough job.
Yes, he would. Yeah.
Where are you? Winston Duke. He played M'Baku in Black Panther. He would be a good
yes.
Cole.
Yeah, he'd be a good Cole.
Because he kind of has that
You're
cool
right.
kind of soft side to him too, beyond just being a badass.
Yeah. Agreed. In reality, they probably get an actual football player because Coltrane is a football player in the game. So they probably get an actual football player. So we're just
embracing that this is going to be a shitty movie at this point.
Yeah. But if they get Kevin Hart, there's potential to save it. Yeah, I didn't want to go deep down the rabbit hole with characters because this is just a fun, dumb thing. But I think Dave Bautista would also make a really good general. Oh my god, what is the name of the villain in the first Gears of War? General
Grievous.
Gears of War General Ram.
Zod.
General Ram. I literally had Zod on the tip of my tongue. I was like, that can't be right. General Ram. Dave Bautista would make a fun General Ram villain.
Okay, I could see that.
Yeah.
He's a fun, corny actor.
Yeah, he's good at wearing a lot of makeup. Bad news. There's no sugarcoat in this one. Our favorite voice out of any voices of any person ever, Lance Reddick, has passed away very recently. He was only 60-some years old, so that sucks even more. Lance Reddick was Zavala in Destiny. He also had a lot of other voice roles in a bunch of other games and franchises.
Silence in Horizon, the Horizon games. He was the main villain.
Yeah. Iconic voice. You could not hear him and think he was anybody else but Lance Reddick. Also played a lot of different roles in other shows that I liked, like in Fringe. He was one of my favorite characters in Fringe. Yeah, I really, really liked Lance Reddick.
And seemed like a genuinely good dude.
Yeah.
Also genuinely enjoyed video games. He was a regular Destiny player. And I also heard, ironically, because he voices Zavala, who was the Titan, NPC character, but I guess he played a warlock in the game because he was like, warlock's the best class, so I play a warlock.
That is funny. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. So I thought like we could kind of memorialize him and like say what our favorite role of Lance Reddick is of all time.
Yeah, I feel like his two biggest television film, or I guess three biggest live action things would be Fringe, which I have not seen, The Wire, which I watched a little bit of, and then the John Wick movies, which I've only seen the first. So most of my exposure to Lance Reddick is one through video games and two through meme culture, because he's a popularized meme, because his voice is awesome, because he had such a, like, he's like this slender but extremely masculine, handsome really dude. Tall, tall. So like he pops up a lot as images online. But I mean, so like for me, will always remember him most as Zavala and Silence from the Horizon games, because those were like my two biggest recent exposures to him. Though I will say I did not see it at the time, but I saw it after he passed, circulating. He had an appearance on the Eric Andre show, which is a comedy show, like a sort of sketch improv comedy show. And it is insane and amazing. So just go to YouTube, search Lance Reddick, Eric Andre. Yeah. You will enjoy it.
I need to watch
that posthumously has become one of my favorite Lance Reddick roles over the years.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll need to watch that. My favorite is his character on Fringe. He's just like
a good show.
Nah.
Because I know you like those like B-tier sci-fi shows.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those. If you're asking if you would be interested, the answer is no. But he plays Philip Broyles. He's like a kind of an authority figure at like the agency that is kind of front and center in the show. Mm-hmm. And he's just like a really great sympathetic authority character, a figure. Like he just brings a lot of empathy, and for me, it was always like a treat whenever he was on screen during these scenes and stuff. And it was always like, Lance Reddick, yay! We got a Lance scene this time. So that's the thing that I think of the most, because I also think it was one of my first exposures to him as an actor, live action. So yeah, that's super, super unfortunate. So
yeah,
that was a bummer. We have one more news story. I wish we had folded this up into our prior conversation about Last of Us, but that's okay. So it has come out through like interviews that there was a prequel to The Last of Us planned at one point, and it would not have been Naughty Dog working on it. They would have like farmed it off to another studio while they continued work on part 2. And it would have followed Ellie's mom, which again is very interesting that like they worked that into kind of a bit part in the show. So
also interesting because in those early trailers of part 2 with Abby, before you knew who that was or when it took place, everybody thought it would be Ellie's mom. Like that was the popular. So that's really interesting to hear the backstory of they were planning to make a prequel game.
Right. Yeah, that's super, super interesting. So I am curious. They would have farmed it off to another studio. What studio would you like to... I know we're doing that a lot today, but what studio would you like to have seen or would trust to take something like that on? And what would you like to have found out about the universe and about Ellie's mom's story through that game?
That's hard. That's hard to...
Yeah.
Like the story-wise especially, because
specific
to Ellie's mom... To me, like, as much as I said I loved the intro scene in that last episode, because I did, and I loved the context setting that it did for Marlene, to me, like, the less you know about her character, or I guess the knowing more about her character doesn't do anything for Ellie as a character. Like,
yeah,
I don't need to know anything about Ellie's mom to
because
understand.
yeah,
Ellie.
she doesn't really, she didn't spend any time with her, so
Yeah. Like that
matter.
mystery. They hardly even talk about it. It isn't even a mystery. So like hearing that this was happening, my reaction was like, like I wouldn't have cared about that story.
I mean,
because
before this show, I would have cared because I would have wanted to know why Ellie is immune.
Sure.
Because we don't know that until they show the scene in the show.
But I disagree. I liked not knowing why she was immune, and I did not like learning why she was immune. That was a thing I'm sure they did for TV, because you can't leave things unknown on TV. And that, to me, we didn't talk about this, but I didn't like that. The mystery is so much more interesting.
I agree. But in the absence of that, wondering, I would have wanted to know that. But now that I know, I didn't know. So I think that's what I would have wanted from it. I don't know how you make a game about that. I mean, obviously you fill it with other stuff that you hope is interesting for the player and fill out the world and in other corners and stuff. And it would be like very early, like outbreak time. So like that like really high intensity sequence at the beginning of the first Last of Us, seeing that expanded out a bit could be interesting. They could explore some things there. You have the potential to meet characters that you meet in the first Last of Us earlier, when they're maybe like slightly different characters. They haven't gone through certain things or have different values or whatever, but like you get to see them early and see some of the things that they go through that could maybe then further contextualize why they are the way they are in the first game or second game. Potential for stuff like that, I think, could have been interesting. Necessary, no, but interesting.
Yeah. I mean, as far as who could make it, I mean, I use this example already, but Crystal Dynamics, again, thinking that it's a similar style of game,
right?
Like the third-person shooter style, given the tone of it. But again, it's just hard. It's hard. It's hard for me to like work up excitement over what it would have been or who would have made it, because I would have been disappointed to learn that it was being made. Like, I think that time period is great. Like everything you're talking about, like learning what the de-evolution of society was, that sounds sick. But like, let it be a new character. Not everything needs to tie into everything. Like that, there were many problems with the sequel trilogy of Star Wars, but one of the biggest is that Rey had to fucking be related to somebody.
Agreed.
Like, let a character stand on its own. It doesn't not everything has to tie to everything else. So if they had announced a game called, Before The Last of Us, and it took place 5 years after the outbreak happened, I would be more excited about that. Learning that it was Ellie's mom as the main character would have made me less excited about it.
I think I agree. I agree. And again, as for who to helm that, I mean, I would just want someone in-house at Sony, like another Sony studio to do it.
Oh, I guess that's true. If it would be, I mean, I'm sure it would have been a Sony exclusive. 'Cause like, even thinking of at the time back in, what was that? I guess that would have been in like the 2018-ish time when they were announcing part 2. Because I was like Sony Santa Monica, but they would have been on God of War at the time.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess Insomniac. Like seeing what they were able to pull off with like Spider-Man and stuff. Like clearly they have a grasp.
But Spider-Man doesn't have anywhere near the tone.
I know, but in terms of like their ability to make compelling combat and stuff like that, like yeah, sure. But again, I don't know that it's something that they would have been that passionate about pursuing and creating. But yeah, I don't know.
Would have been interesting for sure, regardless of the lead.
Right.
It's a little bit like, because I know they have mentioned being open to making a part 3, and some of that could be bullshit. Like they could already be working on it and just don't want to say anything, so they're being mysterious. But obviously they're making that multiplayer game. Like, it goes back to conversation we've had a million times. I wish that the first game could just stand on its own. I wish they had never made anything else related to The Last of Us. Let that story be its own thing. I don't need to learn more about the world. I don't need to see a bunch of other characters. I don't need to see more from those characters. I just wish that it could have been one and done. It's the reality of video games that almost never happens, to be fair. But yeah, it's the more stuff related to The Last of Us that exists, the less special the first game feels.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree.
You pitched this whole latter half of the news as like a bunch of like fun, good news shit, and most of it was still negative, bro.
Well, we made it negative. We made it negative. I was thinking like broadly, like Legend of Zelda. People are excited about that. Dead Island 2 finally coming out, and like get to talk about Redfall, the new RoboCop game, Avatar. We get to talk about Alice Fallen, Pokemon, Dune, Gears of War. It is the Shea Hits Everything podcast.
And we had fun with the RoboCop game.
Oh, we did. But we just shit on everything else.
But moving beyond the hate to something that is positive, the quick conversation I wanted to have, little segment here. So last episode we talked about sort of our games of the year from the last couple of years since we didn't have the podcast. So I wanted to do a quick, maybe some lesser known games, not big AAA games from the last couple of years that we would recommend. This started completely selfishly because I played a bunch of indies over the last couple of years that like I never got to talk about, and I think people should play more of these games. So I wanted to talk about them. So I also told Kyle, hey, put your list together too. So thinking through my stuff from 2019, I mentioned at the top with Far Changing Tides, the original game, Far Lone Sails, was a 2019 game. Based on what I talked about, you'll know whether or not that's something you might be interested in, but I definitely recommend it. The other one would be Ape Out, which got some good it's a commercial push because it was available like on Switch and a bunch of stuff, but it's I guess I would call it a rhythm action game. In a way, kind of, because you play as an ape and you're trying to get out, basically. But like you're a gorilla. Yeah, you're a gorilla that's trapped and you're trying to escape. And you have to. It's kind of like Hotline Miami-esque, where it's sort of a top down. You get hit once and you die. But the style of it is so much more interesting. I mean, Hotline Miami has amazing music, but in Ape Out, doing things creates percussion. So like cymbals and drum hits. And so like as you like throw a door at a guy, you get a cymbal crash. You pick up a guy, you grab him and like a bass drum beat happens. And then you throw him into a wall and then another cymbal crash happens. And it creates what you would think is like this cacophony of sound, but it actually really works out into making it feel like music. And it was just really, really cool.
That's cool.
I'm a drummer. Like that's certainly part of it. I like jazz. That's certainly part of it. But that's like the musical aesthetic of the game is you're sort of like free form creating this percussion jazzy sound, which was really cool. And visually, it's very minimalist. You're essentially just like the outlines of the characters, but they do this really cool thing with the colors where like in a certain level it flips what do they call it when they like flip the blacks and whites of everything. It's a film term, but like they swap the colors to the opposites, and there's another section where like the lights are off, and so the only thing you can see is the flashlights of the other guys. Like you can't even see your own character. So they do a lot of cool things with the visuals and the color to kind of switch things up. But like the whole point of it's kind of like a speed run. Like you want to get out as fast as you can in each level, and it creates with the drums, it creates like a really good sense of momentum, and it's just a really, really fun game, and highly recommended to folks that are into that. Yeah. What did you play in 2019 that you think other people should play?
I've talked about both of these before, I think, on the podcast, but Void Bastards came out in 2019. That is a roguelike that you are like going through space. You've escaped a prison colony ship, and are trying to make your way out of the system. And there are like random encounters with other, like pirates and like other people like looking to mess your stuff up, and like tear down your ship and rebuild their own and stuff like that. And you're going into these little procedurally generated areas, these other ships, and looting them for resources. Like I said, it's a roguelike. So if you die, like, runs over, there are ways to, like, you know, mitigate that and still gain progression and all that. And it's got like a really fun aesthetic where it's very cartoony. It is 3D. It's a first-person shooter. It's very cartoony, but all the enemies and characters are 2D sprites that like flip based on where you are. Like they're always pointing at you, kind of a thing. Yeah. Like it's 2D rotating in a 3D space. So it's got like a fun aesthetic that way. And it's just a lot of fun, and it doesn't take that long to beat, provided you get a little lucky with some of the RNG. But yeah, it was a good time. And then
I played a couple hours of it, I think based on your recommendation, actually. And like, I just couldn't get into it. I really wanted to like it. I loved the style and the comic booky look to it. And the music I remember enjoying. But there was something about, and maybe it was just because it was like the roguelike kind of thing, that it just, I don't know. Something, it just didn't hit with me as much as I wanted it to.
Yeah, that's okay. Did you had a second one for 2019?
No, Far Loan Sales I already talked about.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Ape Out and Far Loan Sales. My second one for 2019 is Ion Fury. This is one that was called Ion Maiden, and then Iron Maiden got after him. Their lawyers did, and so they had to change to Ion Fury.
Amazing.
It is. That's so stupid. It is a boomer shooter, old school, like classic Doom, Duke Nukem style, where again, like sprites rotating in 3D space, with that kind of same aesthetic. But this one I think has like a really strong graphical style to go along with that, within the like pixelated realm, and like the level design's really cool and pretty intricate. It's got some fun personality. It's like a hard sci-fi, a soft sci-fi kind of setting where you're playing like this agent who has all these cool tools and is like fighting against it. It doesn't matter. It's just fun, and it's one of those boomer shooter games, and I liked it quite a bit. And they when I initially played it, there was like only one mission available, but they've since like finished the story and all that other kind of stuff, so it's like a full game there now. Nice. But yeah, I really liked it. Visually, I thought it was strong. It plays like one of those games and feels authentic, and has like more complex and larger level designs than you would get in like some of those classic games for like RAM reasons and stuff like that.
I had not heard of that. That sounds cool.
Ion Fury. It is
I might
really
need
cool.
to check that out. Not even for the listeners. I might check that out.
I recommend it.
In 2020, which frankly, like, this is the game that made me want to do this, is Spiritfarer. Spiritfarer is one of the best games I have played in the last several years. I did mention on the last podcast as like my runner-up to Ghost of Tsushima, because like I wanted to give my game of the year to Spiritfarer, but I just couldn't. But like in my heart, Spiritfarer wins. It is so fucking sad and so hopeful at the same time. Like, even talking about it makes me like feel all verklempt from the story. But just, I mean, the sense of exploration I think is also incredible in that game. All the little like mini games that you can play with the different people, and the music is phenomenal, as we mentioned. But the biggest thing is just the character relationships between these different spirits that you as the main character are sort of guiding to the afterlife, and the relationships that you had with them in life that are developing and changing in the afterlife. And the way that it ends is just a gut punch. And man, I cannot recommend this game highly enough. There is a, like, I don't remember what they called it. It's not a Game of the Year edition, but it's some extra edition where they added I think like 2 other DLC characters that like I keep opening it up and wanting to do it to like see the other characters that weren't in the original, and I just don't know that I can put myself through that game again. But yeah. The other one that I would mention is The Pedestrian, which is like a pretty small puzzle game, but I was like totally blown away by it. I think it was a Game Pass game. It was one of those that it was like, hey, this is leaving this month. So I just, I had heard of it. And knew it was like a puzzle game. And I was like, yeah, I'll check this out. And it's so awesome. Like, you play as a stick figure and you're just trying to like navigate through the real life world. And you're basically like trying to traverse on different types of screens. So like there might be a level that's on a computer screen, and there's another level that's like on a stoplight, and it connects through wires to these other areas where you need to unlock this item in order to unlock something on a different screen. And now you're on a chalkboard and to a whiteboard. And it's like, it reminds me of when growing up, I used to create, because I can't draw to save my life. I would create these like huge earthly scale battles of stick figures. So like I would tape 6 pieces of college rule paper together and just draw a giant battle where everyone was a stick figure and they all had guns or shields, or like maybe there was a giant mech being driven by a stick figure. And something about this game, just because you play as a stick figure character, it gave me that nostalgia from being a child with like the modern, like some of the puzzles are like pretty abstract and hard to put together, because a lot of them you're trying to connect a door. So like you have 6 chalkboards, and you can connect a chalkboard to a different chalkboard. So you have to move the chalkboards around to put them in the right order to navigate through it. And like it adds layers of puzzle solving the way any good puzzle game does, where it adds a new element into each section that like blows your mind. And then you master it, and then you get to the next section and it introduces a new thing and it blows your mind. And then you master it and move on. It's like, I mean, I would put it up against like Portal in terms of just awesome puzzle game that like everybody's got to play. It doesn't have the personality that Portal does, obviously, but in terms of like the challenge and the fun that I had, it's so fucking good.
That sounds really interesting. I had similar experiences. I have like notebooks full of stick drawings and like funny situations or like giant battles and stuff, like totally. So the fact that kind of play, whether knowingly or unknowingly, plays on some of that nostalgia, I think is really interesting.
Yeah. You got anything else?
I don't. So all right. So here,
you didn't play any video games in 2020 that are good.
No. These were the stipulations of the category as written in the document. Game I played,
right,
which narrows it down. Game that I played that I think is good enough that I would recommend, which narrows it down. And lesser known. Right. So like games that I think are really good that I don't think a lot of people have played. I scrolled through the entire Wikipedia list for video game releases for both 2020 and 2021 and did not see anything that fit all 3 categories. Certainly there are games I played that I would recommend, but I feel like they're the games that everybody fucking played or everybody knows about.
You're just a follower, man. You're not like a trendsetter like me.
Yeah, because I just go in between. I just go play Minecraft and 7 Days to Die over and over again.
Yeah, it's just it's the older brother energy that I've got. Like I said this, you just follow. You know, I clear the path and then you just follow in my footsteps.
I'm gonna beat your ass the next time I see you. It's a long time coming, man.
Well, that's fine. So in 2021, 2 games again that I would shout out. First being Sable. So this, I don't know if it's still on Game Pass. It was at the time that I played it. And this was a recommendation from my guy Skill Up. And it visually blew me away. So it's very painterly in its color palette. So basically, like the story is you play this, some sort of society that lives in the desert. I don't know, it's pre-apocalypse, post-apocalypse, it doesn't matter. And you play a child who's kind of going on their like pilgrimage to become an adult member of society. And there are all of these different sort of tribes that communicate with one another and trade and do all the things, but they're kind of oriented around job roles. So you have your home village and you're kind of going out into the broader world to research a career and to like choose the job that you want to have. So there are, like the map makers that fly in these hot air balloons and map out the entire world. There are machinists that create, they have like a really symbiotic, much like Avatar, like a symbiotic relationship with the vehicles they create. And so, like, you could be a machinist and you can make and help people work on their vehicles, and you get one and you name it, it's your vehicle forever. And there are, like, a huge variety. They have a bug hunter where you go out and you study all these, like, indigenous bugs and stuff. So basically, you just go tribe to tribe across this huge, vast desert landscape, just like talking to people and taking on little jobs that align to that career path. And you sort of collect. It's been a while. You collect these medallions basically that say that you did the job required to choose that career. And once you collect 3 of those, you can get a mask. And so everybody, you don't see any faces in the game. Everybody wears a mask. And the mask is aligned to their career. And so that's how you identify each other. So you get the mask that you can put on and say, I choose this career. This is my mask. And so if you want, you can just go, and you have to go to a bunch of different areas in order to get 3 medallions to get your mask regardless, but you could just mainline it. And once you're introduced to one career, say it's like the map maker. In each area, there is a map maker that you go and you can buy a map from. And it gives you some of the landmarks in the zone for you to go and to check out and stuff. And you could say oh, that's what I want to do. And so you could just go zone to zone, talk to each map maker, get the mask, and finish the game. But because I was really loving the atmosphere of the game and sort of the vibe of it and just the exploration, I went and got every medallion and got every mask. And then you go to this sort of, you go back to your hometown, they do this special thing for you. And then you go into this big monument and where you put all of the masks on mannequins basically. And then you go choose the one that you want to do. And I sat there for 20 minutes going from mask to mask. I don't know how to choose what to do here. What thing to pick.
Right.
And there's a really, really cool side stories, and there are remnants from the previous civilization. And it feels like it was the thing that I put together was there was a society of high-tech people that crash landed on this planet, and they had some sort of convoy. And so they crashed in different areas, and now it's been hundreds, thousands, maybe millions of years since then. But you stumble upon their old ships. And some of the AI is still there. So if you do some puzzles and find the right combination of power cells and things, you unlock the last remaining AI. And they're hey, can you go find the other ships and connect them all to me? And then I can share this stuff with you. And I was hell yeah. That sounds dope as hell. I want to do that. So I went and did all of it and went back to them. And then I unlocked an astronaut suit with an astronaut mask. And so that was one of the masks that I discovered that wasn't aligned to the tribes, but it was a thing that I made for myself. And that's what I ended up choosing, was the astronaut of an explorer. I'm setting my own path. And it was so awesome. And that's to say nothing of, I mentioned the visuals of this, sort of painterly. The game it looks like it runs at 15 frames a second. It's all very stuttery, but it's on purpose. Unfortunately, in my experience on Xbox, the game actually did run really poorly, which was
that's a bummer.
Nothing about the game is hard. There's no big combat or anything, so it didn't hamper trying to move in the game, but it was just a bummer moving around the space with bad frame rate. But the visual style with the low frames creates this really cool sort of retro aesthetic on top of the very floaty, wavy, there's always wind lines, and the sun moves across the sky and changes a mountain from a purple to a brown to a blue. And it's just this gorgeous game. And the ship that you have, you can find different parts to completely change the aesthetic of it. And you have this awesome, red smoke trail that comes out of your ship, the original one that you have. And so just driving your ship around these hilly sand dunes and just fucking vibing was so awesome. And then when I unlocked a different ship, I could change it to like this green plume that comes out of the back. And I was like, this is dope too. Like, I want to drive around the green plume. Oh man, like I was blown away by so many aspects of this game. And it's like not really a game that I would normally be into, this sort of like open-ended, open world exploratory kind of game. Like there's barely a narrative at all. But something about it was the combination of the visuals and like the exploration and like exploration that's worth your time. Like I stumbled upon this like worm queen that asked me to find all of her worm children. And then when I came back, she like rewarded me when I brought her 10 of her worm babies back. And I totally just randomly stumbled upon it where I could have never found the Worm Queen lair because it was in this random area of the sand dune. Like that kind of shit was so, so awesome. And even just talking about it, I'm like, I miss the discovery of that game that I can't get back. It's real good.
Yeah, Worm Queen's just a bad parent.
Yeah, I guess that. I mean,
keep an eye after your own damn children.
She had like 100 worm babies that I found for her, so
she's got a lot on her plate. Choice.
Single mom, she's ruling some kind of kingdom under there.
That was her choice to have those 100 children.
Fair.
She was
fair
not
enough.
Forced. So that probably doesn't play well. That sounds interesting. I think like there was like a trial or a demo for Sable that I played at some point. And thought it was interesting. I never ended up pulling the trigger on like the full game or anything, but
it's that's super like relaxing kind of game. You need to be in the right mood for that kind of game, and I happened to be in that mood
for sure.
And then on the opposite side of the spectrum, Narita Boy, which is like some 80s ass synthwave bullshit that I am all about. You play as this like robo boy that gets transported into like this video game universe, and everything is like super cyberpunky, and it's like a side scroller action game.
I remember this.
It's sort of Metroidvania kind of style, some elements of that, but it's way more like narratively driven and really, really awesome characters and fun writing.
Yeah, is this the one where like you get like extra modules or chips and like unlock basic function of like side scroller, like you gain the ability to jump or something?
Yes.
Like, okay.
Yes.
That is this one. Okay.
Yep. And the music, it's synthwave shit, and I'm all about that. Like, the music is so fucking dope. And, like, you have this badass, sword, and you fight with the power of red, green, and blue colors. And you have these, like, super attacks where you merge all of them together and, like, shoot this giant beam.
Shoot a giant brown beam.
Dude, it's so sick. I love the hell out of that game. And I know that one isn't on Game Pass because I played through it, and then I tweeted about it. And then the next day, I noticed that it got removed from Game Pass. And I was like, shit, I just recommended this to everybody, and now it's not on Game Pass. And it was a big bummer. But that game is so dope. Yeah. How about you've got a game here from 2022, so how about you talk?
I do.
I need to drink some water.
No, that's fair. So one that I felt fit all three requirements for this category is Core Keeper. It's still like ongoing development. Occasionally they're adding things, but I think it is 1.0. This came out last year. It's a like kind of a top-down-ish it's not quite isometric. It's more top-down, 2D, like I'm kind of struggling to classify it because it's a lot of different kinds of games wrapped in one.
Okay.
It's so you play as a little dude or dudette or dudexon who like starts your journey underground. The whole game's underground, and you're kind of like at this altar, and you get some power from the altar, and it enables you to like craft things, and like you're harvesting energy or harnessing energy from this altar to power things, and like craft machines, and then like it's like a little bit of Stardew. Like there's crop growing, all in service of crafting stuff, and so it's like it's a survival crafting game, but it's also like cooperative. You can play with friends. You're like hollowing out areas and creating rooms underground, sort of like a RimWorld type of game. And as you expand and explore, you come across these bosses that are in these different biomes, and everything is kind of like the first biome you start in is like a circle around you, and like you can dig in a straight line and enter a new biome, which is another ring around that. And then I think outside of that, based on the direction in which you go from the center, there are different biomes, but like there are a couple of ring biomes to start, which are really cool. And there's this huge fucking boss worm that is running this circle route around you. And so like you'll be digging, and then you like for like the very first time you come across like a big open cavern that's already been dug out. You're like, oh, that's crazy. And then the screen starts to shake and rumble, and you hear something, and this giant like screen wide worm like goes past you, and you're like, holy fucking shit. And like one of your objectives is to like kill that thing eventually through various means. And like it's really, really cool. So it has a lot of like interesting types of encounters like that. There are a bunch of different enemy types. A lot of different, obviously, like crops for you to grow, and then crafts buff stuff out of them, like increased strength, movement, blah, 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 potion kind of stuff, food. Like some of the enemies, like that you can also, in a very don't starve like way, you can lay down what the floor tile of a tile is.
Okay.
And there's one, like there are a couple of things you can harvest, like from different kinds of slimes, and you can put those tiles down, and slimes will occasionally spawn on those tiles. So you can like kind of make a farm for certain mobs and stuff to get more resources, which is really neat. And then when I say it's kind of a mashup of genres, it's like that survival crafting thing. Also, like a little bit of Terraria, because a lot of the exploration and the boss fights and stuff. Stardew from the crop aspect of it. And then there's this whole other thing that's like Factorio, where there are these nodes of materials that you can set up like automatic mining systems with conveyor belts and stuff.
Yeah, that's
and, like,
your jam, boy.
Dude, every last bit of this game is my jam. And like you can like, but and like you can conveyor belt and like process stuff with these various machines that you're getting, and the exploration is really rewarding because every new biome you're coming across, there are so many new types of materials and like things that you can build from it. You'll discover NPCs and get them to like join you back at your base. It's really, really cool, and my friend and I played it together for quite a while when it first released in early access, and there just wasn't that much content, and we kind of hit part of that content ceiling. We're like, okay, all right. And we also encountered an issue where we were wanting to conveyor belt resources from like across the map back to our base for processing in like a big factory room, and it turns out if you're not within a certain distance of the nodes, those things like won't actually work. So that kind of ruined that approach, and we spent a bunch of time and resources like building the conveyor belts. I don't know if they've fixed that since then. I haven't gone back to it since our initial time there. I think they've added a ton of features, new biomes, bosses. There's all this crazy stuff in it. And they're continuing to add some content even post 1.0, which I think it's 1.0.
The Steam still says early access.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'm looking at the Steam page right now. Which it also has a 91% rating based on 18,000 reviews. So
yeah,
that's pretty solid.
People like it. Like it. It has a good aesthetic. It's good for one of those.
Yeah, it looks cute.
Types of games. I mean, like the boss fights are really like that is the driving thing, right?
Well,
like
and because of the multiplayer,
like
I'm watching some gameplay stuff in here, and because of the multiplayer, it looks like an MMO style boss fight where you've got 8 people like using stuff around,
filling different roles and
enemy.
stuff.
Yeah,
totally. There's a lot of that, and here like there's another interesting wrinkle where the bosses have like drop rates for certain types of like materials and gear that you use to craft things.
Okay,
and you can respawn the bosses and fight them again and farm them for materials. So like part of the fun is like discovering this new boss, and then the next part of the fun is how can we set up an efficient way to farm this boss, which is like another cool added layer. There's a lot going on there, and I know I haven't played it in a long time. So I know there's going to be like a ton of new stuff once I finally go back to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very, very cool. I recommend it. And clearly a lot of other people recommend it on Steam as well.
Yeah. That's awesome. That sounds cool.
It's $13. Like,
right.
And there's a ton of time you can invest in it and stuff. It is really, really cool. Like for people who really dig like Terraria, it's top down, not side scrolling, but this scratches so many of those same itches. Like the progression, crafting, building, and customizing, seeking out new biomes and fighting new bosses, and like the way in which you can interact with the world. A lot of that stuff is present here. It's up to 8 players co-op, which is cool.
That's dope.
Yeah, it was really, really neat. I think, like, for me, I like a lot of that automation stuff, and so the fact that some features were missing at the time that I played it, again, I don't know if those have been, like, added in or fixed or whatever, that's what kind of killed it for us. That killed our momentum, my friend and I, because that's what we were going to kind of focus on next, and it was like, well, we can't do that, so I guess maybe we just wait until they say you can, and then we'll come back, and we just haven't been back to it, but I do really recommend it. Core Keeper.
I dig it.
Yeah. Get it?
Yeah. Oh, hey.
Nice.
Pun not even intended.
Nice, bro.
Well, the last 2 games I'll mention from last year, Far Changing Tides, we already talked about, but I, despite not liking it as much as the original, I still definitely recommend it. The other one being Nobody Saves the World. So this is by Drinkbox, who made the Guacamelee games, which I fucking love those games. And this game is like, I mean, I imagine it is better co-op, which I did not play it co-op, but it's a sort of a top-down exploration combat game, and there are like literally dozens of characters that all have unique movesets and abilities and, traversal options. And you effectively you progress by doing challenges for the different characters. So you level them up based upon like a grade system. So when you unlock the character, it's like an F. And then as you do they're not even side quests. They're just challenges of like kill 50 enemies with this move. Or like go this many steps with this character. And as you finish those, you rank up to a D, a C, a B. And once you get to a certain level, then it unlocks a different character. And so it's sort of a tree of characters that you're using. And it creates like a really fun, not even min-max, but like a fun approach where if you see on the map, like the tree of where you're unlocking characters, a character you really want that is like 3 or 4 steps away, you need to play these other characters up to a certain level in order to unlock the one that you want, which forces you to experiment. And the characters are like totally, totally different. There's a horse who only attacks from behind, which like, so you have to be facing away from an enemy in order to do damage to it, which like totally changes the way that you play the game compared to another character who's like a weightlifter where he throws his like weights down in front of you, but he stops and he's big and he's slow. And there's another character that's a turtle and he's tiny, but he moves super fast and he can move faster in water. So you go in water. There's another character who's a rat where you bite an enemy and you can poison him. And the coolest thing is, you have your wheel where normally you'd have like a weapon wheel, but it's your character wheel. And you can you can switch to any character at any time. And so you do these fast swap things where depending on the type of combat encounter, depending on the type of enemy that you're facing, you can quick change between all these characters. And I never got far enough in the game, or I wish that I would have kept playing the game. I just like picked up other stuff and didn't go back to it after I played for probably 6 to 8 hours. But I was having a ton of fun with the experimentation. But again, I think because of the scale of characters, I imagine playing co-op would be even more fun, because then you're like combinations of powers and abilities and status effects and stuff. But yeah, it really, I had a great time playing with that.
If you were a character in Nobody Saves the World, what grade letter would you assign yourself right now?
A C. A C.
You're so full of yourself.
Why? That's in the middle.
You are D level or lower.
No. My will to live
as an F myself, you are D level or lower.
Whatever,
dude. 6 self burn.
So that's a quick list of some games from the last couple years that we recommend that maybe you haven't heard about before, and our impassioned arguments for why you should check them out.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about games that are not yet out. So this episode is releasing to start April. Wait, what date? What date does this episode go live on?
April 3rd. April 3rd.
Okay, so all of these games will not have yet released. But list of a couple of games. Mostly, one as a, hey, this stuff's coming out. 2 as a, we're going to reveal our April Game Club game if you want to play along. Ooh. And 3 as a, are you going to play any of these other ones? So April 4th, Meet Your Maker, which I don't know that much about. I've seen some gameplay or some trailers and been trying to parse through what it is. It's some sort of you create obstacles on one side and the other side tries to get through them. And that's a really oversimplified version of it, but it's got roguelike elements, and it's sort of like a combat game. But I bring it up because it's going to be free on PlayStation Plus when it releases, which makes me interested in potentially trying it out. On the 18th is Minecraft Legends, which is the new Minecraft game, not to be confused with Minecraft Dungeons, which was the dungeon crawler character-based game. Minecraft Legends is more of a tower defense style, where I guess it's kind of both
It's
sides.
A real-time strategy.
Yeah, that's a better description. Real-time strategy version of a Minecraft game. And will be a game that you and I are going to play together, because against Kyle's will, I, as the CEO of the Shea Hates Everything, as your boss, said that this is our game club game. You're going to play it with me. We might just play once for 2 hours, and we both might be nah, not for us. And that's fine. But it's really just an excuse to force you to play video games with me again. Because now that you play everything on PC, I don't get to play anything with you anymore. Because
I'm loading up LinkedIn right now.
The market is tough out there, so
I need a new podcast to join. Let me hit up LinkedIn.
But it's on Game Pass. In seriousness, I am excited to check it out. I don't know that it will be a game that I will enjoy. I was kind of about Minecraft Dungeons, but I'm glad that I spent some time with it just to see what their approach to that kind of game was, and that's how I feel about Legends. So we'll see. Right. You'll hear in the May podcast some feelings about Minecraft Legends and whether or not we're going to keep playing. Mm-hmm. Go into it with an open mind, Kyle. That's all I ask.
My mind is always open.
Yeah, on April 19th, Horizon Forbidden West DLC, Burning Shores. I will be playing this. I am very excited for it. I am tempted to go back and play a little bit of Horizon Forbidden West so that I remember how to play that video game. But I loved the DLC in the first game, The Frozen Wilds. So I have high expectations for this DLC because I assume it's going to be the only DLC for the game. But yeah, that'll be a fun one for a good couple of hours. On April 21st, Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp, which this game was long ago announced and supposed to release right around when Russia invaded Ukraine. And so they delayed it because tricky timing, understandable, and they never really put a release date on it. Recently said, it's coming in April. So I'm not an Advance Wars person. I know it's a beloved series. I really like the visual aesthetic of this reboot. It's got that Saturday morning cartoon vibe to it that I find very appealing. Right. So I might check it out.
Yeah, I played the original Advanced Wars, and I don't think I ever beat it again, which is continuing theme with Kyle not beating games. And I really enjoyed what I played at the time. I think I played it on my friend's Game Boy Advance. I don't think I ever owned it, which is probably, contributed to the fact that I didn't beat it. But I remember liking it because at the time I was really into Age of Empires, and this was like, oh, it's like that kind of on the go and simplified, and I think that's kind of fun, and it's got like a cool aesthetic, like little army men dudes. I kind of like that. So I'm interested to pick this up and check it out.
Yeah. Also on the 21st, the aforementioned Dead Island 2, which I am probably a no on. You seem like you're closer to a maybe on.
I'm gonna get it and play it.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. So we'll hear some thoughts from Kyle on the May episode.
Yeah.
And then on the 27th, The Last Case of Benedict Fox, which is a Game Pass game. This one, I saw the reveal for it. I was pretty interested. It's a side scroller, got a kind of a cool, almost, oh crap, what's that director? Tim Burton-esque visual style. It's kind of like a detective side scroller kind of game. Right. It just looked odd and interesting because it's kind of odd. And then on the 28th, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which is like the big April release. I'm 100% playing it. I am extremely hyped for it. I don't know if I will have started it by the time we record the next podcast, but this will be my game in May that will dominate my May gaming schedule.
Okay.
How did you feel about the first game? You bounced off of it, if I recall.
Yeah, I didn't think it felt good to play, and I didn't like the main guy and didn't like the story, and there was nothing there for me.
What a loser.
I'm just saying.
Game is great. It is, like, it's an amalgamation of a bunch of other types of games. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I just think it doesn't do any of those things as well as other games have done them in those kinds of genres or whatever that it's pulling from.
That's fine. I personally liked Cal Kestis. I liked the story. I liked exploring the different worlds. Anything that is Star Wars and done well, I fucking am obsessed with it. Because there is so much stuff that is Star Wars and sucks ass. Like, most of Star Wars shit is bad. So
yeah, it's always been that way too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. So that's the April releases. A good amount of games on there that we're going to be playing. As we mentioned, Minecraft Legend Game Pass game. It's on Game Pass, or Game Club game, I should say. It's on Game Pass. Don't sue me, Microsoft. I'm not trying to steal your trademark name. If you want to check that out, you'll hear from us in May about our thoughts. Would love if you want to send us an email. Tell us how you're feeling about it. info@SheaHatesEverything.com. Speaking of emails.
Whoa, was that a segue?
Yeah, dude.
It just moved past me.
You just
moved past me at blistering speed.
You need to like get the muscles going. After a couple of new segments under your belt, you'll get the flow of the handoffs and the transitions there. Because
I'm over here like, is it a bird? Is it a
clearly
plane?
Mastered it.
No,
absolutely.
It's Shea giving masterful transitions between segments.
So emails. Very excited to say we got two emails. First, from our good buddy Aaron. I believe Aaron actually wrote us an email when we originally stopped doing the podcast. Like, he wrote us an email after that. I haven't looked back at it, but I'm tempted to like bring it forward and answer it maybe on the next episode just for fun. I don't even remember what it was about or if it's at all relevant anymore, but just for funsies. If we don't get any emails next month, maybe I'll pull that. But Aaron writes and says, "Hey guys, I'm so glad you guys are back." Sorry,
hey.
Thanks, Aaron. What a wild few years it's been. When you went away, I had no kids. I now have 2 sons, a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. Congratulations. So I relate to a lot of what Shea talks about when it comes to free time and general life craziness. I know it's a video game podcast, but to keep with the music theme of last month's email, I know that you guys are both big fans of Blink-182. What do you think about Tom DeLonge joining Blink again? I liked most of what Blink did with Matt, but after they put out Edging, I realized just how much I missed Tom in the band. I think Tom and Mark's vocals just play off each other in a way that Matt's never did. It also feels like they're truly having fun. Keep up the good work. Aaron. Hopefully it feels like we're also having fun, Aaron. And I do have to mention, like, when I initially read this email, the part where he says, when you went away, I had no kids. I now have 2 sons, a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. I originally read it as, when you went away, I had no kids. I don't have 2 sons, a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. And like, when I read it, I was like,
what?
Are you flexing on me that you still don't have kids, you jerk?
I'm down for that. No kid flex.
But yeah, so I mean, as it pertains to Blink, so I generally enjoyed the stuff when Matt Skiba was in the band. I like Matt Skiba. He was in Alkaline Trio previously, which is a band I really liked. I think he's a good guitarist. I like his voice. I 100% agree with what you're saying, Aaron, about how the vocals didn't go together. And it's because Mark and Matt's voices sounded too similar.
Yes.
And Tom has such a unique, like,
yes.
Where are you? Like, it's
and
so
I'm
absurd.
so sorry.
No, he says May.
Oh, Kara and I do that to each other all the time.
It's amazing. I absolutely agree that like their vocals just didn't gel together. I generally liked the music they made when Matt was in the band, although like their California album was like very centered on a California experience that I do not have, and so I couldn't like relate to a lot of the lyrics like I have in the past.
But the songs are fucking bangers.
Yeah, they were still great. Like not all of them. I didn't like all of them, but a lot of them.
I listened to that whole album all the time. I love California.
Their new like single that released a couple months ago, Edging, like it's great to have Tom back. I like hearing their voices. The song I think is like extremely mediocre. It's like it just felt very generic to me in terms of like the music. And
it's like they kind of have to find that groove again.
It was like too far back to their roots. Because I love all of Blink's discography, even like the recent stuff before Tom left, where you were getting a lot of those Angels and Airwaves like synth music in there. I even liked all of that. And this feels way more like Enema of the State era style of music. That, like, it's good. I like it. It just doesn't. It doesn't feel necessary. Like I'm not compelled to listen to it.
Yeah, I will say, like I said, I listen to California a lot. Mm-hmm. I've only listened to Edging once.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't like it. It's just like, I don't know. California just has good fucking vibes, man.
It does. It has good vibes. Yeah. But I do agree. It's good to have them all back together.
It is good.
They are the band that I have never seen live that I don't want to die before I see live. Unfortunately, there's no way I will ever see them live because tickets are like $1,000. Right. And it just sucks. It just sucks the way that it works. Every other band I love, I've seen live. I used to go to a shit ton of concerts back in the day. Yeah. And Blink is just one that I never got to see, and that sucks. But yeah, I'm excited for more music for them, certainly. I'm excited that Tom is back, certainly.
Totally.
Edging just didn't really do it for me to tie into.
Yeah, I'm excited to see like what they make next, because it felt like Edging was kind of them figuring it out again. Yeah, like Edging, it was kind of like they just didn't really they didn't get to completion. It was like they just kind of like kept it going, and like I was enjoying it, that sort of like suspension, that kind of like, you know, the build up. I just wanted the release, you know, and Edging just didn't really get me there. So there's another email.
All right. So Dallas.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron. Dallas writes in from Austin, Texas, which, like, I got to be real with you, Dallas. Dallas is a great name. You can't be named Dallas and live in Austin, Texas. That's confusing.
It feels rude.
Because I read this originally as Austin from Dallas, Texas, which for some reason sounds more natural. Dallas from Austin, Texas, it's wrong. Austin, great city.
Wow, I'm sure Dallas has never heard that before. This whole conversation that you and I just had, I'm sure they have never heard it before.
You know what's weird is I don't give a shit.
Don't give a shit.
No, but
okay.
Thanks for writing in, Dallas. Dallas says, "Hey dudes, recently took my family to Disney World for the first time. Daughter is 6 and son is 4. As an aside, gotta say how much I love dads listening to this podcast. It makes me feel not alone as like a dad, like a hardcore gamer that is a dad. I feel
you don't know that Dallas is a dad. They could be a mom.
You are absolutely right. Dallas, my apologies. I feel like there was something in this email that made me assume, but I shouldn't assume.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Also, something about writing "Hey dudes" makes you feel like you're also a dude. Dallas, it doesn't matter what your gender or sexual orientation or identity is. Everybody's a dude. So Dallas recently took my family.
That is true.
Thank you for correcting me on that, Kyle, in all sincerity. Recently took my family to Disney World for the first time. Daughter is 6 and son is 4. It was one of the most emotional moments for me to see them both experience everything at the parks with their favorite characters. Personally, for myself, the 2 Star Wars rides were so well done that they had me smiling stupid. I love that phrase, smiling stupid.
Yeah.
After growing up loving everything Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker just put a bad taste in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Disney World made me forget all of that with how interactive and creative those ride ideas were. I wouldn't have been able to think of anything like that myself. Apologies for the long-winded opening. I mean, Dallas.
Never apologize
you listen to
for
this,
being
you listen
yourself,
to this podcast.
Dallas. Yeah, like, whoa. Look at your audience here.
The length of this episode is gargantuan.
It is astronomical. Also, you said we weren't going to talk about it. You got mad at me
No,
for talking about it.
I said we weren't going to talk about it as being a negative, like we're apologizing for how long it is. I am not apologizing. Y'all are welcome to listen to us for like 6 fucking hours this month.
Says the man who's worried about how long PsychOdyssey is.
Well,
I'm sorry. We're in the middle of Dallas's email.
Yes,
we need to read this.
Apologies to Dallas yet again. Apologies for the long-winded opening, but here's the question. What is an IP each of you would pick, and what is the creative experience or ride you would implement into an amusement park? It doesn't have to be Disney related, but just an IP that means a lot to you and an awesome idea for a ride. Love the pod and welcome back. Dallas has a second question, but let's address that question first. So what is an IP, doesn't have to be video games, but an IP that we love or that we think would be a really fun ride or experience at an amusement park? I will say this to start. Dallas, I am very sorry to disappoint you. I do not like roller coasters. It is, I don't have I do. I have a fear of heights, but the bigger thing is I get incredibly bad motion sickness. And like to the point where I can't ride in the passenger seat in cars without feeling like I'm going to pass out or vomit. So the roller coaster part of it, it's hard for me to imagine a fun roller coaster that I would want to ride. Because I don't want to ride any roller coasters. Yeah. But
well, you've like, as long as I can remember, you have had the motion sickness problem.
Mm-hmm.
So like that makes sense. I have developed a motion sickness problem semi-recently. So I had a stint in my life where I loved roller coasters and rode them a lot. So I will be able to speak to that part of it. So let's you do your thing.
For like, I'm thinking of. Because I haven't been to all the new Star Wars things, but like the old school Star Wars ride, which is like you sit in front of a screen and it sort of like shakes, the seats that you're in, but it's not a roller coaster. Thinking of that style or like what Nintendo did with the like Nintendo World Park, whatever that is, the Super Mario World Park, where like the Mario ride is you sit in like a car, but it like on rails just sort of like meanders you through and you're shooting stuff and you're sort of interacting with it. So like an interactive style, quote unquote, roller coaster. Ironically, I mentioned this as like a great option for like a bad adaptation, but Starship Troopers would be one just because of the scale. Like because I'm picturing like an old arcade style game where you're in, you just have your gun and you're shooting dozens and hundreds of the alien insect things, but that in a
Time Crisis, but Starship Troopers in a moving vehicle.
But like in a moving vehicle, that sounds fucking awesome. You can make it more interactive where like they can splash you. So like, you blow up the big slug boss and it splashes you with, it'd be water, but like splashes you with the slime
Nickelodeon gag
when it explodes. Yeah, like that kind of thing I think would be super fun. And then like a lot of the IP that I really love that is like film or video games, it's hard for me to adapt it to something that's interactive, but one that I think would be awesome, but that I wouldn't actually want to ride because it would be too terrifying, would be BioShock. Because you can have it be underwater or like in an aquarium style where you're underneath a seascape, but some sort of like interactive horror sort of like kind of like an underwater haunted house style thing.
Oh god.
With BioShock could be pretty dope as well. Fuck. So those are my sort of interactive
Those
answers.
are both really good ideas.
So what do you got? What roller coasters would you ride?
So for me, something that I think would make a really good roller coaster, and I'm kind of cheating because this used to exist, but the license doesn't anymore, so the ride is something else now. But a Top Gun roller coaster.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because there was one at Kings Island here in Ohio, but then they lost the Universal Studios license or whatever it was, and so they had to name it something like Flight Deck or whatever. But that was a great ride. But I'm talking specifically like the cars are like actual fighter pilot cockpits. And you're like just fucking zooming and doing like loops and corkscrews and all sorts of crazy shit. And there's like the voiceover stuff, like you got one on your tail, and you go and do a corkscrew to like whatever, like gotta blow your chaff to stop there's a missile lock. Snake, there's a missile lock. I don't know, but like it's stuff
Metal
like
Gear
that would
be
be
a cool
really
one.
fucking dope. I like that idea a lot. I think, and it would be timely with Maverick.
Right.
Maybe a little late now, but I think that would be really cool because I liked the Top Gun ride at Kings Island. It was one of my favorite rides there, but there's definitely room for like more appropriately themed stuff. Like it was a little like you never really felt like you were in a plane or whatever.
Right.
So I think like making it more literal would be cool.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
So yeah, that was my one that I had.
I did think of another one, and again, this is more of an interactive experience. Nintendogs.
Oh yeah.
Only they're real dogs, and it is just a petting zoo
It's a
with
petting
a bunch
zoo.
of dogs.
Okay, sure.
And then at the end, you get to bring 1 or 10 of the dogs home and keep them. That would be a really fun ride.
You're just projecting because you almost got a dog recently, and then now you're sad.
And didn't, because my wife is smarter than me, and we have 2 young children, and one of them we believe is allergic to dogs, and we're trying to test it out. She was correct in not getting the dog. The problem is she's the one that brought up the idea of getting the dog, which that's where our argument happened. Because she was like, "Oh, you think we should adopt this dog? Wouldn't it be so cool?" And I was like, "Fucking hell yeah!" And she's like, "Actually, we shouldn't do that." And I was like, "Dude, what? What are you doing to me?"
It's called edging, Shea. Actually, I believe we talked about this already.
Hey, class for that. That was a fantastic callback. All right, part 2 of Dallas's. I did not intend that. I did not intend that to be condescending, but I realized that came across so fucking condescending.
And then I took it at face value.
Yeah. All right, part 2 of Dallas's email. Also, which of the two of you have the higher gamer score or trophy level? Not sure if either of you hunt for them or care. It's just fun to see how different people go after them, take them as they come, or don't care at all. Thanks again, Dallas from Austin, Texas. Austin from Dallas, Texas. So I saved Kyle the trouble and pulled up his trophy stats because I wanted to compare them to mine because mine are much better. So I am a trophy level 359. It is annoying because prior to the launch of the PS5, they just, like, the levels were different, and I was, like, a level 33, and then they changed it to be, like, hundreds, and now it's something about it feels less impressive because it's easier to go up a level than it was before because the scale has changed. But regardless, I'm a 359. I have 20 platinum trophies. Bow down to me.
You wrote 25.
Isn't that what I just said?
You said 20.
I have 25 platinum trophies.
If you want to say you have 20, I'm okay with it.
No, I have 25 platinum trophies.
I think you only have 20.
it wasn't my first platinum trophy, but I think it was my second platinum trophy, which is my proudest platinum trophy, is Green Lantern Rise of the Manhunters.
I remember when you got this.
A PS3 game that sucks. That game
at the
sucks.
Time. Even at the time, I could not believe you were going after that platinum.
I do not know why. I still, to this day, I don't remember why I did it. I guess, like, I must have been relative... And trophies were new still at that time. Like, they had just launched the trophy system. My first trophy was Ratchet & Clank A Crack in Time. That was my first one. And that one I wanted because I loved that game. But this one, I must have been, like, at 80% or something after beating the game. And I was like, I'm just going to grind it out, baby. And I... regret it. But I've also, I've got Skyrim. I got Skyrim twice because I got the regular PS3 one and then the Legendary Edition on PS4. I got Ghost of Tsushima twice, which I think I talked about already.
Yeah.
So I've got a pretty broad range. Mass Effect, I think I have all 3 Mass Effect ones from the Legendary Edition. But yeah, on PlayStation, by the way, add me on PSN. My handle is capital D, capital W, _ capital D RUMMER 22. DW _ drummer 22 is my thing. Add my shit. The gamer score, you can brag more on your gamer score if you want. I bought an Xbox 360 late in the life cycle because I wanted to play Call of Duty with a bunch of my friends. And then I never owned an Xbox One. And then I bought a Series X when it just came out because of, as I mentioned, the Bethesda stuff and Game Pass. So I've never engaged that much with the gamer score because I was so late to the game in it, to the point where it's kind of a bummer because I'll play a game on Game Pass and I don't try for the extra challenges because I don't care about my gamer score. Whereas if I'm playing a game on PlayStation, I absolutely trophy hunt. And I don't not every game am I trying to get every trophy, but if I'm going through the list and I'm seeing some like side mission shit or like do X and Y and Z in a special way kind of thing, I'm like, yeah, I want to do that. I want to get that silver trophy. So it might, to the point on like how it approaches or how it changes your approach on going after them between the systems, it absolutely does. Because on Xbox, I do not care. But on PlayStation, I absolutely try to get trophies. So what about you? So for reference again, on PlayStation, I am a trophy level 359. What are you?
I'm trophy level 317.
See, so again, that doesn't sound that impressive. Like, the difference doesn't sound that big. But, like, in the old system, I would have been, like, a level 34, and you'd be, like, a level 12.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
So then I have 25 platinum trophies.
I have
and you have
3.
You have, like, 19? Oh, 3. Okay, yeah.
You're such a fucking sack of shit. Oh, I love you, but I hate you. I have 3 platinum trophies. I don't even know what they are. I know one of them is Dead Space. I don't even know what the other 2 are.
Yes, I remember
I have
you did.
never cared about hunting trophies. The only reason I'm happy about the Dead Space one is because it included beating it on the hardest difficulty where you like it's like a permadeath thing.
Right.
And so you have to like save and I think you only get like 3 saves or something. And then also beating it with just the plasma cutter.
Plasma cutter, yeah.
So like I like having that because it just shows that I really like the game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what my other 2 are. One of them might be a Ratchet and Clank. I don't know.
Did you play The Walking Dead, the Telltale game?
Yeah.
Because that one you got a platinum just for playing the whole thing.
Well, I don't know if I played that on PS3 or Xbox.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't. I actually, it annoys me when trophies pop because it pulls me out of playing.
You could turn that off.
Game. I know. I just never remember to because I don't play console as much as I used to, and so it just annoys me. My gamer score is 23,262. I have no idea if that's good or not. The only reason it's as high as it is because Shea and we had a PS3. And then Shea went off to college, so he got to take the PS3, and I was left with the 360, which I know, like, what the hell am I? We had both systems. Why am I complaining? That's very fortunate. So I'm not really complaining. It's more of an explanation. And then so I didn't have a PS3 again until I could save up for like a couple of years or whatever, and eventually buy a later version of it. So I played for a while. It was on all the games I played were on 360. I don't know what games I've gotten all the achievements in or anything like that. Again, 23,000 is probably not very high because again, I wasn't ever chasing that stuff or really tracking it. It's just not how I derive enjoyment. For me, that's always been kind of like a distraction.
I meant to go actually look up my Xbox One and I completely forgot. I think I have like 10,000. It's really low. Yeah. Both because I've only played like 20 games on Xbox, and I also I don't really go for achievements or anything, unfortunately.
I think each game, if it's not like a downloadable title, it's something like each game has 1,000 gamer score you can get from it or something.
Yes. Not every, but that's like that's the platinum is you get 1,000.
Get 1,000 gamer score.
Because there are games that have less than 1,000, like
and more. I think games. With like DLC and stuff.
That sounds right. Yeah.
I don't know. So, again, I'm not an expert.
Dallas, you got to write us back because you wouldn't ask this question unless you cared about trophies and or achievements. So you got to write us back and flex your numbers. Can you beat my 25 platinum trophies? Can you beat Kyle's gamer score? Probably. I don't even know.
Anybody can probably
23,000. I don't even know if that's a lot or not.
It's probably not.
But yeah.
But yeah, I am curious to know if Dallas knows my friend from Austin, Texas, and that's
it's a small town. Pod. Hardly anyone lives there.
Well, no, because my friend from Austin listens to the podcast.
The Western expansionism, it's still a lot of pioneers there, I believe, like the gold rush and stuff. We've been talking
so long, and I'm just sick of you.
Well, I've got good news for you. Because that's the end of the podcast.
It's over!
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Dallas, for writing in. Again, if you have an email, you have thoughts, questions, you want to beg us for another 6-hour podcast, email at info@SheaHatesEverything.com, and we'll read it. To wrap us up, something positive after all of this talk. Even when we tried to be positive, we kept going negative. Something legitimately positive. Today, I don't hate organizing my gaming library. A few weeks ago, I guess maybe a month or so ago, I downloaded, and it's an IGN app, but it's like a game organization app. Let me pull it up. It's called Playlist. That's not a good name for a thing, but it's it's like IGN Playlist, and it's basically like you just organize every game that you have in a digital format, where you can mark how far you have gotten in completing the game, what your score of a game you have completed. You can create lists. So like I created my game of the year lists from the past just to have, and people can share different lists. It unfortunately doesn't seem like a ton of people use the app because like I see a lot of the same people that comment and rate and stuff, and a lot of the games don't have that many ratings on them. But for me at least, to look back at like everything, I haven't like been insanely specific about super old games, but according to this list of what I have input so far, I have beaten 746 video games, which seems like less than I would have expected. I thought it would be well over 1,000, but I guess that's still a lot of video games in my almost 35 years of life.
Yeah, I mean, also like think of how many you've played but haven't beaten.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
That's a big number.
Yeah. So what do you not hate other than you get to not talk to me again for a few days?
I don't hate that I am once again DMing a D&D campaign. This time it is virtual through Roll20, but I have not DM'd since like my original DMing thing and then like a little side thing. But it's been like a number of years since I did it. And I've really been losing steam on playing D&D as a player. And so I'm hoping, crossing my fingers, that this is kind of the thing that I need to re-inject some fun into that for me. So it's a thing that I designed as like a one-shot for one of my friends to do like a one-on-one thing. He was trying to get into D&D and really didn't have a great time. And then I did my thing with him, and he really still wasn't super into it. He just struggles with the role-playing aspect of it. And so I took that thing that I made for him and have made it for a group of people and made some adjustments. And we do session 1. We already had our session 0, which like planning and stuff. We have session 1 this coming Thursday after the podcast comes out. So
nice.
Yeah, I'm excited, nervous about that, because people put a lot of thought into their characters and have expectations for things, and I want to make sure I do that stuff justice. So been thinking about that a lot in between all the crazy work stuff I have going on, but I'm excited about that, and I don't hate it.
That's good. I'm glad you don't hate it. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Well, all right, everybody. Thank you all for listening so much. We'll be back in a month. We'll be talking Minecraft Legends. We'll be talking some Dead Island 2, it sounds like. Some Horizon Forbidden West. I'm sure we'll have plenty of more stuff. Maybe some wrap-up thoughts on RE4 Remake, so we can get another rant from Kyle.
I think I'm pretty close to beating it. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
I'll save it for next month.
Yes, please.
I'm so tired.
Let's get out of here. If you enjoyed this behemoth episode, if you enjoy listening to us argue and give each other shit constantly, what's wrong with you for one? But I'm glad something's wrong with you for two. If you haven't already, please subscribe to us on your podcast service of choice: Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, etc. Please I mentioned subscribing. Please rate and review the podcast if you have not. We like to read reviews. I think I read a review maybe last episode or the first episode back. We'll obviously, we hope that you give us a good review if you review it, but we'll read your review just like we would an email, and super appreciate that. It helps discoverability and all that good stuff. But that's going to do it. We'll be back the first Monday of May with another episode of the Shea Hits Everything podcast. Until then, peace out.